Deep in the silent void of space, the year is 2086, and Earth hangs like a fragile marble against the dark. A log entry reveals that high above Nevada, a massive extraterrestrial presence has shifted the course of human history. A three-eyed visitor from another world stares intently at a screen, his expression unreadable. "Japan?" he asks, his voice carrying a weight of unexpected curiosity. Inside a chamber of high diplomacy, the alien envoy sits across from human officials who navigate a delicate political minefield. America maintains that all authority regarding diplomatic missions lies with Japan. The official states, prompting the visitor to question why the world's perceived strongest nation is stepping aside. The visitor narrows his eyes, processing the geopolitical shift as he strokes his chin in contemplation. "I see," he muses, while the humans watch him nervously, wondering if they've revealed too much too soon. The envoy's third eye glows with an inner light as he shares a startling discovery with his kin. "It seems there are people in Japan who have powers similar to ours," he reveals, hinting at a hidden connection between the stars and the island nation. Meanwhile, back in the heart of Tokyo, a man named Usami prepares for the coming storm, his face set in a mask of professional stoicism. The logo of Modulo looms behind him, a symbol of the corporate power now tangled in interstellar affairs. The story shifts back in time, opening on a name that will one day carry the weight of a legacy. Yuka Okatsu, age 6. A young, energetic Yuka leaps onto her grandfather's back, her laughter ringing out across a sunny yard. "Grandpa!" she squeals, her small hands whapping playfully against his head. By the seaside, she holds a fishing net high in triumph, the sea breeze tossing her hair. She calls out to him again, her joy as boundless as the horizon behind her. But the sun doesn't always shine, and even at 6, Yuka knows the sting of tears as she clings to her grandfather's sleeve. He is her anchor, the one person who makes the world feel safe and small. Walking hand in hand through the tall grass, her grandfather looks down with a gentle, knowing smile. "You really are Grandpa's little girl, Yuka," he says softly, acknowledging the fire he sees starting to burn within her. He reaches into his robes and pulls out a simple, elegant ring hanging from a cord. "I want you to have this ring," he tells her, and her eyes widen with pure, childish wonder. "Wow, are you sure?" she asks. Yuka's hands tremble as she accepts the heavy metal, realizing this isn't just a trinket. Her grandfather warns her that she's a bit too reckless, even as she insists this is his greatest treasure. The ring dangles between them, reflecting the determination in the young girl's eyes. "This ring will watch over you until you're a full-fledged sorcerer," he promises, sealing her destiny with a single gesture. Filled with newfound purpose, Yuka leaps into the air with a boisterous shout of agreement. "Yeah, I'll work super hard," she vows, unaware of how soon that vow will be tested. The memory fades into the somber chime of a funeral bell, replaced by a framed photograph draped in black. The man who gave her the ring is gone, leaving only a legacy behind. 4 years pass, and we find Yuka Okatsu at age 10, standing amidst the hush of another mourning ceremony. The crowd whispers that ever since Granny Maki passed away, the old man had been fading by the day. She stands alone before the altar, a small figure in black swallowed by the cavernous silence of the funeral hall. The weight of being the last of her line begins to settle on her young shoulders. Leaning over the casket, she whispers a final, desperate promise to the man who believed in her. "I promise I'll be strong, just like you, Grandpa." She sobs, her fingers tracing the wood. The moment of grief is shattered by a cold, commanding voice from the shadows. An elder woman in a traditional kimono stands over her, her eyes fixed on the ring around Yuka's neck. "Give me the ring," she orders. Yuka looks up, her eyes puffy and confused, clutching the heirloom to her chest. "But why?" she stammers, unable to comprehend why her treasure is being demanded at her lowest moment. The woman explains that the ring is a cursed object belonging to the Gojo clan's warehouse, and it is destined for her brother, Tsurugi. Yuka's face contorts in defiance, shouting, "No way! Grandpa gave me this ring." The elder leans in closer, her gaze sharpening into a blade of pure authority. "Only Tsurugi is suited for this ring," she states coldly. "You have no right to have it." The hallway echoes with the tomp-tomp of Yuka's feet as she chases after the man who took her treasure. Tsurugi, give it back! She screams, her grief transforming into a white-hot rage. She reaches out a hand, her face a mask of tear-streaked fury and desperation. That ring was really important to me and Grandpa. She bellows at the top of her lungs. Standing at age 11, Tsurugi Okatsu looks back with a cold, detached stare that makes him seem years older. Don't look at me, he says flatly. I didn't make the call. Yuka doesn't care about excuses. She only sees the brother who has stolen her last link to her grandfather. She pulls back a fist, her small frame trembling with the need to strike back. Then, give it back. The sound of impact echoes through the traditional house, a series of cracks and wounds that signal a fight between siblings. Above them, a single crow takes flight into the darkening sky. Yuka huddles on the ground, covered in bandages and nursing a bruised ego, her eyes still burning with tears. The physical pain is nothing compared to the betrayal of having her worth denied by her own blood. But in that moment of defeat, a new resolve is forged within the young girl's heart. I'm going to get stronger and show them, she vows. I'll make them say that I'm the one worthy of that ring. The scene shifts to a messy apartment where a man with long light hair plays retro games on a Crete television. Beside him, a young boy watches with interest, the room filled with the click-clack of controllers and idle chatter about watch time limits. They sit on a worn-out couch in what looks like a converted warehouse, the flickering light of the game the only thing cutting through the gloom. Well, I guess it's okay if it's normal, the man says, though his tone suggests he's playing a much darker game. The man glances sideways at the child, a predatory glint hidden behind his casual demeanor. Are you sure kids your age should be playing a game like this? He asks, testing the boy's boundaries with every word. Suddenly, the man's face drops into a chilling expression of apathy as a heavy thud echoes through the room. If it's normal, I guess you won't complain if it happens to you for real, huh? He whispers, and the boy's world suddenly turns cold. Back in the present, we see the Okatsu siblings as teenagers, Yuka at 16 and Tsurugi at 17, standing on a rooftop overlooking Kyoto. They are being briefed on a series of citizen abductions that are being treated as a high-level sorcery incident. They discuss the mission a newcomer approaches them, catching their attention. The tension between the siblings is palpable, a wall of silence that hasn't crumbled in years. The man introduces himself as Inspector Marulu Val Vol Yelvori, though he quickly tells them to just call him Maru. He has a strange mark on his face and a bandage on his forehead, looking every bit like an outsider trying to fit in. Yuka raises an eyebrow at the newcomer, her skepticism worn openly on her face. A jujutsu sorcerer from another country? That's unusual, she remarks, while Maru merely asks, is it? Yuka begins to explain the fundamentals of their world, noting that cursed energy is unique to the Japanese people. She realizes that the abductions are targeting them specifically to harvest this energy as a resource. Tsurugi interrupts with a scoff, pointing an accusing finger at Maru's apparent ignorance. Usami chimes in, confirming that the Japanese sell for a high price in the dark world of human trafficking. Yuka sighs, crossing her arms as she dismisses Tsurugi's concerns about Maru's presence. Who cares? It's just a little investigation, she says. It's not like we're gonna go up against curse users. Maru blinks, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and genuine surprise at the term. Curse users? He repeats, as if the concept is entirely alien to his culture. Tsurugi leans in, his face hardening into a grim expression of caution. The point is, you never know what could happen, he growls. I gotta spell every little nuance out for ya? The trio continues their journey, but the bickering between the siblings quickly reaches a boiling point. Tsurugi yells at Yuka to use her brain, while she retorts that they should just leave Maru behind if he becomes a burden. Yuka and Tsurugi turn on Maru simultaneously, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of threats and instructions. Curse users are bad jujitsu sorcerers, Tsurugi shouts, while Yuka threatens to ditch him if he doesn't keep quiet. Maru covers his ears, looking genuinely distressed by the sheer volume and ferocity of his guides. Sheesh, these two are vicious, he thinks. Plus, they're louder than me. They stop for a moment of quiet, where Yuka recalls the official visit representing the state party following the security treaty. She asks Maru which country he actually hails from, sensing a mystery beneath his surface. Maru's expression turns deadly serious, his eyes glowing with an inner intensity that stops their bickering cold. "I'm going to see for myself what you two are made of," he declares. "I need to check out the Earthlings who share our powers." Walking along the quiet riverbanks of Kyoto, the weight of their mission hangs heavy in the humid air. The bridge ahead represents the entrance into a territory where the rules of the city no longer apply. Maru stops them, raising a finger to make one thing crystal clear before they proceed. "I've received orders from the higher-ups not to interfere," he warns. "Don't rely on me, no matter what happens." The siblings don't even wait for him to finish, already breaking into a sprint toward the bridge. "Then let's leave him behind," Yuka shouts, with Tsurugi adding he's already in the way. Maru watches them go, his mouth hanging open in shock at their utter lack of professional courtesy. "Hey!" he yells after them, but they're already disappearing into the distance. He stomps his foot in frustration, shouting that it's not like he's a state guest who needs to be pampered. Tsurugi ignores him, leaping over a railing with practiced, athletic ease. The only response Maru receives is the lonely call of a crow flying overhead, mocking his solitary position on the bridge. He realizes he's been effectively abandoned by his own team. He ends up sitting alone on the riverbank, watching local children play nearby while he broods over his situation. The stuck-up attitude of the Okatsu siblings has clearly left a sour taste in his mouth. He buries his head in his arms, letting out a long, weary sigh as he contemplates the long night ahead. This diplomatic mission is turning out to be far more difficult than his superiors promised. Yuka suddenly appears beside him, looking down with a mixture of annoyance and pity. "You don't gotta cry about it," she says, her presence a silent apology for their earlier behavior. She winks at him, her tone softening just enough to bridge the gap between them. "'Cause then it's like, we're the bad guys," she adds with a playful grin. Maru stares at her, his eyes wide as he realizes she truly doesn't think she did anything wrong. She doesn't think she did anything wrong, he thinks, completely baffled by her logic. A loud, echoing gruel erupts from Maru's stomach, breaking the tension of the moment and grounding them in the reality of their hunger. He looks down, embarrassed, while Yuka just blinks in surprise. To make amends, they find a food stall, and Maru eagerly stuffs a piece of hot takoyaki into his mouth. "Delio, hot! It's delichiao, hot, hot!" he yelps, his eyes tearing up from the heat. The stall owner looks at him with a mix of amusement and disbelief as Yuka explains that takoyaki is everywhere in the Kansai region. "Why are you crying?" she asks, as Maru's tears of joy and pain continue to fall. Yuka pops a piece of food into her own mouth, explaining that while Kyoto has its charms, Osaka is the real capital of street food. Maru just nods, his mouth too full to respond, overwhelmed by the local flavors. Maru stares at the simple toothpick in his hand, his eyes shining with genuine admiration for this world's simple pleasures. "Man, this country's got it all," he whispers, his frustration finally beginning to melt away. Yuka leans back on the bench, reminding him that he'd better pay her back for the meal later. Maru, still caught in his culinary trance, just mumbles an apology, his mind far from his debts. They sit by the water. The conversation turns back to Tsurugi, and Maru notes how similar the two siblings actually are. Yuka scoffs at the suggestion, insisting that they are nothing alike and that he stole her most prized possession. She explains the story of the ring, the Gojo clan heirloom that her mother suddenly handed to her brother. We see a glimpse of Tsurugi in the past, the ring hanging around his neck like a burden he never asked for. Yuka insists that Tsurugi isn't actually that great of a sorcerer and that the only difference between them is a year of age. She stuffs another piece of food into her mouth, her resentment fueling her every word. Maru points out that Tsurugi seems to be a hard worker, but Yuka isn't having it. She points toward the traditional buildings nearby, her voice rising as she describes her brother's maniacal workout routine. She puffs out her cheeks in imitation of his serious face, mocking his perceived need for attention. "It's like he's begging for attention. Like, look at me. I'm working so hard and I'm so strong," she rants. She stands up and paces, declaring that she's working her butt off too and that Tsurugi doesn't even have the memories of their grandfather to justify keeping the ring. Maru just watches her, realizing how deep her hurt truly goes. A heavy silence falls between them as Yuka looks away, her anger momentarily spent. Maru watches her closely, his three eyes taking in every detail of her defiant posture. Suddenly, Maru has an idea, his face lighting up with an enthusiastic grin. "Why don't we complete this mission together then?" he suggests. "Show everybody just how good you are." He stands up, gesturing wildly as he explains that since he's an inspector, her working with him would make it look like she handled everything herself. Yuka looks at him, caught off guard by his sudden eagerness. She hesitates, reminding him that acting on your own is strictly forbidden in their line of work. Her eyes narrow as she considers the risk of defying Usami's orders. Maru's smile falters slightly, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead as he realizes he might have overstepped. "Oh," he mumbles, his excitement deflating as quickly as it arrived. But Yuka isn't entirely opposed to the idea. Covering her mouth as a small smirk plays across her lips. "I never said I wouldn't do it, though," she admits, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Maru beams at her, his joy radiated by the light catching his eyes. He's found an ally in this strange, hostile world, and he's not about to let the opportunity go to waste. The duo sets off. Their dynamic shifted from reluctant guides to partners in crime. Yuka tells him to stop just standing there and leads the way to the crime scene, while Maru warns her not to use stopping himself before he says cursed energy. They duck into an alleyway, Yuka pointing out the subtle clues that only a trained sorcerer would notice. Maru follows her lead, his alien senses heightened as they enter the heart of the mystery. They look up at the towering buildings and power lines of the city, searching for distortions in the air. The mundane world of Kyoto is about to be peeled back to reveal something far more sinister. Maru stops to pet a stray cat, his natural curiosity getting the better of him even in the middle of a mission. Yuka looks back, exasperated, her hand on her hip as she waits for her partner to focus. They arrive at a narrow, traditional street where the air feels unnaturally still. "Crap!" Yuka suddenly exclaims, sensing a shift in the environment that signals they've walked into a trap. Maru lies flat on his back in the middle of the street, complaining that he can't find a single lead. Yuka looks down at him with a deadpan stare, telling him not to just lie down in the middle of a public road. She taps a device on her wrist, her face lit by the blue glow of a holographic screen. "You mean you found something?" Maru asks, scrambling to his feet as he realizes she was being serious. The alleyways around them form a labyrinthine grid typical of old Kyoto, but filled with a strange, heavy aura. Yuka asks Maru which way he wants to turn at the next intersection. Testing his instincts, Maru points down another narrow path, and then another, choosing left and then right at random. He's completely lost, but Yuka is following a pattern that he can't see. They move deeper into the district, the atmosphere becomes increasingly oppressive. Yuka tells him she wants to go straight next, her voice lowered as she tracks a hidden trail through the city's veins. Maru notices that Yuka has been writing something down, and he asks her what she's doing. She stops, showing him a small card filled with notes, her expression grave as she prepares to explain her discovery. She holds up the card, which lists every direction Maru chose at random. "Ooh," Maru gasps, "you guessed which direction I was gonna pick, and you got all of them right." Yuka tells him to shut up and listen, her patience wearing thin as she prepares to explain the trap they've been walking into. Maru is still too caught up in her game to realize the danger they're in. She explains that the road they followed was under physical gaze manipulation, a curse designed to lead wanderers and children exactly where the sorcerer wants them to go. Maru's eyes widen in realization as she suggests this might be the trigger for a powerful barrier technique, a barrier that captures anyone who follows the path in that specific order, she deduces. The discovery hits home as they realize this is the perfect method for quietly kidnapping children without leaving a trace. Maru's face hardens into a mask of pure, righteous anger. We can't let him get away with it. He looks at Yuka with newfound respect, declaring that she's amazing and that everyone is about to see her true worth. Yuka looks away, her cheeks flushing slightly at the unexpected praise. She tries to brush it off, claiming that any window worth their salt could have figured it out. Maru just blinks, the term window being yet another mystery of earthly sorcery he has yet to decode. The moment is interrupted by Tsurugi, who suddenly appears behind them with his arms crossed and a look of deep disapproval. "Whoa! Tsurugi!" Maru shouts, jumping in surprise. Tsurugi demands to know where they've been slacking off, noting that if they keep following the path, they'll walk straight into the enemy's hands. Maru is shocked that his guide has already figured out the trap on his own. Maru is even more stunned when Tsurugi confirms he saw the barrier and is planning to go get a tool to deal with it. He tells them to wait, his mind already moving to the next phase of the operation. Tsurugi walks away, his back to them, leaving Yuka and Maru to watch him go. The silent tension between the siblings returns, a shadow that even the bright lights of Kyoto can't disperse. Yuka apologizes to Maru, her voice quiet and filled with a rare moment of vulnerability. "No worries," Maru responds, sensing the complex emotions swirling beneath her tough exterior. Maru asks her why she lets her brother get to her so much, and he reveals that he has a younger twin brother back on his home planet. Yuka looks up, surprised by the personal revelation from the alien inspector. He admits that he and his brother don't get along at all, despite his many attempts to patch things up. Yuka asks him what they're fighting about, her curiosity piqued by his honesty. Maru sighs, admitting there's no particular reason, just that his brother thinks he's too clumsy. Yuka thinks to herself that it's sad she can totally see that, even if she doesn't say it out loud. Boys carries a heavy weight of sadness, as he describes the pain of not being able to understand his own flesh and blood. "I didn't want you guys to end up in pain like me," he admits, explaining his desire for them to make up over the ring. Yuka shuts him down with a cold, dismissive look, telling him to stop projecting his own family issues onto her. "Anyway, it's not like this doesn't happen between siblings," she adds, closing the door on any further emotional bonding. The two stand in silence once more, the awkwardness of Maru's attempt at mediation hanging in the air like a thick fog. Maru looks utterly defeated, his head hanging low as Yuka ignores him. Maru is horrified by her lack of empathy, his face hidden in his hands as he wonders if subtle emotions are totally lost on her. He's beginning to realize that earthly sorcerers are a much tougher crowd than he anticipated. Yuka looks back over her shoulder, her gaze cold and determined. "I don't care about my brother as long as I get that ring back," she declares, reaffirming her singular goal. They arrive at the start of the path, where Tsurugi is already waiting with keep-out tape in hand. He's finished his report and is ready to close up the area to prevent anyone else from falling into the trap. Tsurugi stands back and surveys their work, the area now cordoned off with the yellow and black tape. "That should do it," he says, though the air still feels heavy with an unspoken threat. Yuka holds a roll of tape, her face set in a mask of concentration. She's following her brother's lead for now, but the friction between them is still very much present. Suddenly, a young boy ducked under the tape and ran past them into the restricted zone. Yuka looks back in shock, her eyes wide as she realizes they failed to secure the area. Her jaw drops in a moment of pure, unadulterated panic as the child disappears into the shadows. "No way," she gasps, her mind racing to find a way to stop him. Tsurugi is already moving, his eyes locked on the boy's retreating figure. He and Yuka exchange a silent, frantic look before they both break into a sprint, the tape ripping behind them as they ignore the very boundaries they just set. "Hey kid, wait," Tsurugi shouts, his voice echoing down the narrow hallway. They have to reach him before the barrier activates, or another innocent life will be lost to the shadows. The boy stops in a dark dead-end alley, looking around with a confused above his head. He doesn't see the massive spectral hand reaching out from the darkness behind him, its long claw-like fingers ready to close around his small frame. Yuka and Tsurugi burst onto the scene, their faces masks of pure horror as they see the spectral trap beginning to close. They shout in unison, their voices lost in the sudden, eerie silence of the alleyway. The giant hand squeezes into a fist, its grip tightening around a terrified boy as he is pulled into the void. The sound of his struggles is muffled by the unnatural power of the curse. With a final, the hand and the boy disappear into a black portal that leaves only a single drop of ink-like residue on the ground. "He disappeared," Maru shouts, arriving just a second too late. Tsurugi's eyes narrow, his face a mask of cold, focused fury as he realizes they've been outplayed. "Damn it," he growls, we're up against a pretty top-tier curse user if they worked spatial transference into a barrier technique. He doesn't hesitate, already moving toward the spot where the portal vanished. Maru, Yuka, I'm going after that kid, he orders, discarding his jacket and drawing his weapon in one fluid motion. Yuka demands to go with him, her voice filled with a mix of fear and determination. No, Tsurugi says flatly, his back to her as he prepares to leap into the unknown. Why not? She cries out. Tsurugi looked back over his shoulder, his eyes burning with a resolve that brooks no argument. Because I'm gonna prove I'm stronger than you, he says, throwing her own motivation back at her with a sting. Yuka bellows at him to shut up, her face a mask of tearful rage as she tries to follow him. Maru looks on in shock, caught between the warring siblings as Tsurugi disappears into the void. But as Tsurugi is pulled through the portal, the spectral hand reaches back out, pushing Yuka away with a force that sends her reeling. The barrier is selective, and it has already chosen its prey. Yuka stands in the alleyway, her breathing heavy as she stares at the empty space where her brother just was. A heavy clang echoes through the air as Tsurugi's katana falls to the ground, abandoned by its master. Maru looks at the discarded sword and the belt lying on the pavement, his expression one of utter confusion. Wait, why did it only take Tsurugi? He asks, his voice trembling slightly. The realization hits Yuka with the force of a physical blow. His katana got left behind? Because it's a cursed tool? She gasps. The barrier is repelling anyone with too much cursed energy. It's to keep sorcerers from breaching it. She explains that Tsurugi is a special case, a sorcerer who has no cursed energy of his own and must rely on cursed tools to fight. Now he's trapped in the enemy's lair, unarmed and alone with a frightened child. Yuka suddenly turns away, her face cold and unreadable as she suggests they should just report back to Usami and call it a day. Huh? Maru gasps, unable to believe her sudden change of heart. The streetlight hums overhead as Maru demands to know if she's really not going to help him. Yuka just stares at the sky, claiming she's got a plan that will work if they can just figure out where he is. She continues her cold rants, claiming she has zero motivation and that Tsurugi's current predicament is lame and serves him right. Maru looks at her, horrified by her apparent lack of concern for her only brother. Maru suggests they call Usami immediately, hoping the senior official can bring in reinforcements before it's too late. He looks at Yuka, searching for any sign of the girl who promised to get stronger to protect her legacy. Yuka admits that Usami is probably in Tokyo by now, and that while a sorcerer might come, it's not guaranteed. Her face is a mask of indifference, her eyes staring into a void that only she can see. Maru has finally had enough, shouting that this isn't right and that they should go help Tsurugi themselves. He's tired of her excuses and her pride, and he's ready to fight for the boy who risked everything to save a child. He leans in, his face inches from hers, his voice shaking with a mix of anger and desperation. If Tsurugi gets killed, you're gonna regret it for the rest of your life, he bellows, hoping to shake her out of her apathy. Yuka looks up at him, her eyes wide with shock as he declares that they can't let that happen. She's never seen the easygoing alien inspector this fired up, and it catches her completely off guard. Maru continues his impassioned plea, telling her to trust her brother despite their fights and his insult. But if he dies now, that'll never happen, he shouts, his hand gripping the hilt of Tsurugi's katana. Yuka snaps back, her own anger flaring as she accuses him of pushing his own ideals on her when he just showed up here. She's tired of being told how to feel about a brother who has only ever looked down on her. Maru doesn't back down, shouting that if someone can't live up to his ideals, he's the one who gets hurt, not them. What's wrong with having ideals? He asks, his voice cracking with emotion. He admits that it will hurt like hell, but that pain is a small price to pay for a chance at a better world. He is a warrior of the stars, and he won't stand by while a family tears itself apart. He challenges her to give up on her ideals only after she's been hurt and humiliated, trying to reach them. Don't you dare give up on yours either, he bellows, his 3 eyes burning with an intense inner light. Yuka looks away, her face partially hidden in the shadows as she repeats that she won't go and save him. The silence that follows is heavy with the weight of her decision. Maru looks at her, his expression one of pure disappointment. He's offered her a hand, and she's slapped it away, choosing her pride over her own flesh and blood. "Oh," he mumbles, his voice hollow. But then Yuka's face shifts, a vein popping on her forehead as she clenches her fist until her knuckles turn white. "I'm gonna go punch his face in," she growls, her tone shifting from apathy to a lethal, directed rage. Maru looks at her, a small, knowing smile creeping onto his face as he realizes she was just waiting for the right motivation. The Okatsu fire is far from extinguished. It just needed a little more fuel. High above the old district of Kyoto, the sun begins to set, casting long shadows over the rooftops. "All right, let's go," Maru shouts, ready to follow his guide into the mouth of the beast. Yuka gestures to the streets below, explaining how the grid pattern of the city makes it the perfect canvas for her own counter-barrier. She's already tracing the lines of power with her fingers, her mind working at a blinding speed. Inside the villain's lair, Tsurugi is tied to a chair, his face bruised and his breathing heavy. The human trafficker sits comfortably on his couch, casually explaining how the city's layout is really compatible with his barrier technique. Tsurugi scoffs, spitting blood onto the floor as he insults the villain's choice of location. "So you decided to do it by Jujutsu High, right on the Jujutsu sorcerer's home turf? What a dumbass," he sneers, his spirit unbroken. The villain just laughs, his eyes cold as he points out that Tsurugi is the one currently in restraints. "Who's the dumbass now?" he asks, his voice filled with a condescending smugness that makes Tsurugi's blood boil. He continues his casual monologue, assuming Tsurugi has already heard the rumors about the coming change in the world. He mentions that he's gonna quit human trafficking, a statement that catches Tsurugi completely off guard. Tsurugi demands that he spit it out and explain what he means. He's starting to realize that the abductions and the barrier are just small pieces of a much larger, more terrifying puzzle. The villain leans forward, his voice dropping to a whisper that fills the small room with a sense of impending doom. "Aliens have come here," he reveals, letting the words hang in the air like a death sentence. Tsurugi looks at him with a mix of disbelief and pity, thinking he's just one of those tinfoil hat people who's lost touch with reality. The villain just sighs, looking at the ceiling. Unfortunately, I'm telling the truth. An image of Earth from space appears, as the villain explains that the Inspector General has declared this extraterrestrial invasion as a special grade incident. It's a threat on par with the attack by Ryomen Sukuna nearly 7 decades ago. Tsurugi's face goes pale as he hears the name of the monster that once nearly destroyed the world. "Ryomen Sukuna? That's impossible," he shouts. "He's the monster who created Ground Zero at the Inhuman Makio." The villain stands by a window overlooking the city, explaining how the Kyoto Paranormal Security Treaty has left all diplomacy with aliens entirely up to Japan. He notes that the cultural barriers between planets are unavoidable and will lead to huge distortions. He turns back to Tsurugi, his face cast in shadow as he predicts a war that will inevitably end with an invasion. He's already preparing for a world where the old power structures of Jujutsu sorcery are rendered obsolete. Tsurugi narrows his eyes, demanding to know what this diplomatic mission and the coming war will really mean. He's starting to see the villain's plan, a desperate play to profit from the chaos of a global collapse. The villain mentions Satoru Gojo and Yuji Itadori, the legendary figures who put a stop to the Calling Game 68 years ago. He asks Tsurugi if he knows of anyone as extraordinary as them in the modern era. Knowing the answer is a resounding no. He describes a future where the value of Japanese citizens will plummet as the world realizes how weak their sorcerers have become. The shady new energy business built on cursed power will crumble, leaving him with no way to make easy money. He leans in close to Tsurugi, his eyes reflecting a cold, mercenary logic. "That's why my plan is to make one last sale and profit. By selling you," he reveals, his voice devoid of any human empathy. Tsurugi mocks him, asking if he plans on selling him and the kid as a set. He realizes that his life is only being spared because he's a commodity, a rare specimen with a famous lineage that will fetch a high price on the black market. The villain simply says no, as the door to a back room begins to slide open with a heavy kata-kata sound. The air behind the door is thick with the scent of fear and a strange, metallic ozone. Inside the room, dozens of children are kept in glowing, fluid-filled pods, their bodies suspended in a state of suspended animation. "I've already packaged the child," the villain says, gesturing to the horrific sight of his inventory. A close-up reveals one of the children curled up inside a pod, a breathing mask covering his face as he floats in the eerie blue light. The cold efficiency of the operation is more terrifying than any curse. The villain tells Tuyu that while his cursed energy is weak, he's still a sorcerer, and that alone makes him valuable enough for the auction block. He has no regard for the lives he's ruining, only the profit he can squeeze out of them. He admits he's fed up with kids anyway, calling them dirty, unimaginative, and annoying. He's a man who has traded his humanity for a paycheck, and he's ready to leave this world behind for a better life in the stars. Tsurugi looks at the pods, his face a mask of silent, growing horror as he realizes the scale of the villain's operation. He's never felt more helpless, tied to a chair while a monster prepares to sell his own future and the lives of dozens of children. He looks back at the villain with a look of pure, unadulterated disgust. "Probably 'cause you're on the same level as them," he retorts. "You're a pathetic adult who can't even get a real job. At least the kids are cute." A heavy thumping echoes through the room as the villain takes a single, purposeful step towards Tsurugi. His playful demeanor has vanished, replaced by a cold, violent intent that makes the air feel thick and heavy. Tsurugi grinds his teeth, bracing himself for the impact as he stares defiantly into the face of his captor. He knows what's coming, and he refuses to show any sign of fear, even as his heart hammers against his ribs. With a sudden boof, the villain delivers a powerful kick that sends Tsurugi reeling, the force of the blow throwing him backward in his chair. The violence is sudden and brutal, a clear message that his defiance has a price. The villain looks down at him, his voice low and dripping with malice. "The more I speak to children, the more I hate them," he growls, as Tsurugi struggles to regain his breath on the floor. He continues to kick and strike the bound Tsurugi with a series of blams and cracks, telling him to stop acting tough. He mocks Tsurugi's position in the Old City District, a place left to rot for lack of funds, before the new treaties were signed. The villain grabs Tsurugi by the hair, shouting at him to go ahead and scream at the top of your lungs. He is enjoying the display of power, a pathetic man finally feeling like a god in his own small dark corner of the world. He throws his head back and laughs, a hideous, echoing sound that fills the warehouse. "No one will come to save you," he bellows, his face a mask of pure, unhinged madness. Suddenly, a massive cry erupts from the side of the warehouse as the wall is obliterated in a shower of brick and dust. Yuka leaps through the opening, her face a mask of lethal focus as she lands in the center of the room. Villain gasps, his laughter cut short. Yuka and Maru stand ready in the middle of the warehouse, their presence a beacon of hope in the dark. Maru holds Tsurugi's katana, looking every bit like a warrior as he prepares for the final confrontation. The villain looks back in shock, his eyes wide as he realizes his fortress has been breached by two teenagers and an alien. His world is beginning to crumble, and he knows he's running out of time. Tsurugi looks up from the floor, his eyes filled with a mix of relief and genuine surprise as he sees his sister standing there. He never thought she would come, and the sight of her fills him with a newfound strength. Muru reaches out and takes Yuka's hand, explaining his plan to use his curse technique to bring her and the world into harmony. He asks if she and Tsurugi are biological siblings, needing the connection to ground his power. He explains that his technique will seek balance and find the person who's an equal match with her. In other words, it will find Tsurugi. Yuka looks at him, her skepticism finally replaced by a desperate, flickering hope. Maru asks if she's sure she should use cursed energy, and Yuka insists that it's only a little bit and that it's safe. She's willing to risk anything to save her brother, and she's ready to let Maru's power flow through her. With a sudden rip, the cords binding Tsurugi's wrists are torn asunder by an invisible force. He is free, and the tide of the battle is about to turn in their favor. The trio stands together in the middle of the warehouse, their presence creating a wall of defiance that the villain can't breach. "Give back the children," and Yuka begins, her voice ringing out with a new authority. "Tsurugi," she bellows, and Maru's eyes glow with an inner fire as he channels his power into the siblings. The connection between them is forged in iron and ancient blood, a bond that no curse can break. Yuka stands in a powerful stance, pointing an accusing finger at the villain as her own cursed power begins to manifest in a shimmering aura. "Let's fight," she shouts, ready to unleash the fury she's been nursing for years. Tsurugi looks up at her, a single "huh," escaping his lips as he takes in his sister's sudden transformation. He's never seen her like this, and it fills him with a sense of pride he's never been able to express. Maru looks on with a frantic, sweating expression, shouting, "Right now?" as the battle erupts around him. He's finally seen the true spirit of Earth sorcerers, and it's far more explosive than he ever imagined. The warehouse becomes a blurred field of motion as Yuka and Tsurugi move in perfect, instinctive synchronization. They strike at the villain from both sides, their movements punctuated by a flurry of whops, cracks, and daps as they dismantle his defense. Yuka's face is a mask of pure focus as she delivers a blindingly fast blow, her eyes locked on the villain's terrified expression. She's the granddaughter of Maki Zenin, and her strength is a force of nature that cannot be denied. With a final voice, they land back to back, their breathing synchronized as the villain collapses to his knees. The first phase of the battle is over, and the power of the Okatsu siblings has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. The villain skids across the floor with a series of skoo sounds, his body battered and his barrier shattered into pieces. Yuka and Tsurugi stand over him, their faces set in grim masks of justice. Yuka looks down, her face once again covered in tears as she realizes how close she came to losing everything. "Ah, damn it," she whispers. "He's so strong." She recalls watching Tsurugi train in the yard of their house, his dedication to becoming stronger always a step ahead of her own. "I mean, I already knew that," she admits, her voice softening with a rare moment of respect. She wipes the tears from her face with a series of crotch sounds, her resolve hardened by the ordeal they've just endured. The bond between them is still fragile, but it's no longer broken. She points at the fallen villain, her voice regaining its strength as she orders him to give it up. Tsurugi stands behind her, rubbing the back of his neck as he asks, "Hey, what was that all about?" The villain looks up, his face a mask of bruised, bloody defeat as he wipes his mouth. He is a beaten man, but his eyes still hold a glimmer of the dark secrets he revealed earlier. Yuka narrows her eyes, her gaze piercing through the darkness of the warehouse. She is no longer just a girl chasing a ring. She is a sorcerer who has seen the true face of evil and chosen to stand against it. Suddenly, she brings her hands together with a sharp clap, summoning her power for a final, decisive strike. "Savage Jaw Strike," she bellows, and the air around her begins to crackle with an intense blue energy. She lunges forward with a blinding slash, her hands glowing with an unnatural light as she strikes the final blow. The villain's world suddenly explodes into a white-hot flash of pain and power. The villain is stunned, a single, escaping his lips as he realizes she's using a martial arts Keishoken strike infused with cursed properties. His own power is nothing compared to the raw, unrefined strength she's unleashing. He reaches for a talisman on the floor with a desperate tss, hoping to regain his footing. But Yuka is already on him, her every movement directed by a fury that has been building for years. With a final shh, she drives him into the ground, the force of the impact shaking the entire warehouse. The battle is finally over, and the villain lies still amidst the wreckage of his own dark ambitions. Yuka and Tsurugi stand over the fallen man, their bodies covered in dust and sweat as they catch their breath. The whap and ga of the battle still echo in their ears, but the silence that follows is even more powerful. Yuka's eyes widen as she realizes the magnitude of the power she just unleashed. She can feel the barrier technique filling the room, a lingering energy that signals the end of the villain's control. Tsurugi reaches for his katana, his voice low and dangerous. "This is pissing me off," he growls. "Give me the katana, Maru." A sudden crackly sound erupts from the blade, catching the villain's attention. "Huh, what's that sound?" he gasps, his eyes wide with a new, even deeper fear. A close-up reveals the hilt of the sword as the cursed tool Hanoyagi begins to activate. The sparks generated from the scabbard and guard are infused directly into the blades, creating a weapon of pure, elemental power. Tsurugi prepares his final technique, his face set in a mask of lethal focus. New shadow style, Bato sword drawing, he bellows, and the blade erupts into a shimmering arc of light and heat. The villain is horrified as he sees his talismans, the foundation of his barrier, begin to catch fire and burn away. The katana's on fire, he screams. It's burning the talismans, forming my barrier. Yuka lunges forward once more, her own technique overlapping with her brother's in a final, savage jaw strike. The power of the Okotsu siblings is unleashed in a single, devastating moment that levels the remaining structures of the warehouse. The villain is caught in a biting twist. His body spun through the air with a series of cracks as he is finally and fully defeated. The warehouse is filled with the scent of ozone and charred paper as the battle finally reaches its conclusion. Yuka stands in the wreckage, her face glowing with a mixture of exhaustion and pride. She has finally proven her worth, not just to her brother, but to herself. Tsurugi looks at his sister, his own pride hidden behind his usual serious demeanor. He doesn't say a word, but the way he holds his sword shows that he's finally seen the true power within her. He lets out a long, weary breath, his shoulders finally beginning to relax as the adrenaline fades. The mission is over, and the city of Kyoto is safe once more. Suddenly, a series of croakle sounds erupts from behind them, and Maru yelps in pain as the heat from the battle finally reaches him. "Hot! Hot!" he shouts, dancing around as he tries to cool down. The text reveals that everything is fine, and the kids are safe, their pods already being deactivated by the police reinforcements arriving outside. Maru stands by the pods, his arms outstretched as he assures them that the children are breathing normally. Tsurugi and Yuka watch from a distance, their earlier hostility replaced by a weary sense of accomplishment. Yuka stands tall, her hand on her hip as she looks at her brother. "You've gotten stronger, huh?" she remarks, her voice holding a rare note of genuine praise. Tsurugi looks back at her, his face softening for the first time in years. He knows he has his sister to thank for his life, and he knows that the legacy of their family is in good hands. He vows to work even harder so he can give back the ring soon, acknowledging that she is indeed worthy of the honor. Yuka just looks away, her own resolve hardened by the promise. The story shifts back to another memory of a young Tsurugi shouting "Granny!" as he runs toward a familiar figure in the distance. The whap of his feet on the ground is a sound of pure childhood joy. He holds a snake high in the air, his face beaming with pride as he calls out to her again. He was once a happy, carefree child, before the weight of his destiny began to pull him down. But memories of pain also returned, as a young Tsurugi sits on the ground with a scraped knee, his face contorted in a scream of pain as he calls for help. He has always been a fighter, even when he had nothing but his own tears to defend him. A figure looks down at the young Tsurugi, telling him that he is a lot like me. Tsurugi looks up in shock, asking, "I am?" his eyes filled with a desperate need for connection. The figure explains that while getting stronger through loss is possible, it's a double-edged sword that requires great care. Tsurugi listens with wide-eyed intensity, his young mind already beginning to understand the cost of power. He stands alone on a traditional porch, looking out at the world with a sense of isolation that will define his teenage years. The memory of the ring, "I want you to have this ring," is a phantom that continues to haunt him. He watches from a distance as the elder woman hands the ring over, her voice explaining that it's a protective charm to ward off danger. "You don't need it, Tsurugi," she says, her words a bitter pill to swallow. The reason she gives is simple and devastating. "Because you're strong." Tsurugi looks down, the weight of the compliment feeling more like a curse than a blessing. He lets out a small, bitter heh 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 as he swings alone on a playground, the sound of his laughter lost in the wind. He has been chosen for greatness, and he hates every moment of it. A hand places the ring on a small silk cushion with a soft swoof, sealing the deal that will change their family forever. "This ring belongs to you starting today," the voice says, finalizing the transfer. The young Tsurugi looks down at the treasure, his face a mask of silent, budding resentment. He asks, "But why?" only to be told that it's because he needs it the most. The older woman sits before him, her face calm and unreadable, as she explains that it was the Gojo clan's decision. Tsurugi insists he doesn't need something like that at all, but his protests fall on deaf ears. The elder's eyes narrow, her gaze boring into his with a terrifying intensity. "What you want is irrelevant," she states, and the words settle over him like a shroud. Tsurugi breaks into a desperate sprint, his "Wah!" echoing across the countryside as he tries to run away from his own destiny. The world around him is a blur of motion and sound as he seeks a freedom he will never find. He bellows that he doesn't need some charm and that he's going to get stronger to show everyone his true power. "Granny was the one who trained me," he shouts, his voice cracking with the effort. He vows to make them say that he doesn't need the ring and that he is Maki's grandson after all. The weight of his lineage is a flame that consumes his childhood, leaving only a hardened warrior in its wake. The memory ends with a final, silent apology to his sister. "Sorry, Yuka, just let me hang on to it till then," he thinks, the words a silent plea for understanding that he can never say out loud. Back in the present, Tsurugi sits on the floor of the warehouse, his head hanging low as he processes the events of the night. Yuka stands over him, her expression a mix of concern and lingering frustration. "What do you mean by—" she begins. The villain lies tied up on the floor, calling them all idiots as he struggles against his restraints. Maru stands by, watching the scene with a mixture of amusement and genuine relief that the ordeal is over. The villain's eyes burn with a lethal intensity as he declares that idiots should just die. He is a man who has lost everything and has nothing left but his own bitter, hollow rage. Suddenly, a series of heavy woo sounds echo through the warehouse as the ground begins to shake. Three-way portals appear on the floor, and the air is filled with an intense, pulsing energy that signals the arrival of something new. Tsurugi jumps to his feet, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Crap, he cast that barrier technique in the room with the kids too?" he shouts, his mind racing to find a solution. Yuka looks on in horror, realizing the villain's final, desperate plan. "He's gonna try to transfer just the kids?" she gasps, her voice trembling with the realization of his cruelty. The villain looks up, a chilling smirk playing across his lips as he reveals that he's already secured a buyer. He is ready to send the children into the void, regardless of the consequences for their young lives. The warehouse suddenly goes pitch black, except for the eerie, glowing light of a single, massive eye that appears in the center of the room. It is a symbol of a power that dwarfs even the strongest sorcerers on Earth. Maru's face transforms, his third eye opening wide as he unleashes his true power. The air around him crackles with an intense, pulsing energy that pushes the shadows back and stabilizes the crumbling warehouse. The villain looks on in pure, unadulterated shock as he realizes he has been fighting a force he can never hope to defeat, his own dark powers extinguished by the brilliance of Maru's alien energy. With a final thud, the villain collapses to the floor, his spirit and his body finally broken. Yuka and Tsurugi stand over him, their faces masks of silent relief as the danger finally passes. Yuka looks at Maru, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and lingering suspicion. "Maru, what was that?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper in the silent room. Tsurugi narrows his eyes, sensing a deeper mystery beneath Maru's apparent helpfulness. "Wait a minute," he mumbles, his hands still gripped tight around his weapon. The text "Aliens have come here" appears across a view of the Earth, a reminder of the global shift that is currently taking place. The world is a much smaller, more dangerous place than they ever imagined. Maru looks at them, his expression a mix of exhaustion and genuine concern. "Are you an alien?" Yuka asks, and the question hangs in the air as the screen fades to black. "Be continued," the caption reads, leaving their fate hanging in the balance. The story shifts to the Kyoto Museum of Emerging Science and Innovation, where two men in sharp business suits walk through a high-tech hallway. They are discussing the quarantines and risk assessment protocols for the new arrivals, their voices echoing in the sterile environment. One of the men expresses concern that they might offend the visitors by sending only two men to greet them, noting that they know nothing about their idea of gender norms. The weight of diplomatic failure hangs heavy in the air. The other man, Usami, looks back with a mask of professional stoicism. "Now you're getting it," he says. "It all comes down to luck, from here on out. They walk under a massive glowing globe that hangs from the ceiling, a reminder of the fragile planet they are trying to protect. And here I studied so much so this kind of thing wouldn't happen. The first man sighs. They enter a high-tech chamber where the Sumerian envoy, Jabaloma, is waiting for them. He is a massive, imposing figure with a single glowing eye and a smile that doesn't reach his cold, detached gaze. He introduces himself and his dispatch officer, Cross. Jabaloma expresses his deepest gratitude to the people of Earth for their warm welcome, his voice booming in the small room. Cross stands behind him, his 3 eyes scanning the humans with a predatory interest. Usami's eyes widen as he realizes the envoy is speaking perfect Japanese. They're speaking Japanese, he thinks, his mind racing to adjust his diplomatic strategy to this unexpected development. He shakes Jabaloma's hand with a firm urge, his face a mask of polite professional interest. "My name is Usami, the acting minister for foreign affairs," he says, his heart hammering against his ribs. He introduces his subordinate, Mino, as they navigate the delicate opening moves of their first interstellar negotiation. The tension in the room is palpable, a wall of mutual suspicion that even the brightest lights can't pierce. A close-up of Usami reveals his internal monologue as he realizes the Sumerians have the upper hand in gathering intel. He knows that Japan's uncooperative history with the international community will make it impossible to get help now. They sit at 2 curved desks facing each other, the vast chamber amplifying every word and every sound. Jabaloma mentions they have a favor to ask, and Usami responds with a polite, of course." Jabaloma explains that the concept of being unarmed is meaningless for his kin, which makes their presence at the meeting a potential threat. A massive, horned Sumerian warrior stands in the shadows with a series of clack sounds, his presence a silent reminder of their overwhelming strength. Back on a high-tech train, Usami and Mino sit across from each other, the city lights blurred beyond the windows. The pressure of the negotiation has clearly taken its toll on both men. Mino leans back with a weary sigh, asking if he's still alive. Usami just stares at his coffee, his mind still trapped in the high-tech chamber with Jabaloma and the horned warrior. Mino rubs his face in frustration, declaring that this is bad. He knows that the Sumerians could easily take over the entire country if they truly wanted to, and the realization makes his blood run cold. Usami agrees, noting that it's no wonder the situation is being compared to the threat of Ryomen Sukuna. He knows they are standing on the edge of a precipice, and one wrong move could plunge the world into a war they cannot win. Usami reflects on how clear their position has become. They could easily take over our country if they really wanted to, he admits. The aliens haven't made demands yet, but their presence alone is a crushing weight on the nation's pride. He looks down at his glass of tea, the steam curling into the air. What are we supposed to say? "Hey, thanks for not invading our country?" he scoffs. The humiliation of their weakness is a bitter pill to swallow. Usami stares into his drink, his face set in a grim mask. He recounts the alien demand. Conceal the fact that our Sumerian envoy is an alien, and let him accompany jujutsu sorcerers to school and on missions. It sounds simple, but the implications are staggering. An image of Maru standing with a massive horned Sumerian warrior flashes across the screen. They look like gods compared to the mortal sorcerers, their power radiating even through the silence of the photograph. Back on the train, Usami announces his decision. I'll assign the Akatsu siblings to the job. Mino is shocked, questioning if they aren't way too young for this, but Usami knows that only the next generation has the flexibility to handle this new reality. Usami looks out the window, his eyes cold and focused. He notes that for an isolationist nation like Japan, it's easy to fall into exclusionary sentiments, especially after the surge of nationalism decades ago. A stack of black case files lies on the table, a reminder of the paranormal resolution 62 years prior. We can't repeat the same mistakes, Usami says, his voice carrying the weight of history. Mino leans in, his face tight with anxiety. He warns that their current diplomacy is superficial and based on formalities. If this keeps up, we'll just be subtly flashing our deterrence back and forth, he says, fearing a slow-burn disaster. Mino's eyes narrow as he predicts the end result. Public sentiment will turn, exclusionary campaigns will rise, and the tension will escalate into armed conflict. The camera closes in on Mino's face, his eyes wide with the terror of his own prediction. And ultimately war, he whispers, the word hanging in the air like a death sentence. Usami leans in, his expression hardening into one of pure, unyielding resolve. War's the one thing we can't allow, he declares. We must avoid that at all costs. He slams a fist onto the table, his eyes burning with a new fire. We can't open up the Samorians' hearts with our adult formalities. We need the spirit of a new era, he shouts, his voice echoing in the cabin. Mina looks at him, surprised by the sudden outburst of passion from his usually cold superior. Wasn't expecting that from him, he thinks. A flicker of hope starting to burn in his chest. Usami continues, his tone softening as he describes a future where true harmony is achieved through the next generation. Mino is still skeptical, asking if they're really going to entrust the fate of Japan and the world to teenagers. The scene shifts back to the park, where Yuka and Tsurugi sit together in the evening light. Yuka looks at her brother with a look of pure, unadulterated disbelief. Aliens? It's a wild leap you're making there, she scoffs. Tsurugi looks down, his face a mask of silent concern. It's what the curse user told me. He said aliens have come here, he repeats, his voice steady despite the madness of the statement. He goes on to explain that the Inspector General is treating the situation as a special grade case, on par with Ryoma and Sukuna. The gravity of the threat is finally starting to settle over them both. Yuka's eyes widen in realization. Ryoma and Sukuna? The one responsible for that scar on Grandpa's forehead? She asks, the name carrying a legendary weight in their family's history? Tsurugi admits the villain was trash, but he trusts his judgment in this one matter. If a high-level criminal is dropping his racket because of an alien invasion, then the threat must be real. He looks back at Maru, who is sitting nearby, petrified by the conversation. Tsurugi reminds his sister that she saw Maru's third eye for herself, a clear sign that he isn't human. Maru looks at them, his expression one of pure, innocent confusion as he covers his third eye. He looks like a lost child rather than an alien invader, which only adds to the complexity of the situation. Yuka and Tsurugi watch him, their skepticism slowly turning into a grim acceptance. Yuka admits she's seen sorcerers with missing eyes, but never one with extras. She stands up, her face set in a mask of determination. Then let's check and find out for sure, she suggests, ready to get to the bottom of the mystery once and for all. Tsurugi shakes his head, pointing out that Usami introduced Maru as an inspector from the security treaty. He knows that the government wouldn't share that kind of intel with grunts like us just yet. Yuka retorts that asking Maru directly would be just as pointless as asking Usami. She's frustrated by the wall of silence surrounding their newest team member. Tsurugi adds that, more importantly, he can't trust Maru. He's a warrior who relies on his instincts, and his instincts are telling him that Maru is hiding something big. Yuka looks at him, reminding him that he said he trusts the villain's judgment. Oh yeah, Tsurugi mumbles, realizing the contradiction in his own logic. The scene shifts to a holding cell where the villain, blonde and battered, sits with a smug smirk on his face. I knew you'd come, he says as Yuka and Tsurugi enter the room. A few minutes earlier, we see Tsurugi shouting for his companions to stand back as the police transport arrives. He's concerned that the perp might be concealing an explosive cursed object, but Yuka just rolls her eyes. Back in the cell, Yuka and Tsurugi look at the villain with a look of pure, unadulterated disgust. I knew it, he says. I don't like him, Tsurugi mumbles, his hand itching for his sword. The villain laughs, mocking Tsurugi's intelligence and calling him an idiot who thinks he's a genius. He's trying to get under their skin, even while in chains. Yuka winks at Tsurugi, declaring that that's my brother with a rare moment of sibling pride. Tsurugi just tells her to suit up and leave me out of this, but his face shows he's secretly pleased. The villain leans forward, his voice dripping with a predatory interest. You want to know about aliens, right? He asks, his smile widening into a hideous grin. Tsurugi demands to know how he got the info in the first place, his voice hard and uncompromising. He's ready to pry the truth out of the man, one way or another. An image of flickering computer screens and data graphs appears, as the villain explains that info managed digitally will be leaked. He mocks the government's scramble to maintain their systems after the AI regulations. Back in the park, the siblings discuss the information they've gathered. Yuka asks if Tsurugi is really going to keep going with the premise that aliens are actually real. The villain's words echo in Tsurugi's mind. The aliens, they call themselves Samorians. He looks at Yuka, his face grave. What have you, stupid? He mumbles, unable to find the words to express his unease. Tsurugi recalls the villain's final taunt. You work with the paranormal every day, but at the same time you're denying the paranormal? He realizes that his own skepticism is his greatest weakness. He admits that they just want some kind of confirmation that aliens really have come to Earth. He's looking for a truth that he's not even sure he wants to find. The villain reveals the terrifying scale of the invasion. A mothership containing 50,000 Samorians is floating above the country as they speak. Tsurugi is stunned, realizing that 50,000 is enough to fill Koshien Stadium to capacity. Tsurugi asks how such a massive ship could be floating above us with nobody noticing. Yuka suggests it could be a barrier technique, like a curtain, or some advanced alien tech they don't understand yet. Tsurugi's eyes widen in a moment of pure, unadulterated terror. If all 50,000 of them can use jujitsu, how the hell would we deal with them? He wonders, his voice barely a whisper. The moon hangs high over a traditional Japanese pagoda, a symbol of a world that is about to be changed forever. The villain notes that even the Samorians have limits and will need supplies before the war officially begins. The screen shows a view of the Kuramayama Highlands in Nagano Prefecture, the site where the alien ship is expected to appear. The villain reveals that the visual effects of the ship will weaken while supplies are being loaded at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Back at the police transport, Mino asks about the explosive Tsurugi mentioned earlier. Yuka just waves him off, saying it's all good now, while the villain tells them to go there and see it for yourself. Yuka and Tsurugi walk away from the transport, their faces set in a mask of silent concern. Yuka notes that while the villain was awfully cooperative, his actions were technically treason and rebellion against the higher-ups. Tsurugi agrees, noting that the villain probably just wanted to cause a commotion so he could escape. He knows what happens to curse users who commit serious crimes, and he's not about to let him win. The villain leans his head back against the wall of his cell with a heavy... He's a man who has played his final card, and he's ready for the world to burn. Pisses me off, he mumbles with a final bitter smirk. The camera pans over the landscape of the Kuramayama Highlands, a quiet and beautiful place that is about to become ground zero for an interstellar conflict. The countdown to tomorrow night has officially begun. Yuka and Tsurugi trek through the dark forests of Nagano, the air thick with humidity. So damn humid even at night, Yuka complains, her flashlight cutting through the gloom. She questions their decision to aim for the top of the mountain, wondering if the ship could also be at the base. Tsurugi just looks back at her with a look of pure, unadulterated disbelief. Hey, he says, stopping her mid-sentence. He points out that they're talking about a spaceship in a mountain, and that obviously we go up. Yuka just stares at him, her face a mask of silent frustration at his simple logic. Are you for real? She asks. Yuka looks up at her brother, her gaze momentarily lingering on the ring hanging around his neck. The ring, she thinks. The memory of her grandfather's promise returning once again. A close-up reveals the simple metal ring, reflecting the dim light of their flashlights. It's a symbol of the power and the legacy they are both fighting to uphold. Tsurugi grips the ring with his hand, his voice hard and uncompromising. I'm not giving it back, he says, and the words fall between them like a challenge. He continues walking, explaining that while the clans treated their granny like a failure, she never gave up and shut them up with her true power. Yuka scoffs, thinking to herself, shut them up? Wasn't it more like she massacred her entire clan? Tsurugi pauses, his back to her as he admits that he wanna be just as powerful. He's been chasing his sister's shadow for years, and he's ready to finally step into the light. Yuka watches him go, her expression one of rare, quiet understanding. I feel like we're both chasing after our own ideas of the truth, she thinks, the distance between them finally starting to close. The camera pans out, showing images of their grandfather and their younger selves, all tied together by the image of the ring. They both wanted it back, and they both wanted to get stronger, but for very different reasons. Tsurugi suddenly stops, his hand shielding his eyes as he senses a sudden shift in the air. "No, that's not all," he whispers, his voice filled with a new, even deeper concern. He looks up at the sky, his face pale as he witnesses a distortion in the clouds. Something massive is beginning to manifest above them, a presence that dwarfs even the highest peaks of Nagano. Yuka gasps, her eyes wide as she witnesses a massive, monolithic structure descending through the clouds. It's a ship of incredible size and power, its surface gleaming with an unnatural blue light. The ship hangs over the highlands, a massive rectangle of alien metal that seems to swallow the very light of the stars. It's a sight beyond human comprehension, and it signals the official arrival of the Simorians. Tsurugi looks up in awe, his hand still shielding his eyes. "Damn. Aliens really are here," he says, his voice cracking with emotion. "So this is the special grade case that's on par with Ryomen Sukuna, huh?" He reflects on the legends of the past, how Grandpa and Granny Maki were able to defeat Sukuna against all odds. He knows that now it's their turn to stand on the front lines and protect their world. He looks at Yuka, his expression one of grim determination. "But no matter what happens, it's up to us, the Jujutsu sorcerers, to take care of it," he says. And Yuka responds with a simple, "Yup, that's what the treaty says." They stand together in the dark forest, looking up at the ship that is about to change their lives forever. "But Grandpa and Granny are both gone," Yuka says, her voice small and vulnerable. She admits that they won't stand a chance the way we are now. She knows she has to be just like, and her gaze lingers on the ship, searching for a strength she hasn't yet found. Tsurugi completes the thought, his own resolve burning in his eyes. "I want to be just as," he begins, his hand gripping the hilt of his katana. The camera pans out to show two legendary figures from the past, Maki Zenin and Yuta Okatsu. The Okatsu siblings are ready to uphold their legacy, no matter the cost. The scene shifts to a local market, where Maru is excitedly waving at Cross. "Cross, it's been a while," he shouts, his enthusiasm a sharp contrast to the grim reality of the highlands. Cross tells Maru to go back and stay with the Earthling sorcerers, emphasizing the need for his presence on the front lines. Maru is confused, asking, "Sure, but is that really necessary?" A close-up of Cross reveals his cold, unyielding gaze as he stares at Maru. He is a warrior first and foremost, and he has no time for his brother's casual interest in human culture. "What?" Maru asks, sensing the shift in tone. Cross explains that Earthlings are just like us Simorians. Some are good, and some are bad. But he warns that unless their ideas of what's good and bad are the same, any attempt at harmony is meaningless. He notes that their opinions are split on the matter, and that it's not for Maru to decide between conflict and coexistence. He is a soldier, and he is ready for war if that is what's required. Cross looks up at the sky, his face set in a grim mask. He is a man who has seen too many wars, and he knows that the cycle of violence is far from over. Maru snaps back, his own face contorting with a sudden, rare moment of defiance. "No, conflict is wrong," he bellows, his three eyes burning with an intense inner light. Cross looks back with a look of pure, unadulterated disapproval. He tells Maru that if that's what he thinks, then he should spend more time with the Earthlings and present your evidence for consideration. He turns and walks away, telling Maru that he has his own job to do. Maru was left standing alone in the market, watching his brother go as a heavy silence falls between them. Maru calls out, "Cross," but his brother doesn't look back. The rift between them is a canyon that even their shared blood can't bridge. Maru regains his usual cheerfulness, asking if they can have breakfast together tomorrow, since he's not going back to the ship yet. He's eager to share more of this world's culinary delights with his guides. But Tsurugi is already walking away, telling him that he's busy. He's a man with a mission, and he has no time for breakfast or alien camaraderie. The train gate beeps with an error message as Tsurugi tries to pass through. His insufficient balance is a small, human frustration that cuts through the gravity of their interstellar mission. Yuka and Tsurugi stand in the train station, looking at the gate in surprise. "Huh?" Yuka asks, while Tsurugi just sighs, realizing his student pass is empty. Yuka pops another piece of food into her mouth, asking him what he's doing. Tsurugi looks down, embarrassed, claiming he didn't come with my student pass this time. He taps his device, mumbling that he guess I gotta relink it. His earlier aura of serious resolve is momentarily shattered by the mundane realities of public transit. Tsurugi tells Yuka to go on without me, needing a moment to fix his pass. Yuka just looks back with a confused as her brother waves her away. The camera pans out to show the bustling Kyoto station, a sea of humans unaware of the alien ship currently floating over their heads. Yuka stands alone in the crowd, her brother just a few feet away but still miles apart. A close-up of Maru reveals his face as he watches them from a distance. He's found his evidence, and it's a story of two siblings who are trying to find their own way through the dark. Yuka finds Maru standing on a rooftop later that night, looking out over the city lights. "Hey Maru, what you doing?" she asks, her voice carrying a rare note of genuine concern. She warns him that if he hangs out up here, people will think he's gonna jump and call the cops. Plus, it's trespassing, she adds with a small playful grin. Tsurugi walks up behind her, asking Maru if they don't have rules like that on your planet. Maru just tells him to shut up, his face set in a mask of silent brooding. The silence returns, a heavy and oppressive weight that even the bright lights of Kyoto can't disperse. Maru tells them, "Don't talk to me," and then begins to run away across the rooftops with a series of tat-tat sounds. Tsurugi looks after him, his face contorted in a look of pure, unadulterated frustration. "The hell's his problem?" he shouts, as the screen fades to black for the final time. The future of Earth is in their hands, and it's going to be a long, difficult journey. To be continued. The morning sun glints off the modern glass facade of Shinosaka Station, a hub of constant motion and hidden secrets. Beneath the mundane commute, a new threat is being briefed to those who walk between worlds. Usami stands before his team, his voice steady as he drops a bombshell that defies logic. "A man-eating shark has appeared," he says, but the confusion on his team's faces suggests there's more to this than a simple predator. He looks directly at Maru, his expression unreadable as he clarifies the location. "It was spotted in Gifu," he confirms, setting the stage for an impossible hunt. The team exchanges incredulous glances as the absurdity of the geographic mismatch sinks in. "Ugh, isn't Gifu a landlocked prefecture?" one asks, while Maru simply wonders if they're being sent on a wild goose chase. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a terrifying reality is revealed through a surveillance photo. A massive predatory fin isn't cutting through water, but through the dense undergrowth of a forest floor. "This shark swims through forests," Usami warns. The high-speed train blurs past the Japanese countryside, a silver streak carrying three sorcerers toward a nightmare. Inside, the quiet hum of the tracks does little to soothe the tension growing between the teammates. Maru sits alone, staring out the window with a heavy silence that fills the cabin. Across from him, Tsurugi and Yuka watch him, the divide between them feeling wider than the aisle of the train. Maru's eyes narrow as he feels their gaze, his patience already wearing thin before the mission has even truly begun. "Don't talk to me," he mutters, drawing a line in the sand that Tsurugi seems determined to cross. He leans back, his voice dripping with a cynicism born from too many battles with the unseen. "Cursed spirits only appear in Tokyo," he states flatly, questioning the very nature of their current target. Tsurugi tilts his head, the markings on his face catching the light as he repeats the words with genuine curiosity. "Cursed spirits?" he asks, revealing a fundamental gap in his understanding of this world's dangers. Maru blinks, genuinely surprised by the alien youth's ignorance. "Oh, so I'm allowed to talk to you today?" Tsurugi asks with a cheeky grin, mocking Maru's earlier command. Maru sighs, realizing he has to explain the basics of their reality to these outsiders. "Cursed spirits are incarnations of the accumulated cursed energy that leaks out of people in this country," he explains, watching the realization dawn on their faces. Usami's mind is elsewhere, calculating the timing of these strange events. Missions to exorcise abominations like this haven't occurred outside of Tokyo for decades. He thinks, wondering why the world is suddenly changing. He looks at Maru, his eyes sharp as he voices the suspicion that has been gnawing at him since the briefing. "He's saying maybe this man-eating shark is actually another alien like you guys," he suggests, casting a shadow of doubt over Tsurugi's origins. Tsurugi jumps up, his hands balled into fists as he vehemently denies the connection. "What? I swear my compatriots don't look like that picture Usami showed us," he yells, his voice echoing in the quiet car. Anger quickly fades into a somber, guarded expression as he looks away. "I'm sorry. I'll talk about it when the time comes," he whispers. The mystery of his past remains locked away for now. Yuka places a gentle hand near him, her voice a soft anchor in the rising tide of suspicion. "I know you're not a bad guy," she says, her trust acting as a bridge between the sorcerers and the alien. Tsurugi looks up at her, the mention of her name bringing a flicker of hope to his eyes. "Yuka," he breathes, grateful for the sliver of understanding in a world that fears him. She stares at him, her eyes searching his for any sign of the truth he's hiding. "Probably," she adds, her pragmatism tempering her kindness as the train slows toward their destination. The rolling hills of Gifu appear through the window, but the serene landscape hides a grisly reality. There are 2 victims and 3 witnesses, the report echoes, detailing a predator that leaves no trace of water behind. The group stands outside a rural building, the air thick with the smell of pine and something far more metallic. "Are you sure that's what you saw?" Yuka asks, her voice barely a whisper against the mountain wind. A local man gestures wildly to his own face, his eyes wide with a lingering terror. "I saw it on a dark, moonless night with my very own aged eyes," he shouts, his conviction chilling the air around them. Yuka touches her temple, her mind racing to find a rational explanation for the old man's story. "So that's why I'm thinking, that's not what they really saw," she says, suspecting a trick of the light or something far more malevolent. Her device chirps, displaying a call from her contact, back in civilization. The autopsy results found bite marks that aren't like those from a bear or anything. The voice on the other end warns, heightening the mystery. Maru taps his device off, his face set in a grim mask as he prepares to head into the trees. "You heard her," he says, looking at Tsurugi as they step onto the path that leads into the predator's territory. He looks back at the dense forest, the shadows feeling longer and darker than they should be. "You sure these kind of things aren't secretly happening all over Japan?" he asks, questioning how much they truly know about their own borders. Tsurugi looks at him, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" he asks, sensing the deeper weight behind Maru's cynical question. The screen fades to black as a chilling thought is voiced into the void. "I believe the aliens will start a war and invade us," someone whispers, a prophecy of blood and steel. Maru stops, turning his back to the alien youth as he voices the fear that is beginning to take root in the public mind. "I'm asking if you guys are launching an underwater invasion," he demands, his hand hovering near his blade. Tsurugi's face contorts with effort and hidden pain, his eyes burning with a desperate sincerity. "I'm here so that doesn't happen," he shouts, his voice cracking under the pressure of his secret mission. The 2 stand in a clearing, the tension between them finally snapping into open confrontation. "What about you?" Tsurugi fires back. "You seriously think Earthlings' rationality and morality are developed enough to criticize aliens?" Maru's eyes widen at the sharp rebuke, the alien's words cutting through his defensive shell. "It's not like I wanted to," Tsurugi begins, his voice trailing off as he looks toward the shadows. He steps forward, his frustration boiling over as he gestures to the silent woods around them. "Why are you even picking a fight? What's your problem with me anyway?" he screams, his silhouette lonely against the vast forest. The argument escalates, their voices clashing like steel on steel. "I'm a jujutsu sorcerer. I could die during a mission at any time." Maru roars, his commitment to his path blinding him to anything else. Tsurugi points a finger at him, his own face twisted with anger and confusion. "If you're capable of pulling off a move like that, why didn't you just do it in the first place?" he asks, demanding answers Maru isn't ready to give. Maru leans in, his eyes cold and dangerous. "And you'd put those orders above a kid's life?" he asks, the question hanging in the air like a death sentence. Tsurugi falters, his mouth open but no words coming out. "Well," he starts, the weight of his duty suddenly feeling like a collar around his neck as the forest falls silent around them. Suddenly, a massive shape erupts from the foliage, a gray and white blur that defies every law of nature. A shark, massive and terrifying, glides through the air as if it were swimming through the ocean depths. Maru's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock, his mind struggling to process the impossible sight. The predator's presence is a silent scream against reality itself. Tsurugi is equally stunned, his eyes wide as he watches the land-bound monster drift toward them. The forest around them has become an alien sea, and they are the only prey in sight. The creature's dead eyes lock onto them, its jaw opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Shaw! Someone screams, the panic finally finding a voice as the hunt begins. The shark hovers just feet away from Tsurugi, its massive body casting a shadow over the forest boar. It doesn't lunge, it simply watches, its presence more unsettling than a direct attack. Maru snaps back to reality, his hand flying to the hilt of his blade as he drops into a combat stance. Wait. Tsurugi calls out, sensing something Maru has missed in his haste to strike. Tsurugi's face is a mask of desperate concern as he looks between his companion and the beast. If you use your cursed tool here, won't it cause a wildfire? He asks, his practicality stopping the violence for a brief moment. The two stand frozen in a black and white tableau, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Good point, the narration dryly notes, as the realization of their dangerous surroundings takes hold. The argument flares up again, the fear transformed into bickering as they stand before the hovering monster. What'd you just say? Tsurugi snaps, his nerves frayed beyond repair. But the predator has grown tired of their words. It lunges with a sudden, impossible burst of speed, its jaws snapping shut around Tsurugi's shoulder as he lets out a cry of shock and pain. Tsurugi struggles against the beast, his hands grasping at its slick gray skin as it thrashes him through the air. Now you can attack it without using fire, right? He shouts through gritted teeth, using his own body as bait. Maru draws his blade, the cold steel singing as it leaves the scabbard. And I don't need your help, he roars, his anger fueling a strike that is meant to end the threat once and for all. The blade is about to fall. The shark speaks. A human face peers out from the creature's neck, its expression calm and almost bored. Haven't seen you kids before, it says, shattering the illusion of the beast. Maru freezes, his blade inches from the shark's skin, his face a comic display of pure disbelief. The monster isn't a spirit, it's a man in a very convincing suit. Tsurugi's eyes bug out of his head as he realizes he's being chewed on by a man in a costume. The terror of the moment is instantly replaced by a deep, confusing embarrassment. The forest echoes with a collective shout of frustration and disbelief. It's an old geese, the scream, the mystery of the Gifu shark ending in a farcical reveal. The man in the suit stands tall, his hands on his hips as he looks down at the two stunned sorcerers. Who you calling old? I'm only 46, he bellows, his pride wounded far more than his shark skin. He looks at them with a critical eye, the shark head looming over his own face. And who Yuri? Students from Jujutsu High? He asks, revealing a knowledge of their world that suggests he isn't just some eccentric local. Maru looks away, the shame of almost being defeated by a mascot suit burning in his cheeks. Crap, he's my senpai? Gross, he thinks, realizing he's facing a senior member of his own order. The man continues his rant, gesturing wildly with his fin-clad arms. Do I look like I'd eat a person? He demands, while Tsurugi and Maru sit in the grass, their dignity in tatters. He crosses his arms over the white belly of the suit, his face stern. The name's Osada. Like I said, I'm a former jujutsu sorcerer. He introduces himself, his credentials as strange as his choice of clothing. A close-up of a tiger's eye fills the frame, the predator's gaze cold and calculated. A man-eating tiger's what's been appearing here, Osada explains, the true threat finally coming into focus. Maru's eyes widen, his skepticism returning. A tiger? You mean a wild tiger is in Japan? He asks, the absurdity of the situation seemingly never-ending. An image of a striped predator stalking through the darkness appears. Over a quarter-century ago, a pair of tigers brought in by illegal foreign traders made this mountain their home, Osada narrates, detailing a history of survival and isolation. Osada's eyes soften as he thinks back to the tiger he knew. He's been a real smart tiger ever since he was little, he says, revealing a bond that blurs the line between man and beast. He gestures toward the mountains, where massive rows of solar panels now gleam under the sun. Recently, a massive solar plant was restored, and the river dried up, he says, explain the environmental shift that drove the predator to desperation. A dry, rocky path through the woods highlights the devastation of the ecosystem. Toranosuke came down from the mountain looking for a source of water, and that's when he offed those villagers, Osada says, his voice heavy with regret. He looks down at the two students, his shark suit feeling less like a costume and more like a tool of his trade. My cursed technique allows me to summon and draw out the powers of whatever I wear, he explains, revealing the magic behind the madness. Expression hardens as he looks toward the deep woods. But I don't want to take Toranosuke down. I want to save him, he declares, setting himself against the mission the sorcerers were sent to complete. Maru doesn't flinch, his sense of justice as sharp as the blade at his side. A beast who killed people must be exterminated, he states flatly, his pragmatism leaving no room for sentiment. Osada's face is a mask of weary anger. You don't gotta tell me that, kid, he says, knowing all too well the cost of the path he has chosen to walk. A small weathered cabin appears in a high mountain meadow. My house is real far from town. I can manage a tiger or two if I gotta. Osada insists, his voice echoing across the empty slopes. Maru stands firm, his silhouette dark against the afternoon light. But I chose the path of coexistence, and I can't change my mind about it now, he says, his resolve an immovable object against Osada's desperate plea. Tsurugi watches them, the word coexistence echoing in his mind like a promise and a threat. It is the very question he was sent to answer, and here it is, written in blood and fur. He looks at Maru, his voice small and pleading. Please, Tsurugi. I'm asking on his behalf too, he says, but Maru's face remains as cold as winter stone. Osada looks away, his jaw tight. What? You mean take responsibility and slit my belly? He asks, a bitter reference to an old world that has no place for a man in a shark suit. Maru's eyes are narrow, his voice cutting through Osada's bravado. I'm saying even if you did, it's not like that'd help the victims or their bereaved family. He snaps, refusing to let the former sorcerer take the easy way out. Suddenly, Maru stops, his head tilting as he senses a shift in the air. Stop right there. He's close, he warns, his hand finally reaching for the hilt of his sword. The forest erupts in motion, a massive shape blurring through the trees as a sound like thunder rolls across the clearing. The predator has arrived, and it didn't come to talk. Osada's human face is filled with a grim determination. Its nose is made for smellin' blood, he shouts, his shark head snapping toward the approaching threat. The trees part, revealing a darkness that even the afternoon sun cannot pierce. I know you're over there, Toranosuke, Osada yells, his voice a mix of challenge and grief. The tiger lunges from the shadows, its claws glinting in the dapple white as it strikes at the man who used to be its friend. Osada barely has time to react as the beast's weight crashes into him. A silhouette of the great cat perched on a branch looms over Osada, a dark omen of the tragedy to come. That's right, he breathes, his eyes meeting the beast as the final hunt begins. Blood sprays across the clearing as the tiger's claws find their mark, tearing through the gray skin of the shark suit and into the man beneath. The forest is filled with the sound of a predator claiming its due. Maru and Tsurugi watch in horror as Osada is thrown back, his body a broken shape in the grass. Old Sada, ooh, Tsurugi screams, his voice lost in the roar of the tiger. Maru doesn't hesitate. He blurs into motion, his blade a silver arc that cuts through the air with lethal intent. He is no longer an observer, he is the executioner. The tiger turns to meet the new threat, its powerful body twisting as it prepares to strike again. The clearing has become a ring of death where only one predator will walk away. Tsurugi rushes to Osada's side, his hands glowing with a faint, uncertain light. No, it's fine. Maru shouts over his shoulder, his focus entirely on the beast before him. The tiger stands its ground, a low rumble vibrating in its chest as it stares down the sorcerer. It is a creature of pure instinct now, driven by hunger and a world that no longer has room for it. Maru's eyes are cold as he levels his blade at the beast's heart. Behind him, Osada lies in the dirt, the cost of his misguided mercy written in the blood pooling around him. The image of a small, innocent cub appears, a ghost of the creature Torinosko used to be. "Don't worry, I'm alone too," a voice whispers, a memory of a kinder time that is now lost forever. A younger Osada smiles at the tiger, the two of them together in a sun-drenched meadow. "Sorry, Ma, I know you're still alive," he laughs, the world full of possibilities and life. He sits cross-legged in the grass, his arms folded with a confident grin. "Being alone ain't all bad, though. I just know it'll make you stronger," he tells the young cat, unaware of the path they were both on. He reaches out, his hands cupping the tiger's face with a tenderness that seems impossible now. "But if you're ever in real trouble, you can come to my place anytime," he promises, a vow that would eventually lead to this moment. The memory fades into the present, Osada's eyes wide with a lingering shock. He is back in the forest, watching the life drain from the world he tried so hard to protect. A single heavy paw print is pressed into the mud, a last mark of the beast that has been driven to the edge of extinction and beyond. The screen fills with text, a silent eulogy for the predator. "Since you came back to see me again, I thought maybe, just maybe," the thoughts of the man in the shark suit echo through the trees. A close-up of the tiger's dying eye reveals a spark of recognition, or perhaps just the reflection of the blade. "But the one I knew back then is gone, ain't he? There's no getting through to you now, is there?" Osada buries his face in his hands, his sobs muffled by the heavy fabric of his suit. "Just don't let him suffer." "I'm sorry, Torinosuke." "I'm begging ya!" he cries, his heart breaking as the final blow falls. The tiger roars one last time, a sound that shakes the very trees as it lunges at Maru with a desperate, final strength. The struggle is brief, violent, and absolute. Maru's gaze is unwavering as he delivers the final strike. His face shows no joy, only the heavy burden of a duty that requires him to be a monster so that others can be human. The mountain falls silent as the echoes of the roar fade into the wind. Birds take flight from the distant peaks, the only witnesses to the end of a legend and the beginning of a new grief. Tsurugi sits beneath a tree, his knees pulled to his chest as he stares at the striped body in the grass. The weight of world feels heavier than ever before. The price of coexistence written in the silence of the clearing. Maru stands over Osada, his sword back in its sheath, but his eyes still sharp. "It's fine. It's my job," he says, his voice devoid of emotion as Osada thanks him for taking on the awful task he couldn't finish. Osada looks up at him, the shark head resting on the ground like a fallen helmet. "You really are a jujutsu sorcerer," he says, a recognition of the cold, hard truth that Maru carries every day. Maru walks away, his silhouette long against the forest floor. "Maru," Tsurugi calls out, his voice small and uncertain as he watches his companion leave the scene of their first shared tragedy. Maru stops, his face turned away as he reveals a piece of his own burden. "My curse technique is shared with my younger twin brother, so I'm forbidden to use it except for emergencies," he says, adding a new layer to the mystery of his power. Tsurugi looks at him with wide, shocked eyes. "Twin brother?" he echoes, the realization that Maru's loneliness is a choice, not a circumstance, hitting him like a physical blow. Maru continues, his voice a low hum against the mountain wind. "If it ever gets to the point where I have to use my power, it would only make him trust Earthlings less," he explains, revealing the true stakes of his every action. He looks back at the clearing where the tiger lies. "It wasn't because I didn't care about the Earthling children's lives. I'm sorry," he says, the first crack in his stoic facade appearing as he admits his own fear. Tsurugi is silent, the words sinking in as he watches the man who has become his reluctant mentor. "Should you really be telling me all this?" he asks, sensing the danger of the secret he has just been given. Maru looks at him, his eyes searching Tsurugi's face for something he hasn't found in years. "Why'd you decide to tell me then?" Tsurugi asks, the question hanging in the air between them. A small smile touches Maru's lips, a rare and fleeting sight. "Because I want to be friends," he says, his voice a soft echo of a promise he hopes he can keep. Tsurugi looks away, his heart full of a strange, new warmth. "That's why I want to tell you about myself as much as I can," he thinks. realizing that their paths are now linked by more than just duty. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes catches their attention. A small striped face peers out from the leaves, its eyes wide and curious as it watches the two sorcerers. A tiny tiger cub wobbles into the clearing, a leaf stuck to its head and a soft row escaping its throat. It is a tiny, innocent spark in a world that has just grown much colder. Maru draws his blade with a sharp chick, his instincts immediately assuming the worst. "It had a cub?" he asks, his body tensed for another fight that Tsurugi desperately wants to avoid. Tsurugi jumps in front of him, his arms spread wide as he protects the tiny creature. "Tsurugi!" Maru yells, his frustration returning as he tries to complete the mission. Osada rushes forward, his hand outstretched as he begs for a moment of peace. "Wait!" he shouts, his voice echoing across the mountain as he moves to claim the legacy Toranosuke left behind. Maru reaches out and lifts the cub by the scruff of its neck, the tiny creature hanging limp and confused in his grasp. He looks at Osada, his face a mask of hard-won resolve. He hands the cub to the former sorcerer, his voice a low warning. "Don't take your eyes off it this time, old Sada," he says, giving the man one last chance at the coexistence he lost. Osada pulls the cub close, his face buried in its soft fur as he lets out a sob of relief. "I won't," he promises, his voice thick with a gratitude he can never truly repay. Later, as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, Maru and Tsurugi walk down the mountain path. "You sure about this?" Tsurugi asks, his voice soft as he looks back toward Osada's cabin. Maru doesn't look back, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "Nobody knows how that cub will turn out," he says, his pragmatism returning even as he allows himself a moment of hope. He looks at Tsurugi, the alien youth's silhouette dark against the sunset. "Just like with us," he adds, the words a silent acknowledgement of the uncertain future they are now walking toward together. Tsurugi smiles, his heart finally finding a moment of peace in a world that has been nothing but chaos. The markings on his face seem to glow in the fading light, a symbol of a trust that is just beginning to take root. He looks toward the distant peaks, his voice full of a new confidence. "Yeah, you're right," he shouts, his words a challenge to the darkness that is already beginning to fill the valleys. Meanwhile, in a quiet village, Yuka sits surrounded by three elderly women, her expression a mix of politeness and mounting desperation. "You look just like me when I was young," one beams, while Yuka simply wonders when the mission will finally end. The scene shifts to a stark black background where Usami's face looms, his expression more serious than ever before. "Maru's an alien," he states, the revelation finally out in the open among the team. Maru and Yuka exchange a flat look as they face the camera. "We know," they say in unison, their lack of surprise making Tsurugi sweat with anxiety behind them. Usami explains the lifting of the intel embargo, his voice echoing in the sparse courtyard. "The Samorians reported to us that Maru himself let it slip that he's an alien," he says, detailing the diplomatic dance they are all now part of. An image of Maru's true alien form, with three glowing eyes and a terrifying power, appears briefly in the background. "Oh, that," he mutters, the memory of his slip-up still feeling fresh and embarrassing. Usami turns to Tsurugi and Yuka, his orders absolute. "I want you two to continue carrying out Jujutsu High missions with Maru," he says, cementing the team that will decide the fate of two worlds. Tsurugi beams with excitement, his hands balled into fists, as he cheers for the chance to stay with his new friends. "I can't wait," he yells, his enthusiasm a bright spot in the otherwise grim briefing. Maru and Yuka look at their new identification cards with a mix of boredom and cynicism. "Hey, can't you sound a little happier?" Tsurugi demands, while Maru simply shrugs and says whatever. Usami pulls Maru aside, his voice dropping to a low whisper that suggests the true mission is just beginning. "Tsurugi," he says, but his eyes remain fixed on the spiky-haired sorcerer. The team stands in the courtyard, their shadows long as they prepare to depart. Even if they understand the language, it's not easy to collect information about Jujutsu, Usami warns, his words a reminder of the secrets they must keep. He looks at Maru, his face set in a grim mask. "So I want you to find out every detail you can about them from Maru, no matter how small," he orders. turning Maru's new friend into his primary target. Maru looks at the blonde youth sitting beneath the tree. Got it, he whispers, the trust they just built suddenly feeling like a weapon in his hand. Mino sighs with relief as the group walks away. There's nothing we can do. Those were the conditions from the higher-ups, he says, knowing that the politics of their world are far more dangerous than any spirit. He watches them go, his brow furrowed with a lingering doubt. I know, but it's frustrating that I can't go along with them, he thinks, as the group disappears into the distance. Hurry it up, someone shouts as the hunt begins anew. The scene shifts to a bright classroom where a young boy with blonde hair shouts with a cheerful grin. Masayoshi, here, he calls out, a mundane moment of school life that hides a terrifying secret. Another voice joins in, calling the same boy by a slightly different name. Masaaki, here, the children shout, their voices a happy chorus in the sunlit room. A third voice adds to the confusion. Masaki, here, they cry, as the blonde boy continues to smile, oblivious to the strangeness of the situation. The teacher stands at the front of the room, his face a mask of mounting horror as he looks out over his students. In the back of the room, a strange, featureless shape sits in a desk, its presence a cold void in the warm classroom. The screen fills with an image of the school building, its stark concrete walls feeling like a prison. We've heard there's a student at Shui Elementary who keeps repeating the first grade, the briefing warns, as the team arrives at their next nightmare. The team stands outside the school, their modern gear and traditional robes making them look out of place in the mundane setting. Usami checks his watch, his face grim. And this is the third year it's happened, he says, confirming the pattern of the anomaly. The team engages in a hushed discussion, their voices barely audible above the schoolyard noise. It's not just some kids who look alike, Yuka asks, while Tsurugi and Maru debate the biological possibilities for such a phenomenon among aliens and humans alike. Tsurugi jumps into the conversation with his usual boisterous energy. I'm 19, he shouts, his hands on his hips as he reveals his true age, much to the shock and annoyance of his companions. The team stands in the empty courtyard, the silence between them punctuated by the soft rivet of a frog. The scale of the school makes them look small, their mission feeling like a needle in a haystack of mundane childhood memories. Maru and Yuka stare at the ground, their faces models of stoic refusal. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that, Maru thinks, while Yuka decides there's no way she's treating Tsurugi like he's older now. Mino presents a recording on his device, the screen glowing in the shadows of the school. The big questions I have are 1, his parents, and 2, his progress at school, he says, as a recording of a parent-teacher conversation begins to play. The recording is a chaotic mix of voices and static. Hello, this is Suzuki, the homeroom teacher. Is this the Takeda residence? The teacher's voice asks, while a frantic voice on the other end simply screams, yes. The teacher looks increasingly worried as the conversation continues. Did you receive the form regarding the home visit? He asks, but the response is only a repeating mechanical affirmation that Masaki is indeed their son. Suddenly, the recording devolves into a terrifying audio glitch. Radio calisthenics exercise number 1. Has Masaki made 100 friends? Meep! A voice blares, the sound vibrating through the team's devices like a physical blow. The team stares at the device in shock, the eerie sound still echoing in the courtyard. What the? Maru mutters, his eyes wide as the true nature of the anomaly begins to reveal itself. Tsurugi tilts his head, his face a picture of genuine curiosity. But did Masaki make 100 friends? I really want to know, he says, his innocence providing a sharp, unsettling contrast to the growing horror of the recording. Mino continues his report, his voice steady despite the strange audio they just heard. Every year the student's face and address are exactly the same, but they have a different name, he reveals, detailing a cycle of disappearance and reappearance that defies logic. The team exchanges a knowing look. Oh, well that settles it, Yuka says, but Tsurugi is still catching up. What do you mean? He asks, sensing he's missed a crucial piece of the puzzle. Maru explains the grim theory that is forming in all their minds. He's saying he thinks some curse user takes the place of some random kid, and they might be killing the families too, he says, his voice cold and flat. They stand in the shadows, the silence of the school feeling more like a trap. It seems likely they're picking their targets by using a rental property for families as bait, Mino adds, revealing the cold calculation behind the nightmare. He looks at them with a sharp gaze. The scariest thing here is the carelessness of it. There's no rational thought process going on here, he warns, preparing them for an enemy that doesn't follow any rules. Yuka and Maru exchange a weary glance. We never get our hopes up when you're involved, Minnow, Yuka says, her sarcasm a thin shield against the growing tension as they prepare to confront the student who won't graduate. The team arrives at the address, a modern house that looks perfectly ordinary from the outside. Well, since we know the address, Yuka starts, her hand hovering near her device as they prepare to move in. Tsurugi waves them off, his silhouette bright against the urban landscape. Mino and I'll go ahead and check out the kid's house, he says, his enthusiasm returning as the mission finally moves into the active phase. They walk toward the school. Maru voices a practical concern. If it comes down to a fight with the curse user, we won't be able to fight properly with kids hanging around, he says, his focus on the safety of the innocent even as he prepares for war. Suddenly, a boy in a red baseball cap and a backpack appears at the gate. There he is, a voice whispers, as the target of their investigation finally walks into view. The scene focuses on a telephone pole, its wires tutting across the pale afternoon sky. The silence is absolute, the calm before a storm that is already beginning to break over the elementary school. Maru steps out from the shadows, his shadow falling over the young boy. "You're Masaki Takeda, right?" he asks, his voice low and dangerous as he looms over the child. The boy looks up, his face a mask of pure terror. "You got a minute?" Maru asks, but the child is already looking for a way to escape the darkness that has found him. The boy doesn't answer. He turns and bolts with a sudden, desperate burst of speed, his backpack bouncing against his small frame as he tries to put as much distance between himself and the sorcerer as possible. Maru and Tsurugi are already in pursuit. "So you're running away, huh?" Maru roars, while Tsurugi reminds him that his terrifying face would make any kid run for their life. The chase continues through the school grounds, the two sorcerers closing the gap with every step. "Shut up!" Maru yells, his focus entirely on the boy in the red cap. Suddenly, the air itself seems to thicken as a massive black shape erupts from the ground between them and the boy. A spirit, featureless and terrifying, looms over the child, its multiple limbs and glowing eyes and nightmare made manifest. The team is thrown into a chaotic fight, their movements a blur of steel and light against the dark presence of the spirit. Shing sounds as Maru's blade catches the light, cutting through the shadows that threaten to engulf them. The spirit reveals its true form, a spindly, multi-limbed creature with needles protruding from its head like a crown of thorns. It hovers over the boy, its presence a cold scream against the mundane schoolyard. Maru stares at the creature, his jaw set in a grim line. "A Shikigami? Guardian spirit?" he asks, his mind racing to classify the threat and find a weakness to exploit. Tsurugi is equally shocked, his eyes wide as he names the entity. "A Kalium?" he yells, revealing a knowledge of spirits that suggests this monster isn't unique to Earth. Maru pushes the boy back, his silhouette dark against the glowing presence of the spirit. "Get back, Maru," he says, while Tsurugi looks on with a mix of fear and mounting excitement. Usami watches from the shadows, his eyes sharp as he evaluates Maru's every move. They're using Maru as a litmus test to gauge human nature, he thinks, realizing the true purpose of the mission. He looks at the team, his mind filled with the hidden objectives of the higher-ups. Right now, the hidden objective is to get through this testing period without incident. He thinks, knowing that one mistake could start a war. The image of other alien figures looms behind Maru, a reminder of the vast and dangerous world that is watching his every move. "And avoid a war with the aliens," the silent command echoes. The spirit bows low before the boy, its featureless face a mask of submission. I'm sorry, it whispers. The words a chilling contrast to its terrifying form as the team looks on in confusion. The group finds themselves in a quiet playground, the setting sun casting long orange shadows over the swings. The boy sits on one of the swings, his head low as he begins to speak. 3 years ago, I went home and found my mom on the floor, he starts. A story of tragedy in a place built for joy. He looks up, his face a mask of chilling innocence. I didn't want to be in a different class in second grade, so I begged Mom to let me stay in first grade forever. Mom became a ghost, and she made it so I could be a first grader forever, he reveals, the horror of his situation sinking in. Tsurugi tries to process the impossible words, his face filled with a desperate need for a kinder explanation. It's okay, take it easy. Just explain it in a way I can understand, he says, while Maru looks at the boy with a cold, clear-eyed suspicion. The image of Minno's report flashes through their minds. The scariest thing here is the carelessness of it. There's no rational thought process going on here. The words echo, matching the boy's story perfectly. Maru looks at the boy, his voice low and steady. A kid's jujitsu going crazy after his mom died explains why it seemed so careless, he thinks, finally connecting the dots of the mystery. He turns back to the boy, his gaze a final absolute challenge. Masaki, what's your real name? He asks. While Tsurugi looks on with wide, shocked eyes, the true nature of their target finally within reach, the boy looks up, his eyes bright and terrifying in the twilight. Masayoshi, he answers, the simple name feeling like a death sentence in the quiet playground. The scene shifts to a sleek car pulling up to the curb, its lights cutting through the growing darkness. Mino and Yuka step out, their silhouettes dark against the modern facade of the Takeda residence. They look at the house, its clean lines and large windows feeling like a cold, empty shell. I've got a bad feeling about this, Yuka whispers as they prepare to uncover the secrets hidden inside. Yuka and Mino walk up the stone path, their footsteps loud in the absolute silence of the suburban evening. The air is still, the world holding its breath as they approach the door. Yuka stops, her eyes narrowing as she catches a glimpse of something in the garden. Her instincts are screaming, a cold dread pooling in her stomach as she looks closer. In the garden, strange white flowers are blooming, their petals almost glowing in the dark. They are beautiful, but their presence in this place feels like a stain against the mundanity of the house. She looks back at the road, wondering where Maru and Tsurugi are. I'm sure my brother and Maru will be here soon, she says, trying to convince herself more than Mino as they move into the shadows. They find a spot in the garden where the earth has been recently disturbed. Let's dig this spot up first, Yuka says, her voice low and determined as they prepare to face the truth. Back at the playground, Maru's eyes are wide with a sudden, terrifying realization. He looks at the boy sitting on the swing, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place in his mind. Yuka's face is a mask of pure horror as she uncovers what lies beneath the garden. The truth is far worse than any spirit, a tragedy written in bone and blood that she can never unsee. A bleached skull sits in the dirt, its hollow eyes staring up at the world it left behind. Roots grow through the jaw, as if the earth itself is trying to consume the memory of the person it used to be. Yuka stares at the remains, her face pale and drawn. Just what I thought, she whispers, her voice barely a breath against the cold evening air. They stand over the shallow grave, the scale of the horror finally clear. Guess this is his mother's body, Mino says, looking at the bones that are all that remain of the boy's world. Tsurugi looks at the boy, his heart full of a deep, aching pity. Oh, that must have been tough, he says, his voice soft and kind as he reaches out to comfort the child. He places a gentle hand on the boy's head, the gesture a bright spark of kindness in the dark forest. You did a good job, he whispers, while the boy lets out a quiet, heart-wrenching sniff. The boy looks up at them, his eyes full of a lingering fear. Am I gonna get arrested? He asks, while Maru and Tsurugi stand over him like guardians from another world. Tsurugi laughs, a sound of genuine joy that breaks the tension for a brief moment. No, of course not. Right, Tsurugi? He shouts, promising the boy a home at Jujutsu High where he can learn to be more than his tragedy. The boy looks toward the distant peaks, his face filled with a new hope. But where would I go home to? He asks, his silhouette dark against the setting sun. Tsurugi kneels down, his face level with the boy's. Actually, I don't have a place to call home either, he reveals, sharing his own secret to build a bridge of understanding. The screen fills with text, a reflection on the nature of loss. I lost all of it, and I don't think I can ever fill in the hole that's left. The words whisper as they prepared to face the future together. Tsurugi looks into the boy's eyes, his expression full of a deep, unwavering sincerity. Not until I become someone's neighbor, that is, he says, offering a new kind of home built on connection instead of place. The boy tilts his head, his face a picture of innocent confusion. What's a neighbor, he asks, the word feeling like a puzzle he hasn't yet learned how to solve. Tsurugi beams, his face glowing with a genuine joy. A friend who understands why the things that matter to you are so important, he shouts, his voice a bright bell against the coming night. He spreads his arms wide, welcoming the boy into his world. Will you be my first neighbor, Masayoshi? And I'll do my best to be your neighbor too, he cries as Maru looks on from the shadows. Maru sighs, a small smile touching his lips. Huh. Well, I don't know, the boy whispers, but the fear in his eyes has been replaced by a tentative, fragile hope. Suddenly, a device chirps, the sound vibrating through the quiet playground. Maru pulls it out, his face immediately snapping back into its stoic, professional mask as he sees who is calling. He puts the device to his ear, his eyes narrowing as he listens to the voice on the other end. Where the hell are, he starts, but the panic in the caller's voice stops him dead. Yuka's voice screams through the line, her panic raw and absolute. Tsurugi, you son of a bitch, where the hell are you and what you're doing? She roars, the sound echoing through the playground. Maru and Tsurugi stand frozen in the grass, their hearts pounding as they listen to the scream. Huh, but I'm at Masaki Takeda's house. Tsurugi shouts back, but the confusion on his face is already turning to dread. Maru's eyes widen as he hears the next words. What? He roars, the realization hitting him like a physical blow as he looks at the boy sitting on the swing. Yuka is back in the garden, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. Taked as guilty as hell, totally guilty, she screams as she looks at the 5 bodies she has just uncovered. She stands over the shallow grave, the bleached skulls staring back at her like silent witnesses to a massacre. We found 5 bodies buried in his yard, and I have a feeling there'll be more, she yells, the horror of the situation finally absolute. Maru's eyes are filled with a cold, terrifying light as he looks at the child before him. He is no longer looking at a victim. He is looking at a monster that has been playing them from the start. Yuka's command rings out like a death sentence. If you make contact with Takeda, take him into custody immediately, she screams, while Maru and Tsurugi stand in the playground, the child sitting silent and unmoving between them. The scene shifts to the house, where Mino stands over the graves, his face a mask of grief and shock. He has seen the true cost of their failure, a tragedy that will haunt him for the rest of his life. Back at the playground, the boy stands up, his shadow long and dark over the grass. Damn, he whispers, his voice no longer the innocent chirp of a child, but the cold rumble of something ancient and malevolent. The boy reaches for his face, his fingers sinking into the skin as he begins to pull. With a sound like tearing meat, he peels back the mask of humanity to reveal the terrifying truth beneath. Didn't know there were more of you, he says, his true eyes glowing with a hunger that will not be denied. In the quiet of a modern apartment, a child's voice cuts through the air with desperate urgency. Mommy, come here, Mommy. The little girl cries out, her eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and fear. The mother, stressed and overwhelmed by the demands of remote labor, swings the door open with a sharp bark of frustration. Be quiet! I told you I'd be on the phone for work, didn't I? She begins, her anger fueled by a deadline that doesn't care about parenthood. But the words die in her throat as she stares at her daughter, her irritation replaced by a cold, numbing confusion. What are you doing? She whispers, seeing something that defies every law of the world she knows. The girl looks up, surrounded by floating spheres of liquid that shimmer with an unnatural light, her innocence clashing with the burgeoning power around her. I don't know, she replies, a tiny vessel for a force she can't yet name. As the title Asterisk Jujutsu Kaisen, modulo asterisk appears across the screen. The scene shifts violently from the domestic to the desolate, where the ground begins to groan and tremble under a heavy weight. A low, rhythmic rumble vibrates through the dirt, signaling the arrival of a presence that doesn't belong in the light of day. Lying amidst the dust is a young man, his body tense, and his eyes shut tight as if trapped in a nightmare he can't wake from. The sound of the earth shifting around him grows louder, a mechanical and spiritual grinding that threatens to swallow the rooftop whole. Suddenly, the air is sliced open by the flash of a blade as a battle erupts with blinding speed. Didn't your mama ever tell you kids shouldn't play with fire? An old man taunts, his movements far too fluid for his withered frame. The elderly combatant skids across the concrete, a manic grin stretched across his face as he enjoys the thrill of the hunt. He moves with the predatory grace of someone who has spent decades perfecting the art of the kill. Tsurugi grits his teeth, his brow furrowed as he tries to keep pace with the chaotic assault. Damn it! I need to hurry up and take care of him so I can check on Maru, he thinks, his concern for his friend weighing heavier than the danger in front of him. Standing across the roof, a towering, veiled figure looms like a silent monument to grief and rage. Everything turned out exactly like we predicted. A voice narrates, "The one thing we didn't expect was..." The full horror of the technique is revealed as the spirit manifests its true form. Asterisk Motonal Raid's Fury. Marmalade Boy. Asterisk. The old geezer stands ready, his needles glinting in the twilight as he prepares to weave a tapestry of pain around the young sorcerer. Tsurugi parries a strike that carries enough force to shatter stone, his muscles straining against the impact. He's strong, he realizes, his mind racing to categorize the threat. This guy isn't just some chump, he might have the skills of a grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer. He centers himself, his grip tightening on the hilt of his katana as he prepares for the next exchange. Every second wasted here is a second Maru remains in danger, and the pressure is starting to mount. With a sharp click of his tongue, Tsurugi dives low, narrowly avoiding a swarm of invisible threads that seek to bind his limbs. Gee, he grunts, feeling the wind of a near-miss whistle past his ear. He recovers his footing. The towering wraith rises behind him, its presence cold and suffocating. It's a pincer attack, the old man's speed combined with the spirit's overwhelming size, leaving Tsurugi with nowhere to run. The blades clash again, sparks flying into the dark air as Tsurugi finds a brief opening to speak. "You ever think?" he begins, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. He kicks off the ground, creating distance as needles rain down around him, embedding themselves deep into the rooftop. He's not just fighting for his life, he's looking for a soul behind the madness. About who's in that power to help people? To make the world better? He asks, his gaze piercing. It's a question born of a genuine desire to understand why such talent is being wasted on destruction. The old man pauses, a hauntingly nostalgic expression flickering over his scarred face as he pulls at the threads of his own memory. But strangely, there are some chords in the human heart that never stop resonating, no matter how many times they're struck, he muses. In his mind's eye, the old man sees a different life, one filled with the soft pink of cherry blossoms and the warmth of a guiding hand. A hand pulling yours as you walk down a street lined with cherry blossoms. He whispers, lost in the ghost of a childhood long gone. He remembers the simple order of a classroom, where a name was just a number on a list. The first time you're given a number representing yourself, he continues, the memories acting as a shield against the reality of the battlefield. The weight of his past is tangible, as heavy as the backpack he once wore to school every morning. The weight of an oversized backpack. The wraith mimics his motions, its long fingers weaving needles through a skin-like fabric as the old man's obsession takes physical form, realizing there's a whole world out there. I loved being in the first grade, so I want to be a first grader over and over again. Forever. Tsurugi's expression hardens, his sympathy evaporating in the face of such twisted logic. Keep talking. Makes it easier for me to kill you, he states coldly, his blade reflecting the grim determination in his eyes. That's great. The old man adjusts his cap, a thin, cruel smile playing on his lips. In time, even you'll see that saving a life feels no different from taking a life. It won't move you at all. Tsurugi stands tall, unimpressed by the nihilistic philosophy being spat at him. You said that already, he retorts, his senses sharpening as he prepares to end the cycle. Like I said, you already. He looks at the figure of Maru in the distance, then back to the senile curse user. Wait, is the cause of this whole incident an elderly curse user who went senile and lost control? The absurdity of the situation finally clicking into place. The old man's face begins to peel away, revealing the raw, cursed energy beneath as his mental state further deteriorates. Now, he croaks, the last vestiges of his humanity slipping away. Tsurugi looks at him with a gaze softened by a trace of pity. I feel sorry for you, he says quietly. Recognizing the tragedy of a man consumed by his own power and past, the old man chuckles, a dry, rattling sound that carries no mirth. Ha! Ha! I'll teach you the trick to keeping your wits about you, he offers, his fingers twitching toward his weapon. He crouches low, his eyes wide and bloodshot, fixed on Tsurugi with a predatory intensity. Just don't wise up to the fact that you can. Tsurugi drops into a low stance, his presence expanding as he invokes a specialized technique, new shadow style, simple domain, maculation. Circles of light erupt around him, marking the boundary of his absolute defense. The old man's eyes narrow as he analyzes the move. Hang on, is this brat from one of the big three clans? So he's got a heavenly restriction that traded his cursed energy for incredible physical abilities. And he uses the cursed energy channeled into his cursed tool to perform new shadow style? Pretty damn impressive. Tsurugi's eye narrows, focusing entirely on the space between him and his opponent. He isn't listening to the praise, he's calculating the exact moment to strike. The air crackles and sparks as the two forces collide within the domain, the sound of metal on metal echoing like thunder. Crackle, chi. The old man peers through the chaos, his gaze sharpening as he tries to find a flaw in Tsurugi's impenetrable guard. The battle becomes a blur of motion, Tsurugi's blade moving in perfect synchronization with the automatic defenses of his domain. He deflects every needle and thread with surgical precision, forcing the old man to keep his distance. With a heavy wud, Tsurugi's foot connects with the ground, entering him as he launches a counteroffensive that pushes the curse user back to the edge of the roof. The old man is caught off guard by the sheer relentlessness of the assault, his cap flying off as he struggles to maintain his balance against the tide of strikes. Tat! A massive explosion rocks the side of a nearby school building, debris raining down as the shockwave of their clash radiates outward. Boom! Was that a fully automatic attack interception against anything that invades his simple domain? The old man wonders, his excitement growing as the stakes elevate. It's on now. He sprints across the rooftop, his silhouette a dark streak against the gray sky, leaving a trail of dust and shattered concrete in his wake. Zzz. Voices whisper in the dark, chanting a mantra that pulses with dark intent. Emerge from darkness, blacker than darkness, purify that which is impure. A massive surge of black, cursed energy erupts above the school, blotting out the stars and casting a long, terrifying shadow over the battlefield. The old man looks up, his expression one of pure shock. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Carton! I walked right into his trap, he shouts, realizing that the battlefield has been sealed and he is now trapped with a monster of his own making. A man in a suit appears on the edge of the roof, his voice carrying over the wind. Tsurugi, I made sure the school's all cleared out. Don't hold back. Tsurugi smirks, a drop of blood trickling down his forehead. Sorry, but I wasn't holding back in the first place, he replies, his resolve reaching a fever pitch. Hands blur as he prepares his final gambit, the air around him distorting with the sheer pressure of his physical power. He lunges forward with a scream that tears through the silence. Asterisk, biting twist. The strike is a hurricane of steel, tearing through the old man's defenses and sending him reeling. The dust settles, a woman with long dark hair and large hoop earrings steps out from the shadows. Want some help? She asks with a confident smirk. Tsurugi looks over, breathless. Help? You know this is your job too, right? He retorts. What, are we some bickering old married couple now? She teases back. She draws her own weapon, her eyes fixed on the remaining threats. Got it. The guardian spirit itself moves slow, but sometimes it tries to get in the way. Be careful when you take your eyes off him. He can shapeshift, but there's not many variations to it. The needles and thread are exactly how they look. Tsurugi nods, his focus returning to the old man who is already recovering. The sound of sparks crackle signals that the next round is beginning. The old man and the wraith move in tandem, a grotesque dance of needles and shadows that seeks to overwhelm the two sorcerers through sheer volume of attacks. Voom! A punch connects with bone-jarring force, the impact rippling through the air as Tsurugi finds his rhythm again. He's a storm of motion, a blur of strikes that leaves no room for error. The wraith attempts to intervene, its massive form leaning over to shield its master, its veiled face a mask of silent cursed devotion. Tsurugi's blade flashes, slicing through a curtain of needles before they can find their mark, his movements guided by instinct and the automatic defenses of his domain. The woman joins the assault, her own strikes finding purchase as she coordinates perfectly with Tsurugi, their combined power beginning to overwhelm the Grade 1 curse user. They fight with a synchronicity that can only come from years of shared battle, their movements a seamless flow of offense and defense that leaves the old man struggling to keep up. The old man is forced onto the defensive, his needles being snapped and his threads cut as the two sorcerers close in for the final blow. Tsurugi's eyes burn with an intense fire as he lunges through a gap in the wraith's defense, his blade aimed straight for the heart of the threat. The old man realizes the true nature of their teamwork. Ah, so their partnership isn't just addition, it's multiplication, he exclaims, his voice filled with a mixture of terror and grudging respect. With a final, coordinated strike, the wraith is sent crashing down, its massive form dissipating into the air as the old man hits the concrete with a heavy wud. Durd. Tsurugi stands over him, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he looks toward the woman. Yuka? He asks, his voice trembling with exhaustion and relief. She stands amongst the ruins of the rooftop, her eyes fixed on the unconscious form of Maru. You out of stamina already? She asks, her tone light but her gaze heavy with the weight of what they've just done. Tsurugi's expression shifts to one of alarm as he senses a sudden change in the atmosphere. The victory feels hollow, the air suddenly charged with a new, even more dangerous energy. Suddenly, a series of projectiles slice through the air with a sickening shump, striking with a speed that defies even Tsurugi's heightened senses. Yuka! Tsurugi screams, his heart stopping as he sees his partner caught in the crossfire, her body jolting from the force of the impact. He lunges toward her, but more needles strike him, pinning his sleeve and tearing through his clothes. Shp, shp. The attack is coming from somewhere he can't see. The old man stands again, though his form is breaking. You underestimated my shape-shifting skills, he wheezes as Yuka falls to the ground behind him and Tsurugi struggles to stay upright. He begins to explain the gruesome reality of his power. I transform using human skin for my fabric, he says, holding up a tattered skin-like garment that drips with dark energy. He begins to compress the spiritual energy of the wraith back into his own body. I can also pack the guardian spirit's body inside the skin like so. Droop. Tsurugi stares at him, his face contorted with disgust and fury. Well, this is boring, the old man continues, his madness reaching a new, terrifying level. See, there's not much to be gained from killing each other. He starts to walk away, his mind already drifting back to his childhood delusions. I lost a few marbles from my arithmetic set. I gotta go home and look for them. A sudden shadow falls over the old man's face, his eyes widening as he senses a presence even more powerful than his own. The air around him begins to crackle with static energy. In the wreckage of the school, the name Maru echoes as a ghostly whisper. A shovel lies forgotten amidst the bones and stone, a grim reminder of the buried past. The old man looks around in confusion, his senility finally taking complete hold. What was that? He asks, as Tsurugi remains hunched over, his energy nearly depleted. The ground itself seems to reject the old man, pieces of the rooftop floating upward as the very laws of gravity begin to warp and fail. He falls to the ground, his body broken and his mind gone, as a skull rolls past him in the dirt. A sign flickers in the background. Flick, asterisk, to be continued. Ask. The new chapter begins. The title asterisk Jujutsu Kaisen, Modulo Chapter 6, Berserk asterisk appears. The old man stands amidst the floating debris, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What was that? He asks again, as the world continues to dissolve around him. Tsurugi looks up, his voice a hoarse whisper. Maru? He asks, his eyes searching the darkness for his friend. The old man stares into the void, his own eyes clouded with a madness that has finally consumed him. He is no longer a threat, just a hollow shell of a man lost in a world he can no longer comprehend. A figure stands in the center of the devastation, his presence cold and absolute. It is Maru, but his eyes are vacant, and his power is radiating outward in waves of raw, uncontrolled energy. The old man looks at him, his gaze fixing on a strange mark on the young man's forehead. A third eye? Is that thing real? He wonders, his grip on reality slipping even further. Tsurugi struggles to his feet, his mind reeling. I thought I'd knocked him out by the house. When'd he get behind me? He wonders. He calls out to his friend, his voice filled with desperation. You can still move? A close-up of Maru's face reveals the true horror. A third eye has opened in the center of his forehead, weeping dark, cursed ink that stains his skin like a brand of madness. The eye pulses with a rhythmic, sickening light, a sheeing sound echoing through the air as it scans the battlefield for its next target. The shockwave of the eye's awakening sends everyone reeling. Is he trying to trigger a state of mental confusion? The suit-clad man wonders, shielding his eyes from the blinding radiance. Needles of energy strike the old man's hand with a sharp shriek. The pain momentary before his nerves are completely fried by the psychic backlash. I can't maintain my guardian spirit, the old man screams as his power drains away into the void created by Maru's awakening. He is helpless, a victim of the very force he sought to control. Maru moves with a speed that is almost invisible, his body a streak of black and white across the rooftops as he prepares to unleash his full power. The trajectory of his movement shifts in mid-air, a feat that should be physically impossible. What the hell? The old man cries out. The trajectory changed. He is hit by an invisible force that sends him crashing through the roof of a gymnasium. Whack! Go chi! Maru stands over the fallen curse user, his heel poised above the old man's head like the hammer of a god. He is no longer the friend Tsurugi knew. He is a weapon of pure destruction. The old man looks up at him with wide, terrified eyes, realizing too late the true magnitude of the power he was playing with. The eye on Maru's forehead pulses one final time, a low boom vibration shaking the very foundations of the building. The entire floor of the gymnasium explodes, the old man in the equipment being swallowed by a massive crater of dust and fire. The power is absolute, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Tsurugi hunches over Yuka's unconscious body, protecting her from the falling debris as the building groans under the strain. RMB. Mind is racing, his eyes fixed on the figure in the crater. I had no idea Maru was this strong. No, something's not right here, he realizes, sensing a foreign malevolent influence behind his friend's transformation. He looks out over the ruined gym, where basketballs bounce rhythmically across the shattered floor. Doom! The sound is eerie, a mundane detail in the center of a nightmare. The old man, somehow still alive in the debris, grits his teeth. I should have killed him when I had the chance, he hisses, his regret the only thing he has left. A figure descends into the gym, his silhouette framed by the light of the moon. He walks with a calm, purposeful stride that signals a new and even more terrifying threat. Datum. Close up on the newcomer's face, his own eyes are closed, but the third eye on his forehead is wide open, leaking a viscous dark fluid that drips down his face like tears of ink. F.Y. Cute! He stands in the center of the ruined gymnasium, a silent observer of the chaos he has helped to orchestrate. The scene is one of total devastation, the quiet after the storm. He speaks, his voice smooth and devoid of any real emotion. You're truly a fool, brother. Maru, to think you lost control so easily. He looks toward Tsurugi, a thin, calculating smile on his lips. However, this might be a good opportunity to have the Earthlings make the first move after this. He turns to a towering horned figure standing beside him, a being that radiates an even more ancient and terrible power. And once war breaks out, we have Dabura on our side. A basketball continues to bounce across the floor, its rhythmic sound the only thing that breaks the suffocating silence. FWOP. The old man, still clinging to consciousness, stares at the floating balls. Anti-gravity? No, it's probably a curse technique using the concept, he murmurs, his sorcerer's mind trying to rationalize the impossible. He looks at a ticking clock on the wall, the seconds slipping away with an agonizing woost. No point in thinking about it, but what else can I do? A nearby scale begins to beep frantically as the gravitational pressure in the room continues to mount. Beep, beep. The display climbs to impossible numbers, asterisk 9999 Kalig asterisk K Reese. The stranger stands over him, the digital readout of a timer reflected in his eyes. 5 seconds remaining. The countdown begins, the numbers flashing in the dark as both sorcerers prepare for the inevitable. 3, 2, 1. Why do I have to remember it now, of all times? The old man wonders, his mind flickering back to the crushing defeat that defined his life. The one and only time I had to flee for my life after a crushing defeat. He remembers the rhythmic da-da-dum of a heartbeat drumming in his ears. The timer hits 0. Asterisk begin. Asterisk Amaru explodes into motion, his movements a blur of synchronized strikes that follow a rhythmic pattern. Do, re, mi, fa. The strikes land with musical precision, each blow a note in a symphony of destruction that the old man can't hope to counter. So, labor. Maru's face is a mask of focus, his power flowing through him like a conductor leading an orchestra of pain. Tai. Do. He closes the distance in an instant, his fingers ready to unleash the final devastating chord. A massive bong echoes through the gym as the final strike connects, the force of the blow so great it creates a vacuum in the air around them. 1. Do. Maru doesn't stop, his body continuing to move in the rhythmic trance as he continues the assault on the broken curse user. Volleyballs are drawn into the vacuum, swirling around Maru like planets orbiting a dark sun. La. So, the balls explode upon contact with the old man, each one carrying enough kinetic energy to shatter bone and brick alike. Maru stands amidst the cloud of dust and debris, his eyes burning with an unnatural light as he prepares for the next movement. Mai, fa, re. The old man is barely holding on, his vision blurred and his breath coming in shallow, painful rasps. Whoo! A final volleyball strikes him with a heavy whop, sending him spinning across the floor like a discarded doll. F-whop, re-abdo, 2. The rhythm continues, relentless and cruel, a testament to the absolute control the third eye has over Maru's body. The shockwave of the final strike sends a plume of water and debris high into the air as they crash into the school's outdoor pool. The stranger walks calmly along the edge of the pool, the rain beginning to fall as the curtain finally breaks. He looks down at the destruction he's wrought with a sense of cold satisfaction. The old man lies in the shallow water, his body twitching as the last of his cursed energy bubbles away. Bo. Eyes fix on a point in the distance, his mind finally fading into the dark as the water around him begins to sizzle and steam. He screams one last time, a sound that is half pain, half defiance. It burns. Swash! The stranger stands before the bonfire of his enemy's remains, a silent judge in the rain. The stranger raises a hand, a single finger pointing toward the sky. Pop Vio. The gesture is simple, yet it pulses with the terrifying authority. Suddenly, massive shards of ice erupt from the pool, encasing the old man's body in a frozen tomb before the fire can even finish its work. Shh. Shh. Maru stands amidst the ice, his gaze fixed on the frozen figure. His power is still radiating, but it's beginning to stabilize, the raw energy being focused into a sharp, icy point. The suit-clad man watches from the distance, his expression grim. His curse technique can distort the natural laws of order itself. The third eye on Maru's forehead pulses with a blinding light, the liquid ink weeping down his face like a veil of shadow. The power is too much for any human vessel to contain for long. Tsurugi lunges forward, his blade clashing with Maru's arm in a desperate attempt to snap him out of the trance. Tenka! Chi! They struggle in a test of pure strength, the ice around them cracking under the pressure. Nuh! Tsurugi grunts, his teeth gritted as he tries to hold back the tide of his friend's madness. Grak! A massive explosion of cursed energy sends them both flying back, the force of the blast shattering the ice and leveling what little was left of the pool area. Boom! Tsurugi skids across the concrete, his katana digging into the ground to slow his momentum. That's enough, Maru, he shouts, his voice cracking with emotion. He looks at his blood-stained hands, the reality of the situation finally weighing down on him. I knew it, he whispers, seeing the lack of recognition in his friend's eyes. Drip, drip. Maru stands silent, his eyes closed as the third eye on his forehead continues its silent, terrifying vigil. He's unconscious, Tsurugi realizes, but his body is still being moved by that thing. The stranger stands in the distance, watching the two friends with an attached, clinical interest. He is waiting for the next movement, the next step in his grand design. How can he still move with those injuries, the stranger wonders. It's not a bad situation, however. He looks toward the horizon, his mind already calculating the next phase of the conflict. I don't care if Tsurugi Okatsu harms Maru, or vice versa. He begins to muse on the politics of the world they live in. Jujutsu sorcerers and the Jujutsu headquarters aren't always united. Even among Earthlings, there must be some radical factions out there with a hardline stance. People who want to use aliens but don't want to accept them either. And those people are always searching for a reason to start a war. He looks down at the broken old man, then back to Maru. That's why I can't let Maru kill an Earthling, even if he is a curse user. A young, innocent civilian is a much more fitting reason than an elderly criminal. In Tsurugi's mind, a memory of a simpler time surfaces, a time when they were just two kids talking about the future. I want to be friends, Maru had said, his smile genuine and bright. Tsurugi's eyes narrow as he looks at the monster his friend has become. No. Maybe I simply... He begins, a new resolve taking shape in his mind. Don't want him to be a trigger for war. The stranger watches him, his expression unreadable as the ice shards begin to melt around them. Tsurugi lunges forward again, his voice a raw scream of desperation. Maru, wake up! The third eye pulses in response, a bright flash of Shiing energy that threatens to blind him. It's a battle for a soul, fought in the ruins of a school. Energy crackles through Tsurugi's body, his muscles spasming as he forces himself through the psychic backlash. Nang! Zap! 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 He grips his blade with both hands, the steel vibrating with the intensity of his will. Wake up! The stranger watches, his curiosity finally piqued. I thought. He begins, his gaze fixed on the young sorcerer's defiance. Tsurugi screams one last plea, his voice carrying the weight of their shared history. We were gonna be neighbors, remember? For the first time, Maru's own eyes snap open, his pupils wide with a sudden, sharp clarity that cuts through the ink of the third eye. The eye on his forehead begins to bleed profusely, the dark energy destabilizing as the host fights back against the parasite. Shiing, Tsurugi doesn't let up, his presence and his words acting as a beacon of humanity in the darkness. He is determined to bring his friend back, no matter the cost. The air erupts in a final, blinding flash of light as the two forces collide one last time, the sound of the explosion drowning out everything else. The stranger stands over Maru, his hand raised to deliver a final, decisive strike. But he pauses, his gaze flickering toward the distance as he senses a new presence entering the fray. Calm yourself, Maru, he says, his voice a command that cuts through the chaos. The power in the room begins to recede, the ice and fire fading into the gray light of dawn. Tsurugi and Yuka fall to the ground, their bodies finally giving out as the adrenaline fades. The silence that follows is heavy with the weight of the battle. Doom, wud, thud. The stranger looks toward the school, a look of frustration crossing his face for the first time. Damn it, he hisses as the sound of sirens begins to echo in the distance. Lying in the dirt, his mind a fragmented mess of memories and pain. Maru looks up at the sky. What am I doing? He whispers as the screen fades to black. Asterisk. To be continued. An aerial view reveals the dense, claustrophobic rooftops of the city, a concrete jungle where secrets are easily buried. Deep in the shadows of a narrow alley, a bloodied Simorian man grins with malicious intent. Guess the sorcerers and I will be playing a little game of hide and seek for a while. He cackles to the empty air. But the game ends before it truly begins. A tall figure in a suit stands at the alley's entrance, casting a long, intimidating shadow that swallows the light. Don't move, the man commands with ice in his voice. The old man's face contorts into a mocking grimace. Oh no, I've been bad, he mocks, sticking out his tongue with a twisted glee. He drops into a low, predatory crouch, his three eyes flashing as he grips a metal pole. Are you going to tell the teacher on me? He sneers, preparing to strike. The suited man doesn't flinch, his hand adjusting his gloves with surgical precision. I'm going to say it one more time, he whispers, his composure unshakable. He brings his hand to his mouth, revealing intricate dark tattoos etched onto his skin. Don't move, he repeats, and this time the words carry the weight of a physical law. The old man freezes, his entire body jolting as if struck by lightning. This isn't just a command, it's a cursed seal with snake eyes and fangs. Panic finally sets into his eyes as his jaw locks with a sickening crack. It's cursed speech, a technique that bends reality to the speaker's whim. With the target immobilized, the suited man delivers a devastating, high-velocity kick. The impact is absolute, sending the old man's head reeling back with bone-shattering force. The body hits the pavement with a heavy thud, finally silenced. The man turns away, ignoring the carnage behind him. Mino, take care of the rest, he orders. The scene shifts as a young man is held by his collar, his face battered and bruised. Thought I wasn't supposed to talk to you, huh? Answer me. Why did you say the word neighbors? His captor growls. He hoists the boy up, the school buildings looming in the background, like silent witnesses. Get up! What the hell did you just say? The interrogator demands, his patience wearing thin. The boy looks back with defiant, three-eyed intensity. Maru said it's a friend who understands why the things that matter are so important to you. That's what you guys call it, right? The interrogator's eyes narrow as the boy's words sink in. Damn. Maru and his big mouth, he mutters, realization beginning to dawn. He drops the boy to the dirt, the dust swirling around them. You think we can be neighbors? You do know this country's history, don't you? You've been living peacefully on a path laid out for you by a superpower ever since the war. What could you humans possibly understand about us? Voice carries the bitterness of generations. He explains how the Kyoto Paranormal Security Treaty established a hierarchy that left refugees like them dangerous, filthy, and poor in the eyes of the international community. You humans have everything you need to be human from the moment you're born. You don't have to constantly think about protecting your own lives. He stares down with utter contempt. Even if you wanted to be neighbors, we would refuse. The tension is broken by the arrival of official vehicles. Acting Minister Usami, the suited man says, acknowledging the newcomer. Dispatch Officer Cross, Usami responds, his tone equally formal. Usami watches as a body is loaded onto a gurney. I'd like to take Special Envoy Maru back to our mothership for treatment. Is that all right with you? Cross stands his ground, his expression unreadable. I don't want the Sumorians to see Maru injured. If he doesn't require any treatment that only the Sumorians can provide, I'd like to keep him here. We'll do everything we can for him. Usami scowls, his thoughts racing. No, we'll be treating him ourselves, he insists. He wonders if the humans are simply looking to harvest biological data from their kind. The injured Maru lies unconscious on the stretcher, caught in the middle of a cold political tug-of-war. Usami looks down at the boy, his third eye fixed on the path ahead. Later, in a quiet moment, a small electronic device is peeled away from a patient's forehead. The mystery of their condition only deepens. I'm going to borrow this for a bit, a boy says, hands reaching into the light to take what they need. Cross stares at the patient, a look of grim disappointment on his face. Damn, so it's not him after all? He whispers to himself. Meanwhile, Tsurugi wakes up with a start, his eyes wide and panicked as he remembers the chaos of the fight. He scrambles out of bed, rushing to find his friend. Tsurugi, are you okay? A voice calls out. How's Yuka? Tsurugi shouts back, ignoring his own injuries. She's getting checked out, but she seems fine, the response comes. Maru leans against the hospital bed, a faint smile on his face. I heard Cross was here, he says. Tsurugi looks at him, exhausted. Yeah, is he always like that? Maru blinks, his third eye steady. Always like what? Tsurugi crosses his arms, looking annoyed. Always so pissed. No, he's not. But I guess he's got a reason to be. Tsurugi bows his head in a rare moment of humility. Maru, I'm really sorry I accused you of plotting and barging into someone else's turf. I was being close-minded. I'm sure you guys have your own reasons. Maru listens in silence, his expression softening slightly as he accepts the apology. Tsurugi continues, You used your curse technique though, and you got hurt. Did you get punished? Maru shakes his head. Not yet. I'm anxious. The heavy mood is shattered as Yuka bursts into the room with a cheerful grin. Well, if it isn't the MVP, she chirps. She looks over at Mora with stars in her eyes. I heard you were really amazing back there. I was asleep though, so I didn't see it. Tsurugi huffs. He could pass for a grade 1 sorcerer, easy. Mar blushes. For real, you little show-off. Yuka teases. They quickly transition to planning their next move. All right then, let's go, Maru says. Tsurugi is skeptical. I can't believe you ran out of stamina so fast. Yeah, I can move just fine. But what'd the doctor say? So what should we do? It's today, right? Maru looks at them confused. Go where? Yuka points a finger at him playfully. The place you've been begging us to go, Maru. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the towering peaks of a massive roller coaster. They arrive at theme park, and the group finds themselves on the carousel. Maru looks stoic on his horse, while Yuka is having the time of her life. Next is the log flume, and the contrast couldn't be sharper. Tsurugi looks bored out of his mind while the others scream in exhilaration. Maru stands by a popcorn stand, looking at the massive bucket with a sense of wonder and confusion. Tsurugi watches them from a distance, shaking his head. Somebody's gonna end up dead if they try to keep up with you two. Maru mumbles through a mouthful of popcorn. Damn you, Maru. You never put this on your schedule. It's just not enough, you know? I want something faster. They walk through the park. A large Halloween-themed pumpkin balloon floats past them, caught in the crowd of visitors. Maru notices something and stops, his gaze following the balloon's string. He reaches out and catches the string, looking down at the small child holding it. The little boy looks up at the strange, three-eyed man with innocent confusion. Where's Mommy? He whimpers. The question hits the group like a bolt of lightning. A lost child, the ultimate challenge for a group of hardened sorcerers. Tsurugi immediately panics. Oh great, the cliché lost child? We probably shouldn't move him from this spot. Yuka points at Tsurugi's intense face. Tsurugi, your face is too scary, so stop by the lost kid desk and then disappear. I'll go too, Mino shouts, running off. Yuka kneels down to the boy's level, giving him her best reassuring smile. Your mom will come back soon if we wait here. But the boy's eyes well up with tears. Yuka's smile falters. Guess that won't work. Maru stands over them, looking down at the crying child with a cold, analytical gaze. Don't cry, he says simply. He doesn't sugarcoat it. What's there to cry about? It's not like your mom's dead. Be quiet and sit still. Yuka and the boy both stare at him in shocked silence. The boy lets out a deafening wail, his crying echoing through the park. Yuka looks at Maru in disbelief. Are you for real right now? Suddenly, a shadow passes overhead. A figure performs a graceful, high-flying flip through the air, catching everyone's attention. The little boy stops crying, his mouth hanging open in sheer amazement at the display of acrobatics. Maru lands perfectly on his feet, holding the boy's pumpkin balloon and a fresh bucket of popcorn as if nothing happened. The crowd around them breaks into spontaneous applause. What was that? Does he work here? People whisper, completely charmed by the performance. Not to be outdone, Yuka performs a series of nimble flips of her own, landing with a confident pose. Oof! She grunts softly. She winks at Maru, her competitive spirit showing. I can do that too, so don't get cocky. Maru just stares at her, annoyed by her intervention. What's her problem? He wonders silently. A woman rushes over, her face filled with relief. She reaches out for the little boy, the ordeal of being lost finally over. The boy happily points to his balloon. Happy Halloween, he chirps, the trauma already forgotten. The mother bows gratefully to Maru. Thanks, she says. Maru stands there awkwardly, unsure how to handle human gratitude. They walk away. Maru looks at the pumpkin balloon. Halloween? He asks. Yuka nods. Yeah, the kid's mom came back. She begins to explain the holiday's origins. It's a holiday with Christian roots, but it was originally started by a different religion. Christianity? Is that the religion Earthlings follow? Nah, I think it's around 20 to 30% of the world, though. Maru listens intently, and the Japanese are kinda all over the place when it comes to religion. Basically, we follow Buddhism, Confucianism, and Shinto. But I guess we've also adopted more commercial holidays from other religions. So you don't have a god you believe in? Maru asks. They sit together on a park bench as the sun begins to set. What about you, Cross? Yuka asks. Maru looks away. Not sure on that one, but I personally don't at least. Expression is distant. His thoughts miles away from the bright lights of the amusement park. Nearby, Tsurugi and Mino are whispering about him. It's totally obvious. Tsurugi might not have noticed yet, but even if he did, I doubt he'd say anything. Why not? 'Cause he'd be mortified if he was wrong. He likes to be cool all the time. You don't like kids, Mino. That's surprising. I wouldn't know the first thing to say to one. Back on the bench, the conversation takes a darker turn. We Samorians do have a god. Oh yeah? Have you heard the story about trampling on tablets before? No. Yuka describes a grim chapter of history. Well, back in the day, Christianity was forbidden in Japan, and to find out who believed in it, they'd take these tablets depicting Christ and tell people to trample on them. Anyone who refused to trample on the tablets was said to be Christian and executed. She stretches her arms out, pondering the moral weight of it. I just can't help but think, though, if I were a Christian, why couldn't I just step on the thing? And then ask God for forgiveness afterward? She looks at Mar with a sober expression. 'Cause once you're dead, it's all over. Mar's gaze is fixed on the horizon. I can respect the fact that other cultures and religions value certain things, but sometimes it's hard to truly empathize with why they feel that way, you know? He pauses, a new thought taking hold. So if the tablet were alive, Yuka turns to him, her eyes wide. Let's say it wasn't a tablet, but a living thing. She leans in, her voice a whisper. Could you trample on it? Maru is silent for a long moment. I see. Guess I never thought about it that way. Voice turns hard. You finally understand it? You and your brother are both shallow-minded. Humans like you have trampled on our way of life without even realizing it. Sometimes by standing idly by, sometimes by outright stealing from us. He looks her in the eye, his expression unyielding. I'm not saying those who have been stolen from have the right to steal from others. But when you've been robbed, the temptation to steal in return lingers very strongly afterward. So you should be prepared for that. Yuka is taken aback by the sudden intensity of his words. Did he just declare war on us? She wonders, the atmosphere suddenly charged with electricity. She forced a small, nervous smile. I'll just pretend I didn't hear that. Well, this is perfect timing. Come with me somewhere tomorrow and you might change your mind about that. Maru looks at her, his suspicion obvious. Where? The answer lies within the cold gleaming walls of the Kyoto General Medical Center. To get my second opinion, she says. A holographic display shows a detailed scan of a human brain, dated October 2nd, 2086. A bright, ominous spot glows near the center. Inside the consultation room, a doctor points to the scan, delivering the news that will change everything for Yuka Okotsu. Maru stands behind her, his three eyes fixed on the image of her mortality. The reality of her situation is finally sinking in. Outside, the sun sets over the city, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The peaceful scenery belies the tragedy unfolding in the hospital. Yuka stands by the river, looking down at the water. The problem is, it's in my brain. I figured those headaches weren't normal, but still. I don't know. Is a malignant tumor different from cancer, so it's not cancer? I hear that's common among Earthlings. I've never even heard of this illness before. She stretches her arms behind her head, her voice startlingly casual. Only 6 months to live is pretty harsh. She looks back at Maru, a playful glint still in her eye despite everything. What is this, some low-budget drama? The least they could do is send some hot guy rushing to my bedside, you know? Mar watches her, his expression unreadable. Why did you bring me along? He asks quietly. Yuka turns her gaze back to the river. Because I hate going alone, and I don't want to be pitied. Maru turns to her, his voice devoid of comfort. Then I'll be blunt. Even if you have 6 months left, your heart just died in this moment. No matter what you do, it'll never be moved like it was before. He continues his cold analysis. The things that made you smile, your favorite foods, music, beautiful scenery, none of it will matter. You'll just think, so what? I'm just gonna die anyway. He describes a downward spiral of despair. And from there, it's just an endless cycle of throwing away the precious time you have left into a swirling pool of hatred. Thinking, why did this have to happen to me and why me and not him? He looks out at the vast, shimmering water. Is that how it is with you? Yes, you've had your future stolen from you too, Yuko Okatsu. So then what will you do, Cross? He turns to her, his third eye burning with an inner light. Steal even more from those who have been stolen from? Yuka's eyes widen as Maru's words cut through her defenses. She snaps back, her frustration boiling over. Don't compare yourself to me. We suffered a man-made disaster, not some illness or unfortunate accident. Sure, but you said I had my future stolen from me, too. She looks away, her voice trembling. Maybe you lost your home, but you won't die. I'm gonna die. Maru grins, but there's no worth in it. You think you're gonna change my mind because you won in a contest of bad luck? That's not what I mean. I mean, you're like, jump to conclusions? They stand on opposite sides of the riverbank, the distance between them feeling like a chasm. I can't change my situation, but with time, you can change yours. He steps forward, his voice low and serious. It's okay to be pissed about how unfair it was, and it's okay not to forget it. So tell me what happened to you and your people, because we are not your enemies. Maru explodes in anger. That's idealistic nonsense. You standing safely on the opposite shore, yet you really think I can accept your righteous arguments? But then he stops, his breath hitching. No, wait, she's not on the opposite shore anymore. He looks at Yuka, standing amidst the city lights. You all keep going on and on about coexisting, but what you really mean is live here on Earth without causing any trouble, right? Voice cracks with desperation. But for how long? How long do we have to check our behavior for Earthlings? He hangs his head, the weight of his exile crushing him. We have to spend years, decades even, living such a miserable existence. Yuka looks at him with profound sadness. Then I will steal, Maru declares, his eyes flashing with newfound resolve. She asks him a final, haunting question. And how long will you steal for? Maru is stunned into silence. Well, Yuka steps onto the edge of the concrete pier. Hating people and stealing from them is easy. That's why it becomes an endless cycle. She looks back at him, her silhouette framed by the setting sun. Let's put an end to all that, Cross. The screen fades to black with the words, to be continued. We shift back through time to a desolate, rocky world. Chapter 8. Duraval Barrio Mexica, Part 1. A single, jagged rock sits in the center of the frame, a symbol of a forgotten past. The story begins with a tragedy. The village where my brother and I grew up was razed by the government. Our parents resisted until the very end, only to be crushed into the rubble of our home. As my father died, he was clutching what I thought was just an ordinary rock, like it was the most precious thing in the world. But even now, I sometimes wonder if it really was nothing more than that. In the aftermath of the destruction, a group of survivors huddles together. Please, Dura, a voice pleads. No way. I don't want to take care of no kid. Dura responds roughly. He walks through a makeshift tunnel, an elder hobbling behind him. It's not unusual for starving children to work as thieves, after all. That's the problem. If you punish one child from the camp publicly, then soon the jail will be overflowing with children. Dura looks over his shoulder, his face hard. Maybe, but they're no ordinary children. Even a grown man would have trouble taking them on. Punishing them officially is a lot more decent than letting vigilante justice run rampant. He stops, his gaze fixing on two young, three-eyed boys standing in the shadows. If we send them back to camp, the residents there won't be satisfied unless we cut off at least one of their arms. Sigh. Fine then. Dura points a finger at the boys. Hey, there's two of them, he shouts. The elder chuckles. Yeah, they're twins. I said they, remember? One of the boys immediately lunges forward, a blur of motion as he strikes. Dur deflects the blow with effortless ease, his large hand catching the boy's foot midair. Whack, whack, whack. Sounds the impact of their brief struggle. The boy is sent reeling back, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Groom, Tat, he grunts, trying to regain his footing. The other twin watches with wide, terrified eyes as his brother is outmatched. He prepares to join the fight, his young face set in a mask of determination. Dura stands tall, his massive form looming over the boys. He sent them both tumbling back into the ruins. Well, at least you got a lot of energy, he says with a smirk. The twins lie on the ground, their heads spinning from the encounter. Plop goes their pride. Dura turns back to the elder. Perfect. You can help me with my work. You won't get paid, though. He looks back at the twins, a wide grin on his face. I'm building a canal. The twins follow him to a massive excavation site, a jagged wound in the earth. I'm gonna keep digging, Dura declares. He points to a pile of stones. Take these rocks and fill the cages lined up over there with them. He demonstrates the process, tossing a large rock into a wire cage. Like that. Got it, the boys shout, eager to prove their worth. Dura turns away, a pickaxe over his shoulder. But don't touch those rocks over there. Yes, sir. They respond in unison. The twins get to work with surprising enthusiasm. Dura watches them from the shadows, an old friend standing by his side. I made the right decision asking you to take them in, Dura. I can't believe those are the same naughty children, the man says. Dura chuckles. I just had to rough them up a couple of times. After that, they listened pretty good. Later, the boys are exhausted, collapsed on the ground. You kids don't learn, do ya? Or are you just that bored? I thought I gave you a job. Dura scolds playfully. He approaches a massive boulder that blocks their path. Oh, this one's bigger than I thought it'd be. Now that's a big boulder. Stand back, you two. With a thunderous kaboom, Dura shatters the boulder into a million pieces with a single massive punch. The twins are awestruck, their three eyes bulging as debris rains down around them. They stare at Dura as if he's a god. Dura looks back at them, confused by their sudden reverence. What is it? They sit together later, eating their meager rations. Hey, Dura, why are you building some dumb old canal? One of the boys asks. Dura sighs. You think it's dumb, huh? Well, I guess a kid like you wouldn't understand. He unrolls a map, showing the intricate geography of the region. If you use a boat to transport goods from Descanty to Shama, you gotta take a route like this. Whoa, that's a crazy detour, the boy exclaims. Dura points to a narrow strip of land. Exactly, that's why I'm building a canal through here. Now I get it, but why? Cross? One of the twins jumps up, his face red with anger. Why should we Romelians do anything that benefits Descanty? Dura looks at him calmly. But the canal was planned to be built here long ago. The boy's eyes narrow. Calians? A flashback within a flashback reveals a noble beast, its fur white as snow. There were beasts sacred to our people called Kalyans. But all the other tribes insisted the Kalyans should be destroyed. And when we refused, we were driven out of our village and our parents were killed. It was because Kalyans attacked and ate anyone who wasn't Romelian. We understood why they were so insistent. Dura continues his explanation. This whole place is the Kalyans' habitat. Back when the canal was in its planning stages, the workers from Descanty were attacked and the construction came to a halt. So it's not that we have to do it. We're the only ones who can do it. That's not an answer. Descanty drove us here in the first place. The boy shouts back. He looks out over the barren, rocky plains. They forced us here to this barren land where barely any crops can grow, so I'm asking why the hell should we work for Descanty? It's not for Descanty. It's for us Romelians. Though it may be hard to grasp in this country, where only those who are strong tend to gain power. Dura's voice becomes soft, filled with a vision for the future. In order for people with no shared land or blood ties to truly coexist peacefully, we need to have universal love and time. Even if they hurt us, we can't hurt them back, because if Rommel doesn't change, Descanty never will. The young Cross looks at him, skeptical. Coexist peacefully? Dura smiles, a warm, hopeful expression. It means we should be good neighbors. It's easier to accept people's differences when you have something that connects you. And this canal is going to be our connection with Desconte. He points back to the map. Plus, once the canal's finished, I'm gonna run water from the Rummel River out to the camps and villages. I can use the canal as an outlet to build a larger intake without worrying about flooding. It won't just make the land fertile either. Once we have a steady supply of clean water, I'm sure the kids won't get sick all the time anymore. Cross stares at him, his face a mask of stubborn defiance. I just don't understand it. He turns and walks away, disappearing into the dark entrance of a nearby cave. The next morning, Dura is back at work, letting out a massive yawn. I wonder if Cross isn't going to show up again today. It's not that Cross's way of thinking is wrong. That's the majority opinion. Most people feel the same way. That's the reason why I'm doing this all on my own. Maru runs across the worksite, his small frame dwarfed by the scale of the project. He suddenly stops and points at something in the distance. Look! A massive crush echoes through the canyon. The wire cages they spent days filling have been smashed to pieces, the rocks scattered everywhere. Those are all the rocks we dug up yesterday, and the cages are all broken. Maru looks up at Dura, his eyes filled with a new kind of fear. Wait, no. The narration for this ID belongs elsewhere. Self-correction, PU1 on 99 sex was the cave. Dura looks at the destruction, his face remarkably calm. It wasn't Cross. Maru shouts defensively. He clenches his fists. Cross would never do something like this. Dura scratches the back of his head. I know that. There are a surprising number of people who don't agree with what I'm doing out here. I'm sure it was just some punks from camp who bought into some weird ideas. Let's hurry up and get to work. Maru is indignant. But what about the people who did this? Dura lets out another yawn. It'd just be a waste of time. At the refugee camp, the atmosphere is thick with resentment. Watching him trying to suck up to Desmond makes me sick, someone mutters. A group of men sit around a hookah, their faces etched with anger. There are rumors that Desponte is paying Dura off. Well, I bet he learned his lesson now. You think he's the type to give up that easy? He'll keep building that canal. Then what were we gonna do about it, Ozuki? Ozuki, a man with a cold, piercing gaze, looks up from the pipe. Bury it again. It's easier for us to destroy it than it is for him to build it. But Dura's a fool, so he doesn't understand that. The tent flap is pulled back, and a small figure stands in the light. Dura is pretty stupid. Huzz! This kid, the men shout, reaching for their weapons. It's young Cross, his eyes burning with a fierce, cold light. Because it's faster to beat a lesson into losers like you than to reason with them. Ozuki lunges forward, his fist of blur. Yuri one of the two. Back at the worksite, Maru is waving his hand excitedly. Oh, Cross, Yuri back. Cross picks up a pickaxe and gets to work without a word. Don't get the wrong idea. He wipes sweat from his forehead, his bruises slowly healing. Didn't want you to think I was like them. The work continues day after day. The rhythmic sound of pickaxes and hammers echoing through the valley. Thump, clang, clang, thud, bang. They stack the cages higher and higher. We're out of cages to fill, Dura, Maru shouts. Dura points back to the camp. Go ask Gramps how to weave more. He's better at it than me. They also begin planting small saplings along the canal banks. Why are we planting trees here? These trees are halophytes. They love salt. The cages will break eventually, but by then the tree's roots can do the same job. Suddenly, disaster strikes. A wall of water crashes through the construction. Dura, the floodgates broke. Bo! Cross shouts. Gaga! Maru! Dura yells as the boys swept away. A long panoramic view shows the completed canal, a silver ribbon of water cutting through the harsh landscape. A crowd of people gathers at the canal's edge. The Council of Elders has given their approval. The whole village will work together to continue the canal project, as well as the plans to make full use of the Rummel River through the canal. The twins look on in wonder. Look at all the people, they whisper, amazed by the sudden unity. Dura stands with an elder named Jabaloma, both of them sharing a rare moment of triumph. Ha ha, Jabaloma, I knew you'd come through. You never do things in the right order, you know that. The elder responds with a smile. Jabaloma looks out over the crowd. Still, the council never would have done anything had you not started work on it yourself, so don't go thanking me. The twins look up at Dura with newfound respect, seeing the man who changed their world. Osuki stands in the crowd, his expression unreadable as he watches the progress he once tried to destroy. Dura's words from before echo in the air. To truly coexist peacefully, we need to have universal love and time. Ozuki approaches Cross, looking remarkably humbled. Hey, Cross steps forward and bows deeply. I'm sorry I punched you. He looks up, his eyes serious. Thanks for cooperating with us. Osuki smirks, patting Maru on the shoulder. Yeah, same here. The two boys run over to Dura, their energy boundless. Maru, Cross, Dura. One of the twins looks out at the canal, his face filled with understanding. I understand now. Dura lets out a hearty laugh, pulling the boys into a massive hug. Ha ha! They grunt, overwhelmed by his strength. The scene becomes a montage of progress. Dozens of people are working together, carrying logs and stones, building a future they once thought impossible. They stand on top of a massive stone levee, looking down at the rushing water below. The canal is a testament to their collective will. The halophyte trees have begun to grow, their roots anchoring the soil against the river's power. The lush greenery stands in stark contrast to the barren cliffs that once defined their existence. Women and children gather by the water's edge, washing clothes and playing in the clean, steady stream. Life has returned to the wasteland. The first great ship arrives, a massive wooden vessel with white sails and a horned figurehead. Dura and the boys stand on the shore, watching as the ship docks at the new port. They are no longer isolated. They are part of a larger world. Men from Descanty step off the ship, their tall, curved horns and ornate cloaks marking them as outsiders. But today they are welcomed as partners. The twins look on with pride, seeing the fruits of their long, hard labor. They stand with Dura, overlooking the thriving canal. The water flows through the center of a growing town, a lifeline for everyone who lives there. Inside a large tent, the leaders gather to discuss the next phase. We've received a request from Desponte. They'd like to build a port facility halfway along the canal where ships can dock and crews can rest. Ugh, see? Now they're getting cocky, someone grumbles. Dura laughs, unfazed by the complaint. Huh? What are you talking about? They're covering the costs and we'll make money. He points to a document. It'll boost Rumo's economy if the port gets busy. Jabaloma? Jabaloma looks over his spectacles, a thoughtful expression on his face. Does that mean? Dura nods with a confident grin. Yep, Rummel and Descampi will resume trade. The weight of history hangs heavy in the room. We lost our parents because of the isolationist policy Descante forced us into. Jabaloma's daughter died because of it too. The speaker looks at Jabaloma with profound respect. 10 long years, but I never once saw him get angry or consumed by hatred. Even though I'm sure he still struggled with unbearable emotions, wondering why his daughter had to die. Dura stares into the distance. I respect Jabaloma for that. They return to their planning, spreading a map out across the table. First, we need to decide on the location. It's got to be somewhere the canal can be expanded so ships can dock without affecting the flood management. What about using this settling basin here? Isn't that too close to the mouth of the river? The water level would be an issue. The evening ends with a celebration, the Rumelians and their guests sharing food and drink. You at the bottom, your go is up. Someone shouts over the laughter. One of the boys takes a long, refreshing drink from a water skin. When you start at the very bottom, all you can do is crawl up, he says, looking over at his brother who is finally smiling. Dura smiles, looking around at the unity he created. I thought things were finally starting to change for the better. They toast to their success, the twins laughing together in a rare moment of pure joy. But then one day, the screen goes black, a final, tragic sentence appearing in the darkness. A Calaean mauled the daughter of a Descavante chieftain to death. The peace was broken, and the cycle of hatred was ready to begin anew. To be continued. Inside the bustling school hallway, 3 young girls huddled together by the lockers. Guess what? I heard Tsurugi and Mizuho like each other. One girl whispers, her eyes wide with the weight of the secret. Meanwhile, back at the residence, a young boy named Tsurugi sits slumped in a chair, his face showing the exhaustion of a long day. "It's your turn to clean the cursed warehouse, Tsurugi," a girl calls out from the doorway, startling him out of his daze. Tsurugi's friend stares back with an expression of deep conflict, her hands gripping her backpack straps. "I'm not supposed to tell anybody." "But don't tell anybody," she warns, caught between the thrill of gossip and the fear of consequences. Inside the dusty warehouse, Tsurugi leans against a broom, surrounded by discarded boxes and a strangely cheerful-looking panda statue. He stares at a cracked fishbowl, wondering just what kind of cursed items he's supposed to be tidying up. The young girl arrives home, walking past two elder women dressed in traditional kimonos who offer a warm greeting. "That means I can tell anyone, right?" she thinks to herself, her youthful logic finding a loophole in her promise of secrecy. Back in the warehouse, the panda statue seems to watch Tsurugi as he works. A voice breaks the silence, asking a pointed question. "So what do you like about Mizuho?" The girl sits on the floor of the warehouse, clutching a stuffed panda tight to her chest. "Tsurugi has a crush on a girl named Mizuho," she reveals, the words finally tumbling out into the open air. Tsurugi stops his work, turning his head slightly as if sensing someone is talking about him. The panda statue remains stoic, a silent witness to the secrets and chores of the day. A single ornate eye sheds a heavy tear against a void of darkness. This is the tragic reality of Samoria, a planet where shedding tears from the third eye is a fatal toll on the brain, an event reserved only for the moments of birth and death. Years ago, under a moonlit sky, a group of tribal warriors gathered in a tense circle. The air was thick with the scent of impending conflict as a grim announcement was made. The daughter of the Despanti chieftain was killed by a Kalyan. A three-eyed warrior with markings on his face looks on with cold detachment, and, he asks, his voice betraying no emotion despite the gravity of the accusation. Next to him, another warrior's face pales as the realization of what this means begins to set in. "Don't tell me," he whispers, fearing the political storm about to break over their tribe. The elder of the group trembles, his face etched with terror as he explains the impossible demands. "The Desconti chieftain is demanding 90% of our territory, or else he's threatening to attack in retaliation," he cries out, his hands clawing at the air in desperation. The elder clutches his head, the stress of the situation threatening to break him. "Their envoy has already brought word challenging us to a duel," he moans, while another warrior shouts in anger that the accusation is nothing but a lie. In the world of Samoria, words are secondary to power. The Desventuri do not decide the outcome of a war through the war itself. They declare it only after the victor has already been determined. The ancient laws of the tribe are simple. Whoever is strongest is right. They settle disputes by pitting champions against one another in a one-on-one duel where the winner tramples the loser's goals into the dust. A warrior with long hair and a third eye smirks, the prospect of blood filling him with a dark glee. "Ha ha! A duel sounds great to me," he laughs, clearly eager for the violence to begin. He turns to the Remelian champion, a man named Dura, who stands silent and imposing against the rocky background. "Right, Dura?" the warrior asks, seeking confirmation for the battle ahead. Two younger Remelians look up in confusion, their third eyes reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. They watch the champions, realizing they are about to witness a history they were never meant to see. The warriors discuss the history of their people, remembering a time before their village was destroyed. "Before our village was destroyed, the Descente hosted a fighting tournament," one recalls, the memory of better days tasting like ash. Dura stands with his eyes cast downward, a scarf wrapped loosely around his neck. "And Dura was the winner," the narrator notes, highlighting the prowess that has made him both a hero and a target. The younger warriors react with genuine shock at the revelation. "Really? I mean, I knew he was strong, but..." one exclaims, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. The truth was even more impressive than the legend. Every match had been rigged to favor the Desponti, yet Dura had carved his way through the competition, defeating even their war chief. Dura finally speaks, his voice a low command for silence. "Stop, there are lots of people who didn't participate in that tournament plus." He trails off, his eyes filled with a secret sorrow. One of the younger men asks the question everyone is thinking. "Can't we refuse the duel?" He looks back with regret, realizing now that Dura had hidden the truth of that tournament to protect them from the burden of its legacy. The elder scratches his head, his face a mask of weary resignation. No, we can't. The Despenti tribe is even more ruthless to those who turn their back on a warrior's duty, he explains, the weight of their cultural shackles tightening around them. A young warrior with a high ponytail stares off into the distance, sweating from the sheer pressure. So refusing would be the same as losing, she realizes, the trap finally closing around her people. The stakes are absolute. Even if the Rumelians were attacked, they couldn't fight back under normal circumstances. But this time they were forced into a corner where the survival of the entire tribe was on the line. Dura reaches for the back of his neck, his face set in a grimace of absolute determination. I'll accept the challenge. I'll fight, he roars, his three eyes blazing with the fire of a man who knows he is walking toward his end. The day of the duel arrives, and a massive arena is filled with the roar of a bloodthirsty crowd. Below, two small figures stand in the center of the pit, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the conflict they are meant to resolve. The spectators watch with bated breath, their faces pale with anxiety. The narrator reveals that the outcome was clear the very moment the Rumelian warriors saw who the Desconi had chosen as their champion. The camera zooms in on a young man's face, his eyes wide with a sudden, paralyzing fear. Suddenly, it felt like my heart was going numb. My limbs weren't mine anymore. He describes the psychological weight of the moment crushing him. He stares forward, his pupils dilated with terror. It was the worst feeling ever, and I'll never forget it, he thinks. The memory of that day burned into his very soul. A towering figure with a massive horn and intricate facial markings looks down with a calm, almost gentle smile. This is the Descant heavyweight champion, a man whose presence radiates a terrifying, effortless power. From the stands, a warrior clutches his head in despair, screaming at the top of his lungs. You can't do it, Dura, he cries, the hope of his people shattering like glass against the reality of the arena. An overhead view shows the vastness of the arena, two tiny specks of life surrounded by a wall of observers. The isolation of the champions is absolute, as they prepare for a battle that will decide the fate of a world. The young man in the stands continues to panic, his eyes bulging as he shouts through his tears. He'll kill you! Let's just run away, he begs, unable to bear the thought of losing their champion. Dura looks back toward the stands, a faint, sad smile touching his lips. Cross, he says softly, calling out to the panicked youth while the narrator notes that no one would have blamed him if he had chosen to run. Dura walks forward, his back to the camera, as he approaches the hulking champion. Dabura, it's been a while, he says calmly, before asking the question that reveals the true stakes. How's your little sister? The Descant 10 champion, Dabura, looks down with a face that is a mixture of stoicism and hidden pain. His eyes reflect a history with Dura that goes far deeper than the rivalry of their tribes. The camera focuses tightly on Dura's eyes, as the realization hits him like a physical blow. They took her hostage, he asks, the silence of the arena suddenly feeling much colder. Dabura looks away, unable to meet his old friend's gaze. Dura, I don't know what to do. They told me I have to fight you to the death, he confesses, his voice cracking under the weight of his own tragic cruelty. Dura smiles, a look of genuine peace crossing his face as he gestures toward his friend. It's fine, don't worry about it. The outcome here isn't what's important. I do have one request for you, though, he says, already planning his final act. Dura stands with his arms open, a gesture of absolute vulnerability and trust. He is no longer a fighter, he is a man making a choice for the future of both their peoples. Dabura listens, his head bowed as he accepts the mission Dura has placed upon his shoulders. All right, he whispers, the bond of their friendship finally superseding the commands of their leaders. Dura turns toward the crowd, his voice booming as he addresses the entire arena. Let me speak for a bit longer. There are more tribes here than the Rumelians and Descante, he announces, seizing his final moments to speak the truth. With his arms spread wide, Dura shouts to the thousands in attendance, his voice echoing through the silent Colosseum. He admits the wall that has existed between their cultures, but he is here to reveal the true cause of their suffering. The camera cuts to a close-up of a scarred warrior, as Dura explains that the exile of his people wasn't a religious war. It was an invasion by Descante over the Mall Quarry, he reveals, exposing the greed hidden behind their ideals. Dura's face is a mask of righteous fury as he shouts the truth that the leaders have tried to bury. He is tearing down the lies that have kept the tribes at each other's throats for a generation. Glowing stones of mole ore float through dark void. Dura explains its true value. It is a special ore that can convert the life energy of Ralaruka into any form of power, a resource worth more than any territory. In the high seats, a tribal leader watches with a cold stare as the crowd begins to murmur. People whisper in the shadows, terrified that Dura's reckless honesty will get them all killed, even as they realize the Descante are profiting immensely from the mall mines. Dura continues his expose, explaining that the war was framed as a religious conflict to keep other tribes from interfering. He isn't looking for a fight. He's looking for a way to stop the cycle of economic ambition and blood. Dura's profile is highlighted against the arena lights. He explains that religion was meant to be rooted in everyday life, not used as a grand cultural ideology to justify slaughter and theft. He bows deeply before the assembly, a champion humbling himself before the world. So please, help us, accept us as your neighbors. We Rumelians are only humans just like you, he pleads, his voice carrying the weight of an entire race. The camera focuses on the wrinkled, ancient face of the referee. The time for words has passed. Begin, he commands, while the names of the fighters hang in the air like a death sentence. Dabura. In the stands, the young Rumelian boy washes with his mouth open in a silent scream. He can feel the shift in the air, the moment when the tragedy moves from the past into the present. Another warrior grinds his teeth, sweat and tears pouring down his face. He knows what is coming, and he is powerless to stop the machine of war from crushing his friend. A large, imposing figure in a ceremonial mask watches the arena with a hand to his chin. He is the architect of this misery, and he watches the start of the duel with the cold curiosity of a scientist. The Rumelian spectators lean over the railing, their faces masks of pure horror. They watch as their champion, the man they believed was invincible, prepared for his final performance. Dabura stands motionless, his head bowed, his massive frame silhouetted against the bright light of the arena. He doesn't look like a warrior preparing for glory. He looks like a man preparing to commit a sin. The violence is sudden and absolute. Dura is slammed into the dirt, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. There is no struggle, no counterattack, only a brutal, one-sided execution. Cross screams from the stands, his voice raw with agony. "Don't be stupid," he bellows, refusing to accept the reality of Dura's choice even as it unfolds before his eyes. Dabura's face is inches away from Dura's as he holds him down, his expression twisted into a silent roar of pain. "What the hell are you thinking, you?" Dabura was it? He seems to shout internally, the guilt of the act tearing him apart. Dura lies motionless in the dirt, his long hair fanned out around him like a silver halo. The crowd's voices blend into a roar of condemnation, accusing him of holding back and betraying his duty as a warrior. Dabura looks down at the body of his friend, his face splattered with blood. "I'm sorry," he whispers, a private apology in a stadium filled with hate. He knows the secret that none of the others do.
Dabura walks away from the body as Cross collapses to his knees in the dirt. "I didn't want to harm his face," Dabura says softly, a small mercy for a man who had given everything for his people. The narrator reveals the hidden truth. Dura and Dabura were best friends. Years ago, they had been partners, pushing each other to become the greatest warriors Simuria had ever seen. A funeral procession moves through the ruins of a stone city. Because Dabura hated attention, Dura was the only one who truly knew the depth of his power, a secret they shared until the very end. Dura lies in a field of flowers, his 3 eyes closed for the last time. A single, final tear escapes his third eye, shimmering like a jewel against his skin, the fatal cost of a life lived with too much heart. A flashback shows a younger Dura working in the fields, swinging a pickaxe with a bright smile. "You sure say that a lot, Dura." "What? Neighbor?" His friends tease him, unaware of how much that word would one day mean. The young warriors laugh and bicker as they work under the Simurian sun. "Shut up, I wasn't asking you," one shouts, while another asks what that word really means to their champion. Dura looks back with a grin that could light up the entire planet. Neighbors are friends who understand why the things that matter to you are so important, he explains, his philosophy of empathy already taking root. The words, accept us as your neighbors, appear against a gray sky, a lingering echo of a dead man's dream that refused to be silenced by the arena floor. Cross stands in the present, his hair pulled back, staring down with a hollow expression. I can't do it, Dura, he whispers to the memory of his mentor, the weight of the tribe's survival now resting on his own weak shoulders. The tribe carries a coffin through the rocky terrain. The narrator notes that for all his power, the most important thing to the Rumelians was Dura himself. They didn't want a champion, they wanted their brother. A group of survivors huddles around a small campfire in the dead of night. At the very least, we'll have to try to evacuate the women and the children, one suggests, while another asks the impossible question of where they can even go. The young woman with the ponytail looks into the fire with despair. We can't grow anything without the connected waterway, and illness will spread again, she points out, the slow death of her people feeling inevitable. A man with long hair looks up, his face filled with a sudden, violent resolution. If we're dead either way, why don't we fight back? I want to break off those Descunt bastards' horns and shove 'em up their asses, he growls. Another warrior looks at him with a tired, knowing expression. That's just what a warrior would say, he notes, acknowledging the instinct to fight even when victory is impossible. The large warrior with the markings looks down, his voice calm and authoritative. But the job of a warrior isn't to fight to the death. It's to protect women and children, he reminds them, channeling Dura's spirit. Cross looks up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Do you think other tribes will try to help us? Maybe they were swayed by Dura's speech, he wonders, desperately searching for a miracle in the wake of the tragedy. Another warrior sighs, his face hidden in the shadows. They're invading tomorrow. Shouldn't pin our hopes on that, he cautions, the cold reality of their situation refusing to melt. Suddenly, the group freezes as a towering figure emerges from the darkness beyond the campfire. The Descunt champion, Dabura, has come for them, his massive horns cutting a terrifying silhouette against the night sky. The Rumelians scramble back in terror, their eyes wide as they look at the man who killed their champion. Why have you come here? They scream, fearing that the massacre has begun ahead of schedule. Dabura stands before them, but he doesn't draw a weapon. He looks down with a face filled with an unbearable sadness. Dabura! They cry, the name of their enemy tasting like poison on their tongues. The giant warrior looks Cross directly in the eye, his voice low and steady. Dura told me that he left something to you, he reveals, the final piece of the champion's plan finally coming to light. The survivors stare in absolute awe at a massive pile of glowing stones hidden within a cave. All that is, Mull, they gasp, realizing that Dura had secured enough energy to change their fate forever. A flashback shows Dura pointing toward a pile of rocks while his young apprentices watch. Don't touch those rocks over there, he had told them with a wink, hiding his greatest treasure in plain sight. The Rumelians realize the truth now. Dura had spent years secretly separating all the Mull he found while digging the canal, creating a stockpile that no one, not even the Descunt, knew existed. The survivors discuss the genius of Dura's plan. By keeping the area around the canal as Kalyan territory, he had ensured the Descunt would never investigate, preserving the ore for the day it would be needed most. Despite the discovery, the fear remains. They are bound to be discovered soon, and once the Descunt realize they have been outplayed, their retaliation will be swift and total. A man looks at his hand, his heart heavy with the fear that everything they've done, everything Dura died for, might still end in a big waste. Cross looks up, his third eye glowing with a sudden, inspired light. He sees a path where the others see only a dead end, a way to fulfill Dura's dream that goes beyond the borders of their planet. Cross walks forward, addressing the group as they follow him through the rocky landscape. No, I get why you're doing this now. I just want to know why you made this decision in the first place, he muses, his mind already reaching for the stars. He gestures toward the horizon, explaining that cities and villages are all built on the ideals of someone long ago. He sees the canal not just as a waterway, but as part of a cycle that can make them all one. Dura looks back at his young students, his face a mixture of hope and sweat. "I guess you don't get it, huh?" he asks with a laugh, realizing his philosophy might be too big for their young minds to grasp just yet. The children's faces light up with excitement. "No, I think it's really amazing," they shout, their youthful enthusiasm finally catching up to the champion's vision. The girl looks at Dura with pure admiration. "It is amazing," she whispers, the seeds of Dura's legacy finally beginning to sprout in the next generation. Cross stands before the pile of mull, his face illuminated by its soft glow. "It's not a waste at all, just like the canal. This is the path forward, left to us Rumelians by Dura," he declares, his spirit finally aligning with his teacher, S. Cross reaches out, his hand touching the glowing mull stones. As he does, a brilliant, starlit energy begins to swirl around him, reacting to the purity of his intent and the power of the ore. He looks up, his third eye wide with wonder as the energy flows through him. He is no longer just a survivor. He is becoming a beacon of power that can carry his people to a new world. The other Rumelians watch from a distance, their faces bathed in the ethereal light. "What's that? Maru and Cross's Rolaluka?" they wonder, sensing a transformation that defies their understanding of nature. The ground begins to rumble as the mull stones react, glowing with an intensity that matches the stars themselves. The power is being unleashed, a reservoir of energy that has been waiting years for this exact moment. A man with multiple eyes stares up at the swirling energy in shock. "It can't be. This is something with even greater purity than mull," he gasps, realizing they have tapped into a source of power that transcends their history. Cross and Maru stand together, their faces lit with joy and a newfound purpose. "Let's go search together, everyone, for a place where we can live safely," they shout, their voices carrying the hope of an entire species. A warrior in the crowd screams back in disbelief, his face a mask of terror. "Somewhere like that doesn't even exist," he cries, the psychological scars of their long suffering making hope feel like a lie. Cross doesn't flinch. "Sure it does. There must be a planet out there like this where people like us live. I'm sure we'll find it if we leave Simuria," he insists, his eyes fixed on the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. The Rumelians look at each other, the impossible concept finally sinking in. "Leave Simuria! Leave the planet!" they whisper, the very idea of escaping their dying world feeling like a dream they are afraid to wake from. Dabura steps forward from the shadows, his massive presence anchoring the group. "I'll go with you," he says, his deep voice cutting through the panic and providing the strength they need to follow through. Dabura looks down, his eyes filled with a solemn promise. "I promise Dura that I will protect the Rumelians," he explains, his redemption finally taking a physical form as he chooses the path of his friend over the path of his tribe. A single hand reaches toward the light, a finger pointing the way. "Then let's go," a voice commands, and the energy surges to its peak, ready to tear through the veil of their isolation. The two young Rumelians stand together as a massive, glowing monolith rises behind them, a vessel of energy ready to carry them into the unknown. "Let's go far beyond the sky, to find our neighbors," they cry, as their journey through the stars truly begins. Flash forward to Earth, inside a high-ceilinged, traditional Japanese courtroom. A panel of suited officials sits in judgment, their faces grim. "Can we really allow this?" one official asks, gestured toward a holographic display showing the Rumelians' arrival. A young man with sharp features and black hair looks on with cold intensity. "Meaning?" he asks, his voice like ice, demanding clarity in the face of the political maneuvering. An older official with gray hair leans forward, sweat beading on his forehead. "I heard it was the Simurians who refused your suggestion for escort, Uzami. Don't you think we're letting the aliens get away with too much?" he asks, his suspicion radiating off him. Uzami sits calmly, explaining that Special Envoy Marulu stepped in to resolve the situation and that there's nothing more to the case than two incapacitated sorcerers. He is playing a dangerous game of diplomatic damage control. The young official with the black hair adds another complication to the report. But when the second-year Tsurugi Akatsu attempted to intervene, Special Envoy Marulu tried to harm him, he reveals, causing a ripple of shock through the room. In a frantic flashback, an official looms over a technician's shoulder. "Delete the part of the video that shows Maru and Tsurugi," he orders, his voice hushed as he tries to bury the evidence of their failure. The technician trembles, his hands flying over the keyboard. "I deleted it, Uzami. I swear I deleted it," he cries, the pressure of working for the Jujutsu World's power players threatening to break him. Back in the boardroom, the young official continues his argument, his eyes narrowing as he cites the law. "So according to Article 7 of the Jujutsu regulations, the Simurians should be categorized as threats," he declares, pushing for a hardline stance. A young woman with blonde hair and wide, innocent eyes looks on as the official beside her counters the argument. "Not according to the Hakari provision," he says calmly, introducing a loophole that changes everything. The young official reacts with pure confusion. "Huh, the Hakari provision?" he asks, clearly out of his depth as the rules of the game are rewritten right in front of him. The blonde girl explains the history of the law with a mischievous smile. She reveals that a long time ago, there was talk of making jujutsu battles into public gambling performances, and because of the culling game, the secrecy clauses have lost all meaning. The other officials listen in stunned silence, their faces reflecting a mixture of disbelief and growing realization. "How could they think it'd ever get approved?" one asks, while the girl notes that the plan for performances was ultimately scrapped. She continues her lecture on the legalities of their world, explaining that the Hakari provision allows sorcerers to engage in paid combat. It's a rule most people never encounter unless they are being hired as a personal bodyguard. Uzami points toward holographic contracts showing the signatures of Marulu, Tsurugi Akatsu, and Yuka Akatsu. "And under the Hakari provision, there's no problem with jujutsu battles between contracted individuals," he explains, closing the trap on his opponents. A small, comedic panel shows Maru and the others signing the papers without even looking at them. "Sign this for me," Uzami had said, while Maru lazily told the others to at least read it first, revealing the casual way their fate was sealed. An angry official slams his hands on the desk, his face red with fury. "That's ridiculous. Only sorcerers approved by the Jujutsu headquarters are allowed to engage in combat for hire," he bellows, refusing to accept the legality of the situation. The text explains the concept of a latent sorcerer, someone who uses jujutsu unknowingly. These individuals are treated with leniency and usually avoid punishment for the incidents they cause, providing the perfect cover for the Simurians. The official continues to argue, leaning over the blonde girl as he shouts that it should be a known fact that Simurians wield cursed energy. He is fighting a losing battle against the clever legal maneuvering of his colleagues. Uzami remains unmoved, pointing out that they don't know for certain if that's true for all Simurians. "Why are you going out of your way to side with the Simurians?" the angry official demands, his voice echoing through the chamber. Uzami looks him directly in the eye, his expression one of absolute, terrifying clarity. "Why are you going out of your way to side against them?" he asks, the question hanging in the air like a threat. He looks out toward a crowded street, explaining the brutal reality of diplomacy. "Once they stop taking you seriously, it's all over. They've already kept us in check once," he muses, realizing that power is the only language both worlds truly speak. A hooded figure stands in the middle of the crowd, his face hidden in deep shadow. "We need to find Yuji Itadori," Uzami thinks, the search for the missing sorcerer becoming the key to their next move. Uzami turns back to the council, acknowledging that their hardline mindset doesn't apply to international relations. He is thinking steps ahead of everyone else in the room, playing a game with global consequences. The young black-haired official stares intensely, warning Uzami not to drag the rest of them, or the country, into his schemes. If you want to stir things up just to feel like you're getting something done at work, then that's your own business, he spits. The official with the undercut hair looks on with a grimace, the tension in the room reaching a breaking point. He knows that whatever choice they make here will echo across 2 planets. Uzami walks away with another official, telling him to apologize to the others later. But I don't think searching for Yuji Itadori would hurt, either. Plus, he says, his mind already on the next phase of his plan. A massive, crystalline ship drifts through space, silhouetted against the curve of a distant planet. Nothing good ever comes from making enemies of your own people, the narration warns, as the Simurian's new home looms in the distance. Inside the ship, the Simurian Council is in the middle of a heated debate. Why does an outsider like Dabura get the final say? What's the point of the discussions and the vote, then? One asks, as the large warrior looks on with a weary expression. A man with long hair and a third eye sneers, his face filled with resentment. I'm sick and tired of those brats. I hate Cross especially. He thinks he can walk all over me, he growls, the internal fractures of the tribe beginning to show. An older, smaller Simurian looks up from the shadows. But could you really beat him, Asuki? Or even the twins, for that matter? He asks, reminding the angry warrior that power is the only thing that maintains order in their council. Asuki turns away, his face tightening in a grimace. Damn, he mutters, his inability to answer the question only fueling his bitterness toward the new leadership. The 2 council members walk through the high-tech hallway, discussing their plan to manipulate the vote. Just stay calm. The decision-maker can only veto a council decision twice. We'll get the same majority vote this time, just like before, they plot. Asuki leans against a railing, his face filled with an eager, predatory hunger. A country with no military being the point of contact. Don't see an opportunity like that every day. I can't wait to crush this island nation, he says, already planning an invasion of Earth. The older Simurian reminds him that they only have superficial knowledge of Earth's military technology. Luckily for us, the country we're negotiating with is a sorcerer state, he notes, believing they have the upper hand. Asuki lies back on a bench, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. He is determined to set up an autonomous zone in the capital and take a strong stance, even if it means direct confrontation. If we try to play nice, they'll just think we're weak, he argues. He stares forward with a gaze that is both cold and resolute. I'll never let someone steal from us again, and this time we'll be like the Descant, he vows, the very cycle of violence Dura died to break now becoming Asuki's new religion. The large, high-ranking Simurian named Jabaloma turns his head as a voice calls his name from the shadows. He looks intrigued, as if he was expecting this secret meeting. Cross stands before him, his posture stiff and formal. Why are you withholding your answer about whether or not we should coexist with the Earthlings? He asks, demanding to know the true heart of their leader. Jabaloma looks back with a calm, almost knowing smile. Why? Because you're doing the same, he replies, his eyes piercing through Cross's defenses. Cross's profile is shown, his eye wide with the shock of being seen through so easily. He is playing a dangerous game of hidden identities and ulterior motives, and he just realized he's not the only one. The camera pans down to a peaceful river on Earth, the sun setting behind a bridge. You're not sure what to do either, Cross, the narrator notes, as the peace of the world below contrasts with the turmoil on the ship. A young woman with long black hair turns back toward Cross with a soft smile. That's why you disguised yourself as Maru to learn more about us. Am I wrong? She asks, the truth of his deception finally laid bare. Jabaloma gestures with his hands as he explains the politics of their situation. He notes that if they both vote for coexistence, it will surely overturn the majority decision, though Dabura could still choose to veto it. He looks at Cross with a heavy, expectant gaze. You decide, and I shall follow your lead, he offers, placing the future of their entire species into the hands of the young warrior. Cross looks back with a face filled with deep, internal conflict. "But don't you have your own wishes on the matter, Jabaloma?" he asks, struggling to understand why a leader would give up his own power so easily. Jabaloma smiles, his face radiating a strange, peaceful wisdom. "Entrusting to others is plenty valid as a wish," he says, channeling the same selflessness that once defined their dead champion, Dura. The camera pans across the council chamber, where various Simurian leaders sit in silence. They are waiting for a decision that will either lead them to a new beginning or back into the fires of war. Cross looks down at an ornate pen, his hand trembling slightly as he prepares to make his mark. This is the moment of truth, the final choice that will fulfill or betray Dura's sacrifice. He signs the document with a steady hand, his mark appearing next to a series of intricate Simurian symbols. The die is cast. The Rumelians have officially chosen the path of coexistence. A young boy with a bright smile looks up, clutching a pumpkin balloon. "Thanks," he exclaims, a simple moment of human kindness that stands in stark contrast to the high-stakes politics of the Simurian ship. Cross stares at the boy, his own face covered in bandages and a look of deep regret. "I'm sorry," he thinks, the burden of his secrets and his past weighing heavily on him as he walks through the human world. Yuka looks at him with a warm, encouraging smile. "Let's put an end to all that, Cross," she says softly, urging him to let go of the pain of Simuria and embrace the potential of their new home. A flashback shows Dura's smiling face as he looks out over his work. He repeats his belief that cities and villages are all built on the ideals of someone long ago, a legacy he was determined to leave behind. The young girl stands in front of a sprawling, beautiful city built of white stone, her back to the camera, as she takes in the majesty of their potential future. The image shifts to a scene of absolute devastation, the same city, now reduced to piles of rubble and smoke. This is the duality of their history, the beauty of their ideals and the brutality of the Descant invasion. A hand holds a single, jagged mull stone against the backdrop of the ruins. This small piece of ore is all that remains of their once great city, a physical manifestation of everything they have lost and everything they must rebuild. Dura's face is shown in a tight close-up, his third eye glowing with an intense, furious light. He is no longer the peaceful laborer. He is the champion who was forced to die so that his people might live. Asuki and the older Simurian look on with smug, arrogant expressions. They believe they are the ones in control, unaware that the wheels of change are already turning against them. Asuki's face shifts to a look of pure, unadulterated shock. He has just realized that his plan has failed and that the majority has turned against his dreams of conquest. Jabaloma stands at the podium, his voice echoing through the chamber. "We have reached a majority vote," he announces, his words signaling the end of the war party's influence. Jabaloma raises a finger as he addresses the assembly, his face illuminated by a beam of light from above. He announces that they will strive for coexistence and that their first step will be to better understand Japan, the representative country of Earth. Asuki slams his hands on the table, shouting in a desperate attempt to invalidate the vote. "Huh, wait a minute, Cross, Jabaloma, you were against coexistence before," he screams, his world crumbling around him. Maru looks at him with a cold, steady gaze from the council seats. "No, we were withholding our judgment until now," she counters, revealing the patience that has finally outmaneuvered the warmongers. Asuki continues to shout, arguing that the vote should be invalid because Marulu isn't present. Jabaloma simply points out that Marulu had already clearly stated his stance in favor of coexistence before the meeting began. Asuki's face is shown in a tight close-up, his teeth bared in a snarl of pure hatred. He spits, the realization of his total defeat tasting like poison. The camera pans out, showing the grand scale of the Simurian council chamber. "Dabura, what will you do?" someone asks, as all eyes turn toward the champion who holds the power of the veto. Dabura sits on his throne, his face partially hidden by his massive horns. He looks tired, the weight of his promise to Dura finally feeling heavier than any battle. "It sounds fine to me," he says simply, choosing peace over power. Asuki looks like he is about to explode with rage. "Damn you! All you ever do is deny our wishes," he shouts at Dabura, his long-standing resentment finally boiling over into open defiance. Dabura looks down from his throne, his voice echoing through the chamber with a terrifying finality. He points out that conflict and invasion can be done at any time, but once it begins, there will be no further chance to properly understand each other. Dabura leans his head on his hand, his eyes closed as he reflects on their journey. "Didn't we leave Simuria in search of our neighbors to begin with? So let's get to know each other first," he says, bringing their story full circle back to Dura's original vision. Cross and Jabaloma walk together through a long, brightly lit hallway. "Cross, I deeply respect you," Jabaloma says, acknowledging the young man's bravery in making the final, difficult choice for their people. Cross looks down, a weary expression on his face. "Please don't say that. I'm just tired, that's all," he sighs, the exhaustion of the long journey and the political battle finally catching up to him. The camera pans over the exterior of a modern, multi-story office building on Earth. This is the site of the upcoming cultural exchange, the place where two worlds will finally attempt to meet face to face. Uzami stares out the window with a thoughtful expression, his face reflecting in the glass. He is preparing for the meeting of a lifetime, aware that the fate of Earth now rests on his ability to negotiate with the unknown. Yuka looks forward with a face of pure, calm resolve. She has shed her disguise and is ready to represent her people as they truly are, a step toward the transparency Dura always championed. A young man with spiky black hair looks on with a focused, determined gaze. He is ready for whatever comes next, his eyes reflecting the strength and resilience of the human spirit. The group gathers around a table in a modern conference room. "When I first heard they were driven from their planet after losing a duel, I wasn't convinced," Uzami admits, his skepticism finally being replaced by understanding. Uzami's face is shown in profile as he realizes the truth of the Simurians' history. "But now I understand he wasn't the one who lost. They lost to him," he notes, recognizing the moral victory Dura achieved in the arena. Jabaloma explains the biological reality of the Kalyans. They are immortal and can only be killed, meaning that every time one dies, the Rumelians feel a loss that transcends simple mourning. They are sacred beasts in their culture for a reason. Maru and Yuka react to the explanation with wide-eyed wonder. "Wow, no wonder you all treat them as sacred beasts, then," Maru exclaims, the cultural gap between their worlds finally beginning to close through simple conversation. Uzami suggests a dinner party as a way to facilitate the cultural exchange. Jabaloma agrees immediately. "That sounds wonderful. I'll send Maru and Cross to help with preparations," he offers, delighted by the prospect of shared food. Maru and Cross react with pure comedic shock. "Huh, can I count on you two for us then?" Uzami asks, his request catching the two warriors completely off guard. The two Simurians panic, arguing that they can't cook anything fancy. Uzami simply smiles and promises to give them all the guidance they need, his plan for a shared meal already in motion. The camera pans across a modern kitchen, showing rows of gleaming pots, pans, and utensils hanging from the walls. This will be the battlefield for their cultural exchange, a place of creation instead of destruction. A hand reaches out and grabs a kitchen utensil with intense, exaggerated determination. "Yuka's!" a voice shouts, as the preparation for the meal begins with the same energy as a combat mission. Another hand grabs an apron, the narrator highlighting the intensity of the moment. "And Marulu's," the voice continues, as the two warriors prepare to face their most difficult challenge yet, cooking for humans. Maru and Yuka stand in front of a sign that reads Deli Deli Kitchen, their faces lit with manic, comedic energy. "Deli Deli Kitchen!" they shout, their enthusiasm for the task outweighing their actual skill in the kitchen. Back in the kitchen, the group discusses the reality of their new job. "You sound like some delinquent's lackey," one jokes, while another insists they are only doing what they were told to do. The tension of the earlier scenes is replaced by a light-hearted camaraderie. Yuka looks at a list of foods, her face filled with concern. She wants to make sure there aren't any problems, such as allergies or religious restrictions on certain ingredients. "Then we just have to make them and taste them," she decides. The warriors look at each other with confusion. "Do you guys even eat meat?" Maru asks, while the Simurians assure them they don't have to go to so much trouble. The discovery of shared tastes becomes the next step in their journey. Yuka explains that Rumelians eat livestock raised for meat as well as fish. She adds that every Kalyan's form is unique, providing a strange, alien context to their dietary habits that leaves the humans intrigued. Yuka is fascinated to learn that Earth has oceans, the source of all life. She is disappointed to hear there are no sharks on their planet, though, a small detail that reminds them just how different their worlds really are. The group looks at the list of dishes, surprised by what's missing. "Whoa, we don't have any flour-based dishes on the list," one exclaims, realizing they have overlooked one of the most fundamental parts of human cuisine. They discuss the popularity of flour-based foods, noting that they are common in many different countries. "Sure, but how can you skip that stuff? It's criminal," the girl insists, her passion for food becoming a bridge between their cultures. Yuka's eyes light up as she remembers a specific dish. "You know, like that takoyaki we ate together," she exclaims, the memory of a shared human meal bringing a genuine smile to her face. A vision of a perfectly round, steaming takoyaki ball appears in a star-filled void. It is a revelation of flavor and texture that seems to hold the key to their entire diplomatic mission. Maru looks toward Cross with a look of pure, hungry determination. "Takoyaki is delicious," he shouts, his enthusiasm for human food becoming a powerful deterrent against any further conflict. Cross and Maru discuss the plan, realizing that if they like takoyaki, then other Simurians should like it too. Maru asks if Marulu is a picky eater, but they decide it's worth the risk to introduce their people to this human delicacy. Yuka raises a fist in the air, her face filled with absolute, comedic conviction. "All right, our cultural exchange is gonna be a takopa," she declares, her excitement for a takoyaki party becoming their new battle cry. The group prepares to go shopping for the fillings, discussing all the different things they can put inside, like machi. "Ooh, is that a new word you made up for a takoyaki party? Fantastic," one exclaims, the joy of discovery filling the room. They look at photos of a takoyaki party. The Rumelians' faces are filled with a mixture of excitement and lingering uncertainty. They are about to embark on a new kind of battle, one fought with skewers and sauce, as their story continues into the unknown. High atop a building overlooking the cityscape, two men stand in the quiet breeze of a changing world. "So Pandora's box has finally been opened, huh?" the younger man asks, his voice heavy with the weight of the future. Companion Mino stares out at the horizon where a strange light flickers. "Their spaceship is powered by cursed energy," he confirms, revealing a secret that could upend global society. Mino wipes a bead of sweat from his brow, the stress of the secret visible in his sharp features. "The research exploring cursed energy as a new energy source is still ongoing, but converting it into energy sources other than jujutsu techniques is so inefficient that research there has stalled." Gaze turns intense, his eyes narrowing as he weighs the risks of their next move. "And if we can receive that energy conversion technology from the Simurians? Yes, but if the public is made aware that the mothership Nonax is powered by cursed energy." Uzami turns to look back at the city, the silence between them filled with the gravity of the situation. "It would lead to the first revolution in energy since cursed energy became public knowledge around 70 years ago, but at the same time." A sudden burst of light emphasizes the looming threat he's about to describe. "The hunt for the Japanese, who possess cursed energy, will be on the rise again." The two men stand side by side, their silhouettes small against the vast, uncertain sky. "What should we do, Uzami?" Mino asks, seeking an answer to a question that has no easy solution. Uzami's face remains stoic, his expression unreadable as he offers the only logical advice. "Keep it a secret," he says quietly, knowing the chaos the truth would bring. Mino recoils, his hands gripping the air as he argues against the silence. "Are you serious? Even with the Eicht in place, this information should not be shared with other countries until the various issues in international laws are resolved." The camera pans across the curved horizon of the Earth, showing the thin atmosphere protecting humanity from the void. "That's why I want to build as close of a relationship as possible at the dinner party. We must enter into a non-disclosure agreement with the Simurians." Uzami offers a suggestive smirk, the tension momentarily breaking with a radical idea. "What about a political marriage between the Japanese and the Simurians?" he asks with a playful glint in his eye. Mino stares back with a deadpan expression, completely unimpressed by the attempt at humor. "What era do you think we're in, Mino?" he asks dryly, while Uzami quickly raises a hand. "Sorry, I was only joking." Uzami returns to business, his mind already calculating the possible outcomes of the upcoming meeting. "I'd like to come away from this negotiation with tangible results that'll serve us both going forward. But if we could earn a favor from them, that'd be even better." Suddenly, Mino reaches into his pocket as his phone begins to vibrate against his leg. "Mino, here," he says, pressing the device to his ear as his professional mask slips into a look of surprise. The signal screeches in his ear, a frantic voice on the other end making him wince. "It's Yuka," the caller shouts, the urgency of the message catching him completely off guard. Meanwhile, in a bustling kitchen, a group of students is hard at work preparing for the big event. "We've decided on a takopa for the dinner party. Cross and Maru are finishing up the taste test," Yuka exclaims with a wink and a whisk in hand. Mino listens to the request, his brow furrowing as he looks over at the stoic Uzami. "Uzami, so we'd like to ask if you could secure some high-quality octopus for us," Mino relays the message. Uzami sighs, rubbing his chin. "Yeah, I heard her. I've got some connections, so the takoyaki party is a go." The scene shifts to a serene beach where the sun beats down on a small wooden shack by the waves. The sound of the ocean provides a peaceful backdrop to the strange mission currently unfolding. Inside the shack, a muscular, bald man in a loud floral shirt and sunglasses sits cross-legged. "How many tentacles does an octopus have?" he asks, his grin revealing a mischievous edge. Tsurugi and Maru stand before him, looking confused by the elementary question. 8, Maru answers tentatively, wondering where this is going. The man lets out a sharp laugh, holding up a finger to emphasize his point. "Yep, but these octopi only have one," he declares, his energy levels rising with the reveal. An image of a bizarre, single-tentacled creature appears beside him as he explains the mystery. "They call it a wancha octopus. It's a mutation of the local giant Pacific octopus, perfectly adapted to these waters." The beach shack stands quiet as he continues his lecture on marine biology. "It's got the usual 8 tentacles when it's born, but as it grows up, 7 of them just shrivel away. You know what that means, don't ya?" Maru snaps back. "Quit being dramatic and tell us already." The man pumps his fist into the air, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. "It means all the flavor that's split between 8 tentacles gets packed into one. It's the ultimate gourmet octopus, my friend." Maru and Tsurugi gulp in unison, the intensity of the man's sales pitch actually working on them. They realize the high stakes of their takoyaki ingredients. The man looks out at the rocky coastline where the waves crash against the shore. "But hey, you're with Uzami, aren't ya? It'll be a piece of cake for sorcerers like you. You'll get why you don't see him hit the market much once you're there." Maru stands at the edge of the water, adjusting his goggles while Tsurugi looks on with concern. "Maru, don't tell me you're one of those people who sinks like a rock," she teases. Maru shrugs her off. "Oh, don't worry about that. I got swept away by a flash flood once and survived." "Right. Anyway, I'll go first. With a determined look, Maru plunges into the water, bubbles trailing behind him as he descends. His eyes widen behind his mask, catching sight of something unexpected in the depths. Beneath the surface, the water is filled with a mesmerizing but dangerous display of glowing jellyfish. Maru swims through the underwater forest, his goal hidden somewhere in the shadows below. He spots his target, his mind racing as he assesses the environment. A special reef swarming with jellyfish. Yeah, that'd be way out of an amateur's league. All right, let's hurry up and snag one so I can scare Yuka with it. Back on land, a hand opens to reveal a palm full of white pills. The situation in the kitchen is more complicated than it looks on the surface. Yuka quickly tosses the medication into her mouth and swallows it with a practiced ease. She knows she has to stay focused for the mission ahead. In the hallway, a fellow student watches her with a look of concern. "Shouldn't you tell Tsurugi Akatsu about your illness?" he asks. Yuka doesn't hesitate. "No way, why not?" She turns to him with a gentle, sad smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Because I don't want any special treatment. I just want things to be how they always are." The student, Cross, nods slowly, his 3 eyes reflecting a mix of respect and sadness. "I see," he murmurs, accepting her decision despite his worries. Back at the beach, Maru emerges from the water, his face bruised and swollen from his encounter in the depths. He looks completely exhausted, yet somehow triumphant. Maru stands on the shore, the hot sun beating down on his battered body as he catches his breath. Tsurugi looks at him in shock, her own goggles perched on her forehead. She stares at his swollen face, barely recognizing her friend. "You are Tsurugi, right?" she asks. Maru laughs through the pain. "Course I am." Maru drops to the sand, the adrenaline finally leaving his body as he lets out a long sigh. "Phew!" Beside him lies the strange, single-tentacled octopus he risked his life for. He looks up at her with a defiant, swollen grin, refusing to let the jellyfish stings bring him down. "That was a piece of cake," he insists, despite the visible evidence to the contrary. "Really?" she asks with a skeptical look. Tsurugi points back toward the water, giving him a piece of advice for his next dive. "Go borrow a rash guard and stuff. It's dangerous. There are jellyfish down there." Maru scoffs, puffing out his chest. "I don't need one. I'm a warrior. What's a jellyfish?" Suddenly, a spark of competition ignites in Tsurugi's eyes as she pulls her goggles down. "I'm gonna catch an even bigger octopus than you did," she yells, diving back into the surf. The water erupts into a massive splash as she plunges in, determined to outdo her friend's catch. A short time later, Tsurugi stands beside Maru on the shore, and it's clear she didn't escape unscathed either. Both of them are now covered in swollen welts from the jellyfish. They stand side by side, looking like twins in their shared misery. "Piece of cake, right?" Maru asks, his voice muffled by his swollen cheek. A small note appears, warning that jellyfish stings can cause extreme reactions. The competitive spirit hasn't died down yet as they lay their prizes out on the rocks. "My octopus is bigger," Maru claims. Tsurugi isn't having it. "Hang on, we gotta stretch 'em all the way out first and then measure. As a warrior, I can't lose." Maru stops for a moment, the word warrior sparking a deeper curiosity in his mind. "What are warriors in Rumelian culture?" he asks, looking over at Tsurugi. Tsurugi continues to fiddle with her octopus, her tone becoming more informative. "They're sorcerers, basically, but only men are sorcerers." Maru pauses, surprised. "You mean women aren't allowed?" She looks down into a bucket filled with small fish, her expression unreadable. "No, it's not that. Rumelian women can't wield Rolaluka or cursed energy. They can only be what you guys call windows, so when we came to Earth and met Yuka, I was a little surprised. I heard there are female Deskunt warriors, but I don't know much about them." An image of a man kneeling before a horse-like creature appears, representing the legends of their people. "Our Jujutsu is said to be a power bestowed upon our Rumelian ancestors by the Kalyan, who were sent by the gods. We're taught that men are granted this power because they can't bear children, and that they should use it to protect women and children. Maru looks down at the octopus, pondering the rigidity of those social rules. Sounds like how they thought in the Reiwa era. Reiwa? A long time ago. But isn't it tough for men who aren't jujutsu sorcerers and women who can't bear children to live in a society with those values? Inside a building, a Simurian with many eyes and a heavily lined face listens to a man speak. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to make you misunderstand. Anyone who works to protect Rumel is respected, even if they're not warriors and even if they're not men, of course. You know, like Jabaloma. Oh, he's the one who looks the most like an alien, does he?" Tsurugi's face darkens slightly as she reflects on her home culture. "Our women will be present at the cultural exchange. So far, they've been confined to the ship for their safety, and I've felt badly about that. It's not just being overprotective, but downright patriarchal, huh?" Maru rubs his head, a memory beginning to surface as he listens to her struggle with her heritage. "But I get it, though," he says quietly. A memory of two children holding hands appears, their clothing stained with blood, walking through a ruined courtyard. Maru looks out at the sea, the weight of the past visible in his eyes. "It's not that we're assuming they're weak, we just couldn't bear it if they were to get hurt." Tsurugi lets out a light laugh, the tension finally breaking. "Ha ha, that's true. And at that point, who's the weak one?" Maru simply closes his eyes, letting the sound of the ocean fill the silence. The sun begins to set over the rocky coast, casting long shadows across the water as the day comes to an end. The preparations for the dinner party are almost complete. The scene shifts to a majestic traditional building, its wide-open doors revealing a brightly lit interior where the feast is about to begin. Inside, a long table is set with various dishes, and a group of women in traditional attire are already seated and beginning to enjoy the food. They chat amongst themselves, the atmosphere light and festive as they sample the different delicacies prepared for them. In the kitchen, a woman with a white cap and a look of absolute shock stares at a screen. "I thought it was just going to be regular takoyaki. What do you mean the main takoyaki course is party style?" Kyoko Tamo, the Jujutsu high nutritionist, yells in frustration. Maru holds up the one-legged octopus on a plate, while Yuka and Tamo argue in the background. "Why the hell does that octopus only have one leg? What's wrong with it?" she screams. Maru stays calm. "Please save the tentacle for the Simurians. Well, we know you don't like not being able to cook all the food yourself. Don't wait until the day of to tell me if you know I don't like something." Tsurugi and Maru try to explain the value of their prize to the skeptical nutritionist. "It's called a wancha octopus. Apparently it's named after the batting style of a baseball player from a long time ago." Yep. As if that reason makes it better. "Maybe it's this kid who's not okay," Tamo mutters. At the main table, a hand sets down a pair of chopsticks with a sharp K-L-N-K sound. "Do we know of a way to break the curse that was put on Representative Dabura's younger sister?" a voice asks, the tone suddenly serious. The Simurian representative, Jabaloma, looks down at his meal with a somber expression. "Yes, the Deskunt tribe put a death curse on her. It activates when the chieftain dies or when Dabura defies the chieftain's orders." He looks up, his multi-eyed face conveying a sense of desperation. "Right now, it seems we've just stepped out of what you all refer to as the cursed technique's range. But just to be safe, we're looking into ways to break the curse. So we were hoping to get Japan's Jujutsu sorcerer's opinions on the matter." Mino listens with a stunned expression, his eyes wide as he hears about the complex magic involved. "But if we could earn a favor from them, that'd be even better," he thinks to himself, the political wheels already turning. Uzami leans forward, a confident glint in his eye as he offers a potential solution. "There's a cursed tool in Africa called the Black Rope that can cancel out the effects of cursed techniques. If we can get our hands on it, it might be possible to break your sister's curse." The Simurian representative, Dabura, lowers his head, the weight of his sister's life hanging over him like a dark cloud. The camera pulls back to show the entire table, the tension in the room palpable. "Is that true?" Dabura asks. Uzami doesn't blink. It's a very valuable cursed tool, so I can't say we'd be able to get it right away, but... Dabura looks directly at Uzami, his 3 eyes filled with a desperate plea. "Please do it," he says, his voice barely a whisper. Uzami gives a firm nod, his resolve hardening. "We'll do everything we can," he promises, knowing the difficulty of the task ahead. Mino watches the interaction with a look of disbelief, his internal monologue racing. Is it just me, or is this going really well? He wonders. Uzami stands up. "Excuse me for a bit, Jabaloma." The sliding door bursts open and Yuka strides in with a wide grin, carrying a tray of ingredients. "Hi, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's time for the takoyaki party," she cheers. Tamo follows behind, still yelling. "Hey, Yuka, machi's out of the question. That's the only thing I won't allow. At least make it cheese." Yuka stops when she sees Dabura standing in the middle of the room, looking like a towering giant compared to her. "Oh, Dabura," she says, her smile wavering slightly. Dabura looks down at her, his expression unreadable, his tattoos and unique features making him look both alien and ancient. Tamo freezes as she looks up at him, her mouth slightly open in awe of his imposing presence. Dabura and Uzami lock eyes, a silent understanding passing between the 2 warriors as the room goes quiet around them. A sudden blush spreads across Tamo's cheeks as she finds herself staring at the handsome, otherworldly visitor. A background of blooming roses highlights her sudden infatuation. Dabura remains stoic, seemingly unaware of the effect he's having on the high school nutritionist. His focus remains on the mission and his people. Yuka and Tamo dash back into the kitchen area, the excitement of the party returning as they prepare the takoyaki grills. Tamo hides her face in her hands, her heart racing. "Yuka, do I look okay?" she asks in a panic. Yuka tries to reassure her. "Yeah, I can tell, but..." Tamo groans. "What do you mean? I barely have any makeup on. See, I'm doomed." The Simurian giant walks through the hallway, his head narrowly missing the top of the doorframe with a loud clack sound. A servant in a kimono watches him pass with a look of surprise. Mino watches him go, his mind still reeling from the success of their negotiations. "Mino," Uzami says, getting his attention. Uzami's eyes flash with a newfound confidence. "It might be possible after all," he says. Mino looks confused. What might be? The takoyaki balls sizzle on the grill, the golden brown surface promising a delicious meal for all involved. Uzami holds up a plate of fresh, steaming takoyaki, serving them to their guests with a professional grace. "It's hot, so please be careful," he warns. The multi-eyed Simurian cautiously takes a bite, blowing on the hot food as he tries to enjoy the local cuisine. As I said, it's hot. Foo-foo." Maru and Tsurugi watch the scene from a distance, satisfied with how everything is turning out. "Well, I do think just takoyaki would have been a bit risky, but Uzami pulled it off. I was worried over nothing." Maru turns to Tsurugi with a wide grin, the anticipation of the next event already building. "Next, it's Rumel's turn, huh?" Tsurugi looks over at him, her expression softening. "That's right," she answers, her thoughts already turning toward her home. High above the earth, the massive mothership Nonax drifts silently through the void, its surface reflecting the light of the sun. "Asuki, let's go to the next cultural exchange together," a voice echoes through the corridors. A Simurian with long hair and a third eye looks back at his friends with a dismissive wave. "Oh, come on, just go by yourselves if you want," he tells them, wanting a moment of peace. Suddenly, a frantic voice calls out to him from down the hall. "Come quickly, Asuki, it's Elder Burrow." Asuki rushes to the scene, finding a group of his people huddled around an elderly Simurian who has collapsed onto the floor. "What's wrong, Elder Burrow?" he asks in a panic. The elderly Simurian, Elder Burrow, has his eyes squeezed shut, his face contorted in a look of pure agony. "Asuki!" he gasps, reaching out with a trembling hand. Asuki's heart sinks as he sees something truly horrifying. "What happened? There are tears coming from his third eye," he screams, realizing the significance of the event. The other Simurians back away, their faces filled with dread as the elder continues to struggle on the floor. "Huh, no, they're dangerous," one of them shouts, sensing the dark vision coming from their leader. Elder Burrow's teeth are gritted in a display of raw emotion, his tears streaming down his face as the vision intensifies. "I saw it! Earthlings, the Japanese," he manages to choke out. The camera zooms in on his wide, terror-filled eyes, reflecting a scene that will change the course of history. "I saw them." The screen turns black, revealing the silhouette of a ruined city. "Saw them killing a Kalyan," the elder's voice booms, a terrifying prophecy that spells certain doom for Earth. A dark, empty hallway leads deep into the heart of a high-tech facility. "We're killing Kalyans," a voice asks, the question echoing through the sterile environment. Mino and Uzami stand in the hallway, looking down at a pair of Simurians who are seeking answers. "Yes, some of our people are insisting it's true." Uzami tries to remain logical, his analytical mind searching for any other explanation. "There must be some kind of mistake. Kalyans don't exist on Earth, nor do any similar creatures." The Simurian representative stands his ground, the weight of the elder's vision behind his words. "He says he saw Kalyans being killed somewhere in Tokyo. Yes, but we have confirmed tears coming from the witness's third eye." Mino's face goes pale, the name of the location striking a chord of fear in him. "Tokyo?" he asks, his voice trembling. Uzami's eyes narrow as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The piece they just built is now hanging by a thread, and the answer lies in the heart of the Forbidden Zone. In a peaceful forest, Yuka, Maru, and Cross walk through a series of traditional torii gates. "When the government had to publicize the existence of cursed spirits because of the culling game, they lied and said that they only appear in Tokyo. Cursed spirits only manifest in Tokyo." "Huh," Yuka explains. They walk toward a small shrine nestled deep in the woods. "Still, that doesn't mean that cursed spirits never manifest outside of Tokyo. We help limit the leakage of cursed energy to Tokyo, an area the public have no access to, so that lie effectively became the truth." Yuka stops in front of a small wooden cabinet, her curiosity getting the better of her as she reaches for the door. "That's why," she says, her voice trails off as the hinges give a sharp creak. She pulls a white paper talisman off a large, round stone inside the cabinet with a soft, plap sound. The stone is covered in ancient markings and seems to pulse with a hidden power. She shows the talisman to the boys, explaining its purpose and their duty. "We have to keep up the warding barriers even in Kyoto." Tsurugi and Cross look on with interest as she continues her lecture. "The what? And it just so happens that it's time for the Great Purification ritual too. An exorcism we do at fixed times to make sure cursed spirits don't spill out of Tokyo. The barriers are more easily disturbed during this time." The group pauses to have a quick snack, the casual atmosphere a sharp contrast to the talk of dark spirits. "Are cursed spirits really that strong? Maybe because there are a lot more irregular ones than curse users. They're all over the place. Students don't ever really get called to do the ritual, though," Cross says while chewing on some food. The silhouette of a dark city looms behind a chain-link fence, the buildings looking like jagged teeth against the sky. And since there are so many of those swarming around, the former capital is called. The city of Tokyo is revealed in its current state, a terrifying, overgrown nightmare filled with giant, monstrous insects and strange, bird-like creatures. "Tokyo, the inhuman Makyo," the text declares, a stark reminder of the world's downfall. A sudden burst of energy echoes through the ruined streets with a series of blam and blam sounds as a giant insect is blown apart. A man in a suit, Yakumaru, stands over the remains of the monster with a large weapon in hand. "Got it. 10 points, he says calmly. His companion, holding a sword, isn't impressed. "Isn't it 5? It's not much different from the one I took down earlier." Yakumaru lets out an annoyed "Chi" as he adjusts his grip on his weapon. "Size isn't all that matters," he retorts, his professional pride clearly wounded. Companion walks ahead, not even looking back at the argument. "Shut up! Respect your elders. How else was it different then?" she asks with a dismissive "Foo." They approach a building with a closed metal shutter. "Come on, let's go into this building next. Why are you scared?" he teases her, reaching for the handle. He slides the shutter open with a loud metallic rattle. "Shut up, it's just the rules. Gotta have 2 or more people for exorcisms indoors." Flashlight cuts through the darkness, illuminating a swarm of strange, bat-like creatures hanging from the ceiling. "The hell? They're low grade, but there's a ton of them," he mutters as they begin to screech and flutter around. The light travels up a set of stairs, revealing dozens of black, hand-like stains covering the walls and door. "Are they being drawn here? Is there something else up there?" Yakumaru wonders, his heart rate starting to climb. He places a trembling hand on a metal door, the hinge letting out a high-pitched creak that seems to echo through the empty building. The flashlight reveals a group of small, spider-like creatures with large eyes skittering across the floor. "That's a good boy. Where'd you come from anyway?" he asks, trying to remain calm. He looks down at a large, multi-fingered hand reaching out from the shadows. "Really? You poor thing," he says, his compassion leading him into a deadly trap. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque face with rows of sharp teeth looms over him, its eyes bulging with a terrifying hunger. The man's face is frozen in a silent scream of pure terror. Outside, a blinding light flashes as Yakumaru and his companion recoil in shock. "A Simurian!" they shout in unison, their weapons ready as they face a new and unexpected threat. Yakumaru paces back and forth, his mind racing as he tries to process the information. "Kalyans are cursed spirits. No, Kalyans have physical forms, but Kalyans are about as close to a cursed spirit as a creature can get, which means cursed spirits are probably spirits that are as similar to Kalyans as possible. Let's head to Tokyo. We need to contact the team who's doing the Great Purification ritual ASAP." Dabura and his multi-eyed companion stand at the end of the hall, ready for action. "We'll go with you. Let's hurry. It'd be faster to go back to Nonax and descend from there," he tells Mino, who looks on with a mix of fear and determination. The camera zooms in on the Simurian's eyes, his focus intense as he prepares for the coming battle. The stakes have never been higher for both their worlds. Back at the shrine, the round stone covered in talismans sits in the dark. Changing the talismans is simple enough, but you gotta be careful of the cursed objects that are placed there to ward off cursed spirits. Yuka and the boys walk up a set of stone stairs leading into a rocky hillside. As time passes, the quality of the cursed object changes, and sometimes a ward becomes a beacon. Tsurugi looks over at Yuka with a look of admiration. "Oh, I get it. And telling the difference is part of a jujutsu sorcerer's job, huh?" she asks with a smile. Yuka covers her mouth with her hand, her face turning red with embarrassment. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean that to sound like it's something easy to do. The fact that protecting people is just part of your job and your everyday life." He's really enjoying this. Tsurugi gazes out at the world, her mind filled with a sense of purpose. "Well, I just think that's really cool," she says softly. Maru looks over at her, curious about her own culture's traditions. "So being a warrior isn't a job for Rumelians?" "Not exactly. The village Kalyan decides at birth whether you're a warrior or not. Wait, they can tell whether someone is a sorcerer or not right after they're born." Tsurugi and the boys look small against the vast expanse of the world. "Oh, right. They're immortal. 2,000 years. That Kalyan is a special one that Rumelians have been worshipping for 2,000 years. Not all Kalyans can do it." Cross puffs out his chest with pride as he adds another detail. "Plus, we get our middle names from the Kalyan too." Maru looks at him with a deadpan expression. "Wow, your full name is too long to even remember." The sound of breaking glass and a loud crash echoes through the rainy streets of Tokyo as a window in a skyscraper is shattered from the inside. Yuzami and Mino stand on a rooftop, looking down at the destruction with a look of horror. "Are we too late?" Mino shouts over the sound of the rain. Yakumaru reaches for his weapon as his companion looks on with concern. "Please let me handle it," he says with a look of grim determination as he prepares for the worst. With a series of TMP and thud sounds, he dashes through the ruined streets, his weapon ready as a giant, multi-armed monster looms over him from above. He drops to one knee beside the fallen creature, pressing a hand to his ear to communicate with the others. "Yakumaru here. We were obstructed by a Simurian during the Great Purification ritual. All teams assemble immediately." Suddenly, a group of Simurians appears at the end of the street, their presence a dark and ominous threat in the pouring rain. Yakumaru's eyes widen as he realizes the magnitude of the situation. Two of the Simurians stare him down with looks of pure hatred, their three eyes glowing with an intense and dangerous light. "Your side made a move first," one of them declares, his voice cold and filled with rage. Yakumaru's face is drenched in sweat and rain as he listens to the accusation, his professional cool finally beginning to crack. The camera pulls back to show the confrontation between the human and the Simurians, the ruined buildings of Tokyo standing like silent witnesses to the coming conflict. "Wait!" someone calls out, trying to stop the violence. Yakumaru's companion freezes as a powerful force suddenly stops her in her tracks. "Everyone calm down, the ritual is suspended," Yakumaru shouts while his mind races. That's Uzami's cursed speech. Mino and Uzami arrive on the scene, their expressions grave as they face the angry crowd of Simurians. "What are you talking about? They weren't given sufficient explanation about cursed spirits," one of them yells back. Uzami's voice is firm and unwavering as he accepts the blame for the misunderstanding. "And we were also deliberately withholding information about jujutsu. Now that's come back to bite us, leading to this incident, so we're at fault here too." Yakumaru's face is contorted in a mix of fear and confusion. What reason could they possibly have to interfere with the purification ritual? He screams, searching for any logical answer. Uzami's face remains calm, but his words are like a thunderclap in the quiet street. "Cursed spirits and kalyans are very close to being the same thing," he declares, revealing the core of the conflict. Yakumaru stares back in absolute shock, the world he thought he knew suddenly crumbling around him. It is all he can manage in response. The Simurians erupt into a chorus of angry protests, their voices filled with indignation. "You've got to be kidding me, like I'm gonna accept that," one of them shouts. Another screams, "This is a cursed spirit, it's not a kalyan," while grabbing a companion's collar with a violent grab and jitsai sound. A Simurian with tears streaming from his third eye screams at the crowd, his face a mask of pure agony. "Look at my eye, that is a kalyan," he bellows, his grief palpable. Yakumaru doesn't back down, his own voice rising to meet the challenge. "If it was truly a kalyan, the strain of those tears would be much greater than what you're feeling right now. Look at the corpse." He points to the massive, snowy white remains of the creature. A FWSH sound indicating the sudden movement as the body begins to dissolve into thin air. The Simurian warrior stares at the empty space where the body once lay, his three eyes wide with disbelief. "It disappeared," he gasps, his anger momentarily replaced by confusion. Uzami continues his explanation, the truth of the situation finally beginning to dawn on the crowd. "Cursed spirits are the collected manifestations of Rolaluka that Japanese unconsciously leak out. They are not kalyans." The Simurian is still unconvinced, his grief turning into a desperate search for answers. "Even still, you could hear their voices too, couldn't you? Please, Asuki." The multi-eyed Simurian, Asuki, looks back with a firm expression, his own resolve beginning to harden. "Hold it together," he commands his grieving friend. Asuki steps forward, his hands clenched into fists as he addresses the humans. "I'm begging you," he shouts, his voice filled with a desperate need for understanding. The camera pans across the ruined cityscape, showing a broken traffic light dangling over the empty, rain-slicked streets. The silence that follows is heavy with the weight of the coming storm. Dabura stands in the middle of the street, his head bowed in a show of deep remorse. "I'm terribly sorry," he says, his voice solemn and sincere as he tries to de-escalate the situation. He looks up at the humans, his multiple eyes filled with a quiet sadness. "We are at fault for our people leaving the ship and entering Tokyo without permission." Uzami gives a shallow bow in return, accepting the apology while acknowledging his own team's mistakes. "Please accept our deepest apologies. This all started because we were being overly cautious. We should have been more upfront with you." The Simurian warrior watches the interaction with a look of confusion. Why the hell is he apologizing? He thinks to himself, unable to understand the human's diplomatic approach. Yakumaru stares at Uzami with a look of betrayal and disbelief. "Do we really have to bend over backward to take fault here and grovel to the refugees?" he wonders, his internal monologue filled with resentment. He clutches his swollen, bruised face, a series of throob and zhki sounds indicating the intense pain he's in. His frustration is reaching its breaking point. Uzami and Dabura lock eyes, a moment of mutual respect finally beginning to form. "That's a wise choice. I'll contact you again soon. We should disperse for now," Dabura tells him. Tsurugi stands quietly by herself, her three eyes reflecting the dark and uncertain world around her. She seems to be lost in thought, the events of the day weighing heavily on her. A close-up of her eye reveals a sudden flare of intensity, a series of throb and zhki sounds indicating that something is stirring within her. Her journey is only just beginning. Yuka slams a cabinet door shut with a loud pan sound, her hands still trembling from the stress of the day. "All right, that was the last one," she yells, trying to stay positive. Maru, Tsurugi, and Cross are gathered around a small shrine inside a rocky cave. "I've been wondering, why not put these things in locations that are a bit easier to get to?" Maru asks. Tsurugi explains, "The key element for barriers is that they have to be in high places, low places, or in special spiritual sites." Tsurugi continues her explanation as they prepare to leave. "Well, we generally don't have enough sorcerers to help. Sounds rough. We would if the Rumelians could help us." Suddenly, Cross spots something in the distance that makes his three eyes go wide with excitement. He holds his arms out wide, his face lighting up with a sudden and brilliant idea. "Oh, right, that's a great idea," he cheers, while Maru looks on with a question mark over his head. Cross turns back to his friends, his enthusiasm infectious. "We can totally help Earth too," he declares, his spirit finally being lifted after a day of dark revelations. Maru and Tsurugi share a happy moment together, their faces filled with a genuine and hopeful smile. The bond between them has only grown stronger through their shared experiences. The sun sets over the rooftops of a traditional Japanese town, the shadows long and peaceful as the day finally comes to a close. For a brief moment, everything seems to be at peace. Cross walks down a street with a wide grin on his face, his mind filled with the potential of his new plan. "I'm sure the Rumelian warriors are gonna be thrilled. I'll tell everyone when I get back," he cheers to himself. He waves goodbye to Maru and Tsurugi, his spirit lighter than it's been in a long time. "Well, see ya later, great. I'm looking forward to it," they shout back. The three friends part ways at a street corner, their voices echoing through the quiet neighborhood. "See you tomorrow," they call out, their futures intertwined in a way none of them could have ever predicted. Suddenly, a series of loud, debang sounds echo through the air as several shots are fired in a distant skyscraper. The peace of the moment is shattered in an instant. Cross freezes in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock as he sees several dark holes suddenly appearing in his clothing. The rain pours down around him as he tries to process what just happened. A close-up of his eye shows the sudden realization of his own mortality. The light in his eyes begins to fade as he collapses toward the ground. Friends turn back in horror as they see him fall. "Cross!" one of them screams, their voice filled with a pure and raw agony. Yakumaru stands with his smoking gun in hand, his face a mask of defensive rage. Why the hell did you shoot him? His companion screams. Yakumaru bellows back. He made the first move. He reached for his weapon. The Simurian warrior is held back by his friends, his face contorted in a look of pure, murderous rage. I'm gonna kill you, you bastard, he screams, while Dabura and Asuki try to restrain him. Don't stop us, Jabaloma. Mino tries to intervene, his voice lost in the chaos of the shouting and the rain. Everyone, just wait. We must protect ourselves, another student says as he draws his sword with a sharp CHKK sound. Uzami's face is a mask of pure, concentrated power as he prepares to use his cursed speech again to stop the violence before it consumes them all. The camera pans across the faces of the combatants, showing the fear, anger, and desperation in each of them. What are you doing? The question seems to hang in the air, unanswered by the chaos around them. A lone figure stands in the middle of the empty, rain-slicked street, his silhouette a dark and ominous presence against the gray sky. A long, drawn-out, shaya sound indicates the constant downpour of the rain. Dabura turns back to the camera, his multiple eyes filled with a mix of grief, rage, and a terrifying sense of purpose. Dabura! Someone calls out, but it's clear the time for words is over. The war for Earth has truly begun. In a dimly lit medical ward, the air is thick with the sterile scent of antiseptic and the rhythmic hum of life support. Cross lies motionless, his face pale and eyes closed, a victim of a conflict he was meant to mediate. Why did this happen to Cross? A voice asks, trembling. The reply is cold. They thought he was going for his sword, and they shot him. The tension in the room is palpable as the sorcerers grapple with the fallout. Was gonna draw his sword? Of course not, one shouts in disbelief. Cross was searching for the wisest decision, putting Rumel first even at the end, the elder explains. If Cross really wanted to fight, that scrub's Rolaluka never would have even touched him. The IV bag drips slowly, a ticking clock against the heated emotions of the room. Stop talking like he's dying, a warrior screams, grabbing the elder's robes. He ain't dead yet. It'd take a lot more than this. To bring down a smartass like Cross, he continues, his three eyes burning with a desperate fury. Outside, the grand architecture of the Jujutsu headquarters stands tall against a gray, unforgiving sky. Tsurugi stands in the hallway, the weight of the news hitting him like a physical blow. Uzami is... what? He whispers. Uzami bows her head, tears streaming down her face as she grips her hair. I'm so sorry. I can't neutralize it with my reverse curse technique, the recoil from his cursed speech. It's like he got hit with a really strong curse in return. Inside the infirmary, another patient struggles for air, a specialized mask covering their face as cursed energy flickers around them. But there's no way. Uzami is a grade 1 sorcerer, Tsurugi argues. A voice from the shadows interjects. So am I. The girl steps forward, her expression haunted. But if I had to face Dabura, my only choice would be to run, and depending on his true nature, I might even have to off myself. Tsurugi looks on in shock. His power can't be measured by the sorcerer ranking system. He's a walking calamity. Suddenly, we shift to a desolate cityscape where the very foundations of the earth are being torn asunder. What are you doing? A voice echoes through the debris. Standing amidst the rubble of a fallen Tokyo, a group of people look up in terror at a figure looming over them. Dabura. The earthling sorcerers stand their ground in the pouring rain, sweat mingling with the downpour. Nobody move, their leader commands. The lead sorcerer's eyes are wide, his face set in a grimace of pure adrenaline. You don't have to tell me that, he thinks to himself. Dabura stands as a silhouette of pure darkness, his third eye glowing with a malevolent light. Who the hell could move one muscle in front of that thing? The sound of heavy footsteps, *tomp, tomp, tomp*, resonates through the flooded street as Dabura approaches with terrifying calm. He looks down at the prone form of an ally, his gaze cold and calculating. Close up on Dabura's face, his eyes are devoid of empathy, fixed on a goal far beyond the survival of the men before him. "I will protect the Rumelians," Dabura declares, his voice cutting through the storm like a blade. He pauses, tilting his head slightly. "I said, what are you doing?" The sorcerers watch from behind as Dabura confronts their superiors. "The pests on Earth are Kalyans, and we ran into a bit of trouble." "That's not true, they're cursed spirits," the sorcerer screams, his patience snapping. "They're not Kalyans." He lunges forward, pointing an accusing finger at the behemoth. "Was it you? Are you the one who shot Cross?" The man's bravado falters as he stares into the void of Dabura's eyes. Why, ease," he stammers, his spirit breaking. In the blink of an eye, the sorcerer is mid-draw, a blurred movement in the rain. "Don't move," Dabura whispers. A metallic asterisk Grick sounds out. Before the sorcerer can react, his arm is severed at the elbow, blood and cursed energy spraying into the cold air. The sorcerer's eyes bulge in shock. The speed was beyond comprehension. He was too fast. "Arg!" he screams, clutching his stump as he collapses into the mud, his lifeblood pouring out. He hits the ground with a heavy asterisk thud asterisk. Behind him, the others can only watch in horror. "Dabura, please restrain yourself," their leader begs. Uzami arrives, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to unleash his cursed speech. A asterisk KRRK asterisk sound emanates from his throat as the technique activates. But blood sprays from Uzami's mouth instantly. "I didn't even use forceful words and it already hit me this hard," he gasps, overwhelmed by the power gap. Dabura stands over the fallen duo, unfazed. "Was that an earthling cursed technique?" he asks. "You were too late, Uzami." Dabura cracks his neck with a sickening asterisk snap asterisk. "It looks like you're in pain," he observes with robotic detachment. He ignored Uzami's cursed speech and is moving around freely. A sorcerer cries out, his mind racing to understand the anomaly. "Not good. The more representative Dabura moves, the worse the cursed speech recall gets," another warns, seeing Uzami's condition deteriorate. One of the Earthling leaders coughs up blood, his face a mask of desperation. "Please forgive our rudeness. We deeply apologize for what happened to Dispatch Officer Cross." He drops to his knees in the mud, bowing before the invader. "Let's talk this over at another time. Please give us another chance. But please, I'm begging you, disperse for now." "Please," he cries out, his forehead pressing into the cold pavement as the rain continues to fall. Dabura looks down with a cold, analytical gaze. "Cross will die. He won't last long with those injuries." Blood splashes against the ground. "We might be able to treat him," the man screams into the dirt. "Please." "There are 12, 13 of you, not nearly enough," Dabura counts, his eyes scanning the gathered sorcerers. He gestures to the men standing behind the leader. "In exchange for Cross's life, I will take the lives of your subordinates." Shock ripples through the ranks. The realization of Dabura's terms hits them like a second storm. "Please have mercy on us," the leader bellows, his face contorted in agony. "And just take my life instead." Dabura looks at him, a flicker of something resembling curiosity, or perhaps just disdain, crossing his features. Close up on Dabura's eye, cold and calculating, as he weighs the man's offer against his own sense of justice. Suddenly, his expression shifts into a jagged, cruel smile, showing a row of predatory teeth. Dabura turns his back on the broken man. "We're returning now, Jabaloma," he says, walking away as if the lives he just balanced were mere numbers on a ledger. Jabaloma, the elder Simurian, watches the departure with a stoic expression. "Very well," he replies softly. "Once again, it's the Kalyans," Dabura mutters, his gaze drifting to the horizon as he exits the battlefield. The Earthling leader remains on the ground, tears and rain masking the blood dripping from his mouth. With several asterisk thuds, the subordinates collapse, unconscious or worse, as the tension finally breaks. "Uzami!" someone shouts. A stark message appears. A message from the Sumerian representatives. We hereby request that the Japanese government prohibit any further extermination efforts and secure the safety of cursed spirits. Miyaguni, the high-ranking sorcerer, scoffs at the demand. There's no way we can do that. Is the barrier around Tokyo really that fragile? She asks, looking toward her advisors. The cursed spirits will leak out of Tokyo. A map of the Tokyo barrier flashes on the screen. Originally, it was a proper barrier centered around the old imperial palace, but then it was expanded all the way to the prefectural border. It's less about trapping cursed spirits and more about diverting them to stay within it. Miyaguni rests her head on her hand. Fly heads and low-level cursed spirits lingering on the edge of Tokyo are one thing. But what if grade 2 or higher cursed spirits from deep within the inhuman Makyo escape from Tokyo? Then we might have another Shibuya incident, like what happened prior to the culling game. An older official leans forward, sweat beading on his brow. The one that idiot Yakumaru shot, Dispatch Officer Cross. Why can't we just treat him here? Uzami's doctor stands up nervously. Well about that. Sorcerers are all super tough, she explains, gesturing wildly. So as long as it's not something too extreme, my reverse curse technique can bring them back, but... Miyaguni's gaze is piercing. And what's too extreme to you? Severe loss of tissue and internal organ damage. The doctor tugs at her braids, her voice cracking under the pressure. She continues, her eyes wide with panic. Dispatch Officer Cross is one of the top sorcerers representing his people. So for him to be incapacitated instantly like that could mean a vital organ was injured. The board members discuss the optics. Plus, if we take him in and then say, sorry, we can't heal him, that's not a good look. And if his injury involves anatomy unique to the Sumerians, I'll be totally helpless. Damn you, Yakumaru. Plus, since we're the ones who injured him, if we turn around and save him too, they might think we staged it for our own benefit or something. And it's not like they'll say, oh yeah, forget about the cursed spirits thing. Anyway. The official rubs his temples in frustration. I'm aware of that. I'm sorry, the doctor wails in the background. Miyaguni turns back to the core issue. How long can we wait to exorcise the cursed spirits in Tokyo, especially now that the Great Purification ritual has been suspended? I think a month is our limit, the official replies, his voice grim. A transition slide appears. 1 month later, December 2086. 2 sorcerers walk along a desolate road, flashlight beams cutting through the dark. Exorcising cursed spirits at night is too dangerous. They look up at a massive, looming structure in the distance. We can't help it. No one's been able to do a thing for a whole month, so all we can do now is exorcise the curses, without the Sumerians finding out. Inside the Sumerian base, the warriors are gathered. Can we really tell from this distance? Center your awareness below us on Tokyo, Japan. Don't worry, the damage from the tears is minimal. You should be able to hear them even from this distance. One of the warriors closes his eyes, focusing his senses. The cries of the cursed spirits. A third eye opens on his forehead, a tear of cursed energy dripping down his face. The cries of Earth's Kalyans. A second official message flashes. A message from the Sumerian representatives. We hereby designate the mass killing of cursed spirits as an international crime, and therefore demand the Japanese government take international responsibility. The response is immediate. A message from the Japanese government. The exorcism of cursed spirits constitutes an act of force majeure, and therefore this government action should be exempted from illegality. January 2087. The war room is in chaos. Wait, could you still say that if you went out to the field too? Cursed spirit manifestations spike in the winter, and the level of danger rises along with it, especially exorcisms done at night. We have to wait. It's no use. We must perform the Great Purification ritual properly. There's only so many exorcisms we can do in secret. In the hospital, doctors rush past bodies covered in sheets. We're at our limit, a sorcerer screams. Back at the Sumerian base, the warrior Asuki is collapsing under the weight of his visions. Stop it! I'm going to listen to their voices. It's the very least I can do as a Rumelian warrior. Another warrior tries to stop him. Asuki, even if the burden is minimal, you shouldn't keep shedding tears from your third eye like this. Asuki grips his head in agony, his face contorted. How can they kill Kalyans? If only they could hear their voices then, that's enough. Dabura enters the room, his presence silencing the conflict. Dabura! Asuki turns his rage toward Dabura. I bet you can't hear the Kalyans' voices either, huh? He sneers at the elite warrior. After all, you're nothing but a Deskunt outsider. Dabura stops, his back to the group. I'm sorry, Jabaloma. Jabaloma looks on with heavy eyes. But Asuki's right, Dabura continues. I am nothing but a Deskunt warrior. A third message appears, the stakes reaching a breaking point. A message from the Semurian representatives. We have confirmed the continued mass killings of cursed spirits. Therefore, to ensure their protection, we shall hereby establish a new government and new nation of Rumel within Tokyo. Should this be refused, we request judgment through a duel, as is the way of the Deskunt. The Japanese war room erupts in an argument over the declaration. It might solve the problem now, but it'll cause nothing but problems for future generations. Plus, if we separate where we live, that's nothing but segregation. And what will we do about the cursed spirits? They're one step away from leaking out all over Japan. Just give them Tokyo already then. Who cares? I told you they'd find out. Why would you make us take a risk like that and ask for exorcisms at night? Yes, but the cursed spirits. One man starts only to be cut off. But that's what they want. Miyaguni silences the room with a cold gaze. Nominating anyone but Yuji Itadori to duel Dabura would be out of the question. Speaking of, did you get a hold of him? Her advisor hangs his head. No, not at all. No clue on his whereabouts either. A new voice enters the narrative. Testimony from Ms. Kujisaki. The last time I saw him was at Hana's funeral, and he said he wouldn't be going to any more funerals. He just can't bear to see anyone else off. He might look like a musclehead, but he's surprisingly sensitive, you know. I don't think he ever imagined not being able to fulfill his grandfather's dying wish like this. A hand strokes a white cat in the darkness. It was getting a little rough on me too, though. After all, he can't age, you know. The city skyline glows at sunset. He always looks like he feels so bad about it, and that's fine, but... So every time I saw him, I was painfully aware of just how old I've gotten. That's the thing I can't stand. A digital recorder shows recording 3 asterisk. So if you happen to see him, give him a message from me. Click asterisk, don't look down on me, idiot. Back in the meeting, the official looks desperate. So is it all over, then? Miyaguni closes her eyes. No, we do have one last hope. Close up on Miyaguni's eyes, wide and focused. It's up to her, though. Entry, January 2087. Dabura Karaba, representative of the Rumelian tribe of Semuria, issued a challenge to a duel for the purpose of safeguarding cursed spirits and demanding the relinquishment of Tokyo. A girl with long dark hair stands in the threshold, her gaze unwavering. Japan, acting as Earth's representative, chose Yuka Akatsu to fight on its behalf, and she accepted. In a lighter moment, a 3-eyed boy reads a book titled Asterisk Japanese Common Knowledge Asterisk. Speedrunning was originally a gaming term, referring to how fast one could complete a game, but it is now used in a variety of contexts. He smiles to himself. I'm scared of Manju-ha. I just know those two will want to do something that scare me. He looks out as Dabura sits in a circular arena. I heard. They want to take your measurements for your outfit for the dinner party. Dabura, Semir. A group of young sorcerers chat. I know it's a cliché, but I can't stand roaches. You liar, you're scared of Miyaguni. Tsurugi looks on. I'm not really scared of anything. Dabura turns away, uninterested. On second thought, just have them guess. An arrow points to him, doesn't want to wander around the ship too much. The boy laughs. Yep, I'm so scared of them. Cough, I'm afraid of Manju. Suddenly, he's a blur of motion. Measurement speed run, timer stop. Dabura looks at him, confused. What's with you? A girl offers a cup. Speed running to the end. Here's some hot tea. Back to the serious present, The official is shouting at Miyaguni. Are you really going to make Yuka do this, Miyaguni? Miyaguni walks away down the long corridor. I can't help it. It's our only choice. She told you herself about her illness. The man falters. Yes, but... Miyaguni lets out a heavy sigh asterisk, her profile showing the fatigue of leadership. In the distance, a fountain splashes. There's no way we could take on Representative Dabura with the weapons the JDSF and U.S. military stationed here have. It'll only end with a bunch of pointless deaths, and the U.S.-Japan security treaty wouldn't even apply. Yuka Akatsu stands in the restroom, staring at her reflection as the sink runs. What about nuclear weapons from other countries? A voice asks. SQK goes the faucet. Miyaguni's voice continues. No country wants to bear the shame of dropping nukes on Japan again. Besides, Japan is a latent nuclear power anyway. Although publicly we uphold non-nuclear principles, we still have the materials and tech to make the bombs. The official reminds her. Miyaguni smiles a sad, knowing smile. Exactly. So the UN's response was basically, if you want to do it yourself. Close up on Yuka's eyes, shimmering with unshed tears. Guess we're not exactly popular. Flashback, a scene of fire and smoke. How long has it been difficult for me to really talk with Cross? When did it all start? 2 Rumelian children stand in a cave of jagged white crystals. What's this? The boy holds up a piece. Dad said, it was Mull, he was clutching it, right till the end. Mull is a special ore that can convert cursed energy into all forms of energy. It's a very valuable resource in Simuria. Dura said the conflict between the Descant and Rumelians all started because of Mull. The crystal glows as the boy focuses his third eye on it. He grips the rock tightly. But our father didn't leave us Mull, it was just an ordinary rock. With a sudden burst of power, the rock is asterisk smashed into fragments on the floor. The sound of crushing stone fills the cave. KRSH. Maru, why did you do that? The girl cries. Maru's face is a mask of fury. Why did he die protecting this? Dad completely lost sight of his job as a warrior. The girl looks at him, heartbroken. So I told him that lie. I didn't want Cross to find out that it was just a plain rock, so just forget about him, Cross. A white screen with black text, but maybe deep down I actually meant it. The perspective shifts to an overhead shot of the grand circular arena, 2 figures tiny in its center. The girl is screaming from the sidelines. Let's just run away, he'll kill you. Cross stands in the arena, his face bloodied. I'm sorry, I didn't want to harm his face. The memory fades into black. Cross and Dabura were both so kind. Maru lies on the ground, a hand pressing his head into the dirt. Maru. Tsurugi stands over him, his expression one of confusion and concern. You're acting strange. Maru looks back over his shoulder, his eyes wide. And I was the only one who felt bound to the responsibilities of a warrior. My father and I were a lot alike, stubborn and set in our own ways. A dark figure looms in the memory. His obsession with Mull cost him his life, and my obsession with being a warrior continued to hurt Cross. Maru sits alone in a ruined building. I just want to talk to you one more time and say I'm sorry. Tsurugi stands below him in the atrium of a shopping mall. Cross, he shouts up. The empty space between them feels hollow. Something just doesn't seem right with the Simurian story. Tsurugi's gaze is sharp. Their social structure feels way off from what I'd expect of a modern nation, and they're way too similar to Earthlings to just brush that off with an explanation like, well, it's because they're aliens. He walks through the shadowed corridor. So are the Descant running some kind of centralized government, with the Rumelians shoved down into the lower classes. He stops, looking up at the broken glass ceiling. Maybe, but that still doesn't answer the biggest question. We see the monolithic tower in the distance again. How did they construct the spaceship Nonax? Tsurugi stands in the grand hall. It's capable of carrying 50,000 people through space. Even if it is powered by cursed energy, could the Rumelian tribe really be capable of creating such a sophisticated spaceship? A row of bamboo sticks stand in the ground. After all, the Rumelians took so long to build that canal, and even if it was possible with their techniques, there's no way they had enough time. He walks across the tiled plaza. Some irregular, unforeseen thing must have been at work here. He pauses, looking toward a shadow, and Maru sits on a walkway above. "Maru, it was you, wasn't it?" Tsurugi calls out. Tsurugi's eyes narrow, his intent becoming clear. Maru looks away, the marks on his face stark against his pale skin. Tsurugi continues his theory. The spaceship Nonax is made from Mull. Mull doesn't just respond to cursed energy, but to cursed techniques as well. Maru remains silent, his posture defensive. And the Simurians made it all the way to Earth, because of a single Jujutsu sorcerer's technique, right? It wouldn't have worked with ordinary Mull, Maru finally speaks. The Mull Dura left us was special. It was incredibly pure. Since that area was a place not even the Deskunt could reach, it makes sense that Mull of that quality was there. Also, close up on Maru's eyes. It wasn't just me, it was my and Cross's technique. Tsurugi steps forward into the light. "I've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't think I'd actually find you. I wanted to have one last proper talk with you, Tsurugi." Tsurugi's face is hard. "Is the reason you can find me. And we can speak Japanese like this together also because of you and Cross's technique." Maru looks down. "Yeah, it is." The city buildings stand silent. "Maru." Tsurugi's eyes are half closed, tired of the games. "Can't you all just leave Japan?" "We can't, not since the Rumelians found out about the Kalyans." Tsurugi looks down at the warrior. "You know about the duel between Yuka and Dabura, right? Just forfeit. Yuka can't win. The result will be the same whether she fights or not." A panoramic view of an airport. "But I don't know that, and that's what's giving me trouble. Yuka was sick, and her illness is progressing faster than the doctors expected. I was a total idiot for not realizing something was wrong, but that's not important now." Tsurugi's gaze is intense. There's something Earthling sorcerers use as a last resort when their lives are on the line. A binding vow. Maru looks up in surprise, and it boosts their cursed energy and techniques. Yuka walks toward a massive military transport plane. She thought since she's gonna die soon anyway, she might as well die for someone else's sake. Yuka's been searching for something worth staking her life on all this time. Close up on Yuka's face, she looks calm, resolved. "But I want to stop her from fighting in this duel. Today's not the day Yuka should die. And if she only has 3 months left, then I want her to live out those 3 months." Tsurugi draws his katana, the blade gleaming in the dim light. "Even if it ends up being 1 more week or even tomorrow, that's what it means to be an older brother. Right, Maru?" Tsurugi points his blade forward. "Please, take the rest of the Simurians and leave Earth." Maru looks away. 50,000 of my compatriots are aboard Nonax, including many women and children. Flashback to a mother stroking a child's hair. "When we left Simuria, it took almost 2 years to reach Earth, even using our technique to its fullest extent. But we finally found a place where we can put down roots." Close up on the hull of the spaceship. Up until now, everyone was terrified. A tiny speck of light in a vast, dark void. That we just drift around forever and end up a speck of dust in the vast darkness of outer space. Back on the bridge. And there's no guarantee we could find another planet. There's no place for us left on Simuria. Maru's third eye opens wide as he pulls out a scalpel-like blade. Rip goes the air. "I'm sorry, but we won't leave Earth. And if you're gonna talk about Yuka, then what about the Kalyans?" Maru grips his sword hilt. "And what about Cross?" Cursed energy begins to crackle around the blade with a loud asterisk KRKL asterisk. "My bad, I phrased that wrong." Cursed energy erupts into a fountain of black and white sparks. "I meant to say, get the hell out of here. Maru, I can't." Maru swings his blade, a wall of pure power cutting through the mall's structure. Sheeing, "I'm a warrior because..." To be continued. An out-of-focus plane sits on the tarmac under a bruised sky. This is where a journey ends, or perhaps where a story begins. Yuka's eyes are heavy with sweat and determination. Every blink feels like a countdown to something she can't take back. Tsurugi stands behind her at the airport, a silent sentinel. "Yuka," he says, his voice a steady anchor in the mounting wind. He offers her a high-tech wheelchair with a faint, sad smile. "Would you like to use this after all?" he asks as she looks away. "Thanks, Mino," she replies softly. A transport plane cuts through the vast, open sky, heading toward an uncertain fate. "If I get to be reborn," a voice whispers through the cabin air, "I'd like to be the older sister next time." Inside the cargo bay, Yuka sits in her wheelchair, surrounded by the cold steel of the military interior. She spent 16 years finding out exactly what a younger sibling would want, and now she has to use that knowledge. She remembers them as children practicing martial arts in a dusty dojo. "So I'd always go easy on you," she imagines, seeing the ghost of their childhood sparring matches. She thinks of the petty fights over treats that define their early years. "I'd let you have first pick of the snacks," she muses, watching his younger self stuff his face in her mind's eye. The memories shift to the quiet hours spent over handheld games. "I'd make sure to teach you all the cheat codes," she recalls, a ghost of a smile appearing on her face. And the long afternoons spent over open textbooks. "And every now and then I'd help you with your homework," she thinks with a soft, bittersweet smirk. Back in the present, Yuka looks down, the light from the bay door catching the moisture in her eyes. "Man, he was a terrible older brother," she whispers to herself. The sorcerer sitting beside her notices her sudden, heavy silence. "Yuka," he asks, his concern breaking through the professional tension of the mission. She doesn't look up, her mind wandering through the wreckage of her childhood. "Tsurugi," she begins. "Yes, what about him?" the man prompts, leaning in close. She looks forward, her eyes hardening as the bay doors begin to cycle open. The time for reminiscing is over. The battlefield is waiting below. Her vision blurs into a shroud of gray as the memories and the mission collide into one final path. Yuka looks up at him with a defiant, jagged grin. "I thought I told you not to come," she scolds, her voice cracking. "I wasn't trying to act tough. I just don't want you to have to see me like this, you know." She doesn't pull any punches as she stares him down. "You're the type of guy who thinks he's being nice when he tells a girl she looks better without makeup," she chides with a harsh laugh. The man's face crumples into a mask of pure distress. "I swear, you really don't understand how girls feel at all," she continues, her eyes glistening. "Not even your little sister." He bows his head in genuine, crushing remorse. "I'm sorry," he whispers, the weight of his failures pressing down on his shoulders. He takes her hand in his grip trembling with an unspoken grief. "Sniff, I'm so sorry," he repeats, the apology covering a lifetime of regrets. They walk through a field of tall, whispering grass, their hands locked tight together. It's a moment of stolen peace before the storm arrives. Tsurugi leads the way through the field as Yuka wipes her eyes with her free hand. "It's not a big deal," he says, trying to downplay the tragedy. "Don't cry." Yuka can't stop the tears as she explains the burden she's carried. "My friend was possessed by a vengeful spirit that couldn't be graded, and I wanted to help them," she reveals, her voice small. Tsurugi looks away, his profile sharp against the setting sun. "I thought I could do it by myself," he admits, realizing the crushing weight of isolation. The white space of his mind holds the terrible truth. Yet he never blamed her. All she could do was rely on his kindness. But her friend might have died if Tsurugi hadn't shown up to change their fate. Crows scatter across a ruined cityscape, their black wings blotting out the sun. The sound of their cawing is the only anthem left for this graveyard of steel. A tall, horned being with a third eye looks down from the wreckage. "Are you the chosen warrior?" he asks with an eerie, detached calm. An old man shrouded in a heavy black hood stands amidst the flapping crows. "No, I am but an old man," he replies, a sharp, dangerous grin hidden in the shadows. They stand in the center of the debris, a king and a messenger facing off. I have come to greet you on behalf of Earth's Jujutsu sorcerers before the duel, the old man states, his voice carrying through the rubble. He lowers his head slightly, a gesture of mock humility that belies his power. I am UI, master of the new shadow style, he introduces himself. The extraterrestrial king listens with narrowed, ancient eyes. And I would like to express my gratitude to you, king from another planet, UI adds. Your gratitude? The king questions, intrigued. Crows circle over a vast, blackened crater in the center of the city. Almost 70 years ago, a surge of immense power shook this country, and history is about to repeat itself tonight. The period of peace that followed that disaster was ordinary, but flimsy, and at some point, everyone seems to have forgotten. People walk the streets, oblivious to the divine threat hovering above them. UI stands with 3 young children, his hands outstretched like a dark shepherd. These children have no idea what it looks like when a living creature reaches the peak of violence, he says, speaking of what they used to call power, what they used to call strength. He looks directly at the Horned King, his eyes flashing under his hood. But I think you could show them the true terror of the curses that spill out from our very guts, he suggests with a dark invitation. The king's gaze remains cold and dismissive. Unfortunately, I can't show you anything without an opponent, he retorts, the boredom evident in his voice. 3 eyes narrow, focusing on a distant, descending point in the clouds. And unless they are truly worthy, it will be over before they can see a thing, he warns. UI's grin widens as the crows flap their wings frantically around him. Not to worry, he says. I think you will be quite satisfied with what's coming next. The king looks up as a black shape streaks across the sky like a falling star. And I'm sure your loneliness will be eased, UI promises as the roar of falling debris fills the air. Warning lights spin within the drop bay, casting a harsh, rhythmic red glow. The high-pitched hum of the machinery reaches a fever pitch. A massive bay door begins to slide open with a heavy, grinding mechanical groan. The seal between the safety of the plane and the war zone below is broken. Yuka sits in her wheelchair as it glides down the magnetic ramp into the blinding white light of the sky. Tsurugi stands by, his heart breaking as he watches her go. Tsurugi's eyes widen, hot tears streaming down his face as he witnesses the finality of her choice. He reaches out, but she's already gone into the light. Yuka looks out over the sprawl of the city, the wind whipping her hair into a frenzy. If I get to be reborn, I'd like to be the little sister again, she decides with a peaceful smile. The military transport plane banks away sharply, leaving its cargo behind in the clouds. A few small, dark specks fall from the belly of the machine into the void below. Yuka falls through the freezing air, debris and mechanical parts tumbling around her like a broken constellation. She is a fallen angel descending into a sea of concrete. Her face is serene even as she plummets towards the earth at terminal velocity. And I'd want my older brother to be. Her thought trails off into the wind. Tsurugi's face is set in a grim mask of determination back in the city. He knows his sister has made her move, and he must be ready to make his. A single tear breaks away from Yuka's eye, a crystal of grief lost in the descent toward the end of everything. The king watches the falling speck, his 3 eyes tracking the movement with predatory precision. He sees a challenger approaching from the heavens. He stands amongst the jagged ruins of a fallen skyscraper, his silhouette casting a long shadow over the devastation. The scale of the coming battle is beyond human understanding. Yuka's fist is clenched tight as her power surges, defying the gravity of her fall. With this treasure I summon, she calls out, her voice a command that echoes through the rubble. Shadowy wolves gather in a silent circle around the crater where she will land. I'm sorry, Dabura, she whispers to the void, her hands crossing into a deadly seal. Her gaze is piercing, her eyes glowing with a forbidden light. She is prepared to pay the ultimate price to save what's left of this world. A massive, crushing shadow looms over her, a presence so heavy it distorts the very air. The eight-handled sword. The ancient text of the technique begins to manifest. A giant, muscular leg slams into the ground with the force of a bomb, shattering the concrete. Something ancient and terrible has been awakened from the shadows. A monstrous figure with a wheel attached to its head erupts from the dust and debris. It is a creature of pure, divine violence, summoned to end the king's reign. The beast stands tall, a towering titan of muscle and myth that dwarfs the ruins. Divergent Sela Divine General, Mahoraga. The reveal is complete, and even the king, Dabura, stares up in genuine shock. Mahoraga lunges forward, a blur of unstoppable motion that tears through the fabric of the air. The battle of the gods has officially begun. A massive hand made of shadow and bone reaches up from the depths of the earth. It grabs at the air, seeking its prey amidst the falling buildings and rising smoke. Dabura Karaba watches the monster with clinical interest, his three eyes scanning for a weakness. Dabura Karaba's cursed techniques are, the narration notes. A black box of censored text obscures the terrifying truth of his power. His murderous intent given tangible form, a concept impossible for earthlings to even describe in words passed down through the Deskunt tribe. The wheel on Mahoraga's head begins to turn with a sickening, heavy click. For the first time in recorded history, Mahoraga's adaptation toward an extraterrestrial cursed technique begins. A diagram of the Zenin clan's forbidden art appears in the mind's eye. The 10 Shadows technique allows the user to summon Shikigami using shadows, but it is currently a forbidden technique within the Gojo clan. Yuka Akatsu has only been permitted to use an application that draws out certain abilities. A historical record shows the monster in its true form. The 8-handled sword Divergent Sela Divine General Mahoraga is a weapon that has never truly been conquered. Among all the 10 Shadows Shikigami, Mahoraga is said to be the only one impossible to tame. No sorcerer in history has ever succeeded, with one notable and terrifying exception in the distant past. Yuka Akatsu closes her eyes, her very soul fueling the manifestation of the beast. She is the anchor for this divine weapon. Dabura Karaba stands ready, his presence a dark sun on the battlefield. These are the participants in this final, desperate exorcism ritual. The ritual is a mutual death sentence. Yuka Akatsu is already in a state of suspended death. Only Dabura's death or Mahoraga's destruction will end it. If the monster falls, Yuka dies with it. Mahoraga's jaw unhinges as it prepares to roar, the wheel on its head spinning with a metallic click. The adaptation is proceeding at a terrifying pace. A streak of black energy cuts through the white void of the battlefield, a literal manifestation of death itself. Dabura Karaba vanishes from his spot as the ground shatters behind him. He is moving faster than any human perception can follow, a ghost in the machine of war. They collide in a shockwave of pure force that levels a 3-block radius. Mahoraga swings its heavy, arm-mounted blade, but Dabura meets it with a barrier of pure conceptual intent. The two combatants trade blows that level the surrounding buildings like they were made of sand. It's a dance of destruction where every step is a localized earthquake. Dabura retreats through the air, firing beams of lethal light from his clawed fingers. Mahoraga charges through the barrage, the wheels spinning as it adapts to the temperature and the speed. A pillar of pure energy erupts from the ground, engulfing Mahoraga in a white-hot furnace. The monster is buried in light, but it does not scream. The wheel spins once more, the sound of the click cutting through the roar of the explosion. The adaptation to Dabura's light has been completed. A massive hand reaches out from the explosion, unburned and stronger than before. The monster is learning how to kill its creator. Mahoraga smashes Dabura through a skyscraper, the glass shattering like rain in the moonlight. The king is being pushed back by the sheer, overwhelming physical pressure of the general. A massive explosion of rubble and dust fills the frame. The city itself is being used as a weapon in their divine duel, its bones scattered to the wind. Dabura regains his footing, looking at the creature with a mix of curiosity and dread. She summoned a spiritual being, he muses, his voice a low growl. He studies Mehoraga's features as the monster prepares its next strike. It's not just some indestructible doll made to fight in place of a jujutsu sorcerer, he notes. It has some kind of ability. They stand opposite each other in the wasteland, debris suspended in the air by the sheer density of their power. The battlefield is frozen in time. The sudden silence between them is more terrifying than the noise of their battle. It is the quiet before the final blow. Mehoraga lashes out with its blade, a horizontal slash that cuts through the skyline. Dabura leaps over the arc, preparing his own conceptual counterattack. They grapple in midair, a tangle of limbs and gnashing teeth. The wheel clicks again with a finality that sends a shiver through the air. The adaptation is complete. Dabura forces his way out of the clinch, his 3 eyes glowing with a dark, pulsating power. He realizes he can no longer rely on his basic intent to win. A spray of black blood hits the ground as the general's blade finds its mark. Even a god can bleed when the monster learns the exact frequency of his soul. Beams of light crisscross the ruined city, creating a grid of lethal, conceptual intent. It is a cage designed to kill anything caught within it. Buildings are sliced into perfect geometric pieces by the invisible grid. The concept of murderous intent is tearing the physical world apart. Dabura watches as his attacks fail to land a killing blow on the creature. Is it adjusting to my cursed technique? He wonders, his eyes wide. Its wheel keeps rotating, then it immediately recovers afterward. Mehoraga stands amidst the carnage, its shadow lengthening as the city burns behind it. The Zenin clan's family treasure has the ability to adapt to any and all phenomena, no matter the origin. More structures collapse under the impossible weight of the battle. The world is ending one city block at a time as the general pushes forward. Mehoraga walks through the fires of the ruined city, an unstoppable force of nature. It can adapt to anything, even the intentions of a god. This is the ultimate counterattack, a monster that cannot be killed by the same concept twice. Dabura is running out of ways to fight. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Tsurugi clashes blades with a new opponent. The sharp, rhythmic sound of clashing steel rings out through the narrow alleyways. The opponent looks at Tsurugi with a mix of surprise and irritation. "Didn't know you could use a sword," he says, struggling against Tsurugi's superior strength. Tsurugi's 3-eyed state is active, his focus narrow and absolute. "This is crosses," he replies, his voice cold as the steel he holds. He draws the blade across his palm with a metallic shriek. Shiving, he is preparing to end this encounter quickly. Tsurugi skids across the tiled floor, dodging a low sweep with effortless grace. His physical movements are inhumanly fast, the result of a terrible trade. Their blades lock together, sparks flying as they struggle for every inch of dominance. The opponent gasps, feeling the sheer weight of Tsurugi's resolve through the metal. They spin away from each other, their movements a blur of robes and steel as they dance through the corridor. F-wish. The opponent watches Tsurugi with a newfound, terrifying respect. So these are the extraordinary physical abilities Tsurugi gained due to his heavenly restriction, he thinks, in exchange for giving up his cursed energy and cursed technique. They stand at opposite ends of the hallway, the air crackling between them. "Now I understand," the man says. "When Yuka first told me about his strength, I had my doubts. But now that we're actually fighting, it makes sense." A fundamental question of power hangs in the air. Q. How is this different from physical reinforcement through cursed energy? The answer lies in the source of the strength. Tsurugi stands ready, his sword lowered but his spirit coiled like a spring. He is a warrior without magic, relying on pure, unadulterated flesh and bone. He lunges forward, his arm a dark blur as he strikes with a force that defies physics. The opponent barely brings up his guard in time to survive the blow. This is gonna be trouble, he realizes, his hands beginning to numb from the impact. Tsurugi's speed is relentless, a storm of iron. Every single attack feels like an ambush until I can adjust to it, the opponent thinks, his defenses beginning to crumble. Tsurugi parries a blow with a resounding metallic click. He is controlling the pace of the entire fight with a sword he shouldn't be able to wield. Dark energy arcs from their weapons, despite Tsurugi's lack of innate power. He wields jujutsu by making use of the cursed energy his cursed tool is already imbued with. The opponent's eyes widen as he finally realizes the depth of the strategy. I thought it was just like an auxiliary tool since he can't wield cursed energy on his own, he thinks. But now I get it. Cursed tools don't run out of energy. Tsurugi throws his primary sword into the wall behind his opponent, a tactical move that catches the man completely off guard. Shunk. They clash once more with hand and hilt, the sound of the fight echoing like a funeral bell. The way Tsurugi manages the pace of a jujutsu battle is totally different from any sorcerer alive. Tsurugi sends his opponent crashing through a heavy reinforced window with a powerful, concentrated kick. Boom! The glass rains down on the sidewalk below. He stands over the fallen man, his sword held loosely at his side. Even if it's just Dabura who leaves, that's fine, Tsurugi states, his conditions for the end of the duel clear. He explains the stakes of his sister's life. I doubt the range of a cursed technique can extend beyond the planet, just like with his sister's death curse, he theorizes. If Dabura leaves, the ritual becomes void. The man on the ground groans, spitting blood onto the tiles. Dabura won't ever go back to Samuria, he says. It's too dangerous for him to go back into the range of the Deskunt chieftain's cursed technique, even if it's just him alone. Tsurugi listens, his expression unchanging. It'd be different if the curse could be undone with the black rope, but there's no time for that now, right? He asks, knowing the answer. Tsurugi tightens his grip on his hilt, his shadow stretching out toward his foe. Maru, if I win, leave Earth, he demands. Let's have a duel with those conditions. He drops into a low, terrifyingly stable stance as the air around him begins to shimmer. Simple domain, maculation, he shouts, activating a technique that forces the fight into close quarters. Maru looks at him with a mix of pity and frustration. You're a warrior, aren't you? He asks. You held back, didn't you? You didn't fight with your full power. Maru's voice softens as he continues. I'm sorry, Dabura, I understand now. What it's like to be on the verge of losing your own sibling, he says, but I'm afraid to lose my friends too. Tsurugi's eyes are wide, his face a mask of grief and determination. He doesn't want anyone else to get hurt or to die for a cause they didn't choose. Maru looks down at him, his own resolve hardening. And you call yourself a warrior? He asks with a sneer. Will you really insult Tsurugi like that by holding back? Tsurugi's eyes narrow to deadly slits. Fine, he says, the word a final death sentence for their friendship. Tsurugi and Maru stand on opposite sides of a glowing geometric seal burned into the floor. Tsurugi, I'll fight with the intent of killing you, Maru declares. Try not to die. Tsurugi grips his sword with both hands, his knuckles turning white as he prepares for the end. The world seems to hold its breath around them. Suddenly, the world tilts and the tiles fall away. Tsurugi and Maru are sent spinning through the air as the gravity of the entire battlefield flips on its head. We're flipped! Tsurugi cries out as the narrator reveals. Marulu and Cross's cursed techniques are chaos and harmony. In a moment of quiet reprieve, the three-eyed sorcerer leans in with curiosity. By the way, what do you picture when you think of an alien? He asks, as images of the strange Jabberloma fill his mind. They huddle around the table, scattered with sketches of bizarre creatures. Well, I guess these are the scarier options, the companion notes, while the sorcerer muses that friendlier versions must exist. Tsurugi holds up a drawing of a simple, dome-headed figure with a wide smile, looking entirely unimpressed by the artistic effort. The three-eyed man points a finger upward, struck by a sudden realization. I've got it. How about you, Maru? What do you think a scary earthling looks like from an alien's perspective? Maru holds up her own contribution, a sharp-toothed creature that looks far more predatory than the others. The sketch is crude but terrifying, a many-armed monstrosity with a jagged maw where its stomach should be. The sorcerer sighs, looking at the collection of weird doodles. None of those look like Jabuloma, he remarks flatly. Maru defends her design with a shrug. I thought it'd be convenient, she claims, while the others question why it needs 4 arms and a stomach mouth. The scene shifts to a somber memory, Tsurugi sitting alone in a dimly lit archive. He recalls how his father vanished without a trace just after his sister, Yuka, was born, leaving him obsessed with finding the truth. He looks at old portraits of a serious, diligent man who seemed to carry the weight of the world. Rumors suggested his father grieved the weakening state of jujutsu sorcerers, sinking into a deep anguish. The mystery deepened when a maid reported seeing his father confronting a hooded stranger with a distinct scar on his face, shortly before he disappeared. The hooded man's profile is cold and detached. It doesn't matter, he says, his voice a chilling whisper that echoed through the family history. Tsurugi stares into the distance, his mind racing with unanswered questions. He wonders if his father's departure was tied to whether or not he and Yuka inherited cursed techniques. He looks at his sister, Yuka, wondering if their father would have stayed if things had been different, or if their very existence as sorcerers sealed his fate. But Yuka is smart, perhaps too smart to be kept in the dark for long. Tsurugi realizes he can no longer hide the truth as he prepares himself for the battle at hand. The tranquility of the memory is shattered as Tsurugi finds himself scaling the side of a skyscraper, his fingers digging into the glass as the city screams beneath him. He lunges forward, blade drawn, clashing against the three-eyed sorcerer in a spray of sparks and steel. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. The windows of the office building explode outward, raining shards of glass down onto the streets below as the two combatants tear through the structure. Tsurugi hits the floor hard, sliding through the debris as his opponent relentlessly pursues him through the wreckage. They trade blows with blinding speed, a dance of death atop a crumbling world. Every strike is a lethal calculation, every movement a desperate bid for survival. Tsurugi hits the ground face first, the impact rattling his skull. Damn it! He flipped us right side up again, he growls through the pain. The three-eyed man looms over him, driving his massive weapon down with enough force to split the earth itself. Tsurugi barely manages to bring his sword up to parry. The sound of metal screaming against metal fills the air as the two blades lock, the structural integrity of the roof failing beneath them. Tsurugi's eyes widen in terror. He's gonna break it, he realizes, feeling the vibration of his blade reaching its limit. The weapon snaps, and the resulting explosion of force sends Tsurugi tumbling backward, his defenses shattered and his body spent. He looks at the hilt of his broken sword, the realization of his vulnerability setting in as his vision begins to blur. The very skyscraper begins to groan and crack, a massive structural failure tearing through the concrete as the battle reaches its boiling point. Falling through the open air, the three-eyed man reaches out a hand with cold confidence. I win, he declares, as Tsurugi drifts helplessly toward the ground. Blood streaks down Tsurugi's face, but his eyes burn with a final, desperate resolve. Maybe, but even if there's only a 1% chance I can save Yuka, I'm gonna go all in, he whispers. The antagonist stares back, his expression unreadable. Wouldn't have expected anything less, he replies, acknowledging the spirit of his dying foe. A massive blast of energy erupts from the point of contact, a pillar of light that incinerates everything in its path and levels the surrounding buildings. Tsurugi's face is reflected in a shattered pane of glass, a ghost of the warrior he was just moments before. The three-eyed sorcerer stands amidst the floating ruins of the city, cars and concrete suspended in the air by the sheer density of his cursed energy. The destruction is absolute. A maelstrom of metal and stone swirls around the center of the impact, a graveyard of modern civilization created in an instant. Smoke billows from the side of a wounded skyscraper, a dark scar against the sky that marks the end of the struggle. The three-eyed man descends slowly, his gaze scanning the wreckage for any sign of life. He moves with the grace of a god surveying a ruined world. He looks down with a mixture of boredom and respect, the battle seemingly concluded to his satisfaction. Tsurugi lies broken at the bottom of a crater, surrounded by the twisted metal of crushed vehicles. He is motionless, a fallen soldier in a war he couldn't win. Thoughts drift to Yuka. He tells himself she was born with something incredible, so she should be proud to have an equally incredible death. It's a lie he tells to find peace. But as his consciousness fades, his hand brushes against a simple ring. It glows with a faint, ethereal light, a beacon in the darkness of his impending end. He can't accept it, not like this. The ground begins to rumble as a surge of power, dormant and ancient, begins to rise from within him. "That's all," he gasps. Eyes fly open, bloodshot and filled with a strange, dark intensity. "Grandpa," he mutters, reaching out to a memory that isn't his. A voice, dripping with malice and hunger, echoes through the void. "You, how awful," it sneers. A massive, shadowy form looms over Tsurugi, a nightmare made flesh with a grin that stretches too wide. "You ended up looking like her instead," the monster Dabura laughs. The entity leans down, its presence suffocating. "But I'll save you because Tsurugi asked me to. Now say I accept," it commands. Tsurugi stares up at the horror, his voice barely a rasp. "Then can I win?" he asks, seeking the only thing that matters. The monster's grin widens, showing rows of jagged teeth. "What a foolish question," it replies, the darkness closing in around them both. In the total silence of the abyss, Tsurugi speaks the words that change everything. "I accept," he declares. The three-eyed sorcerer stands frozen, his eyes widening as he feels a shift in the atmosphere that defies logic. A terrifying burst of black energy erupts from the crater, a silhouette of something inhuman rising from the ashes of Tsurugi's defeat. The sorcerer recoils in shock, sweat breaking out on his brow. "Cursed energy! It's definitely not Tsurugi's. Who are you?" he screams into the wind. Standing before him is Dabura Karaba, a tall, spindly figure with flowing white hair and a face that is nothing but a singular predatory mouth. "Who are you?" the sorcerer repeats, his voice trembling. Before he can react, a fist is already inches from the sorcerer's face. The speed is unfathomable, the intent purely murderous. The sorcerer is sent flying through 3 separate office buildings, his body a mere projectile in the wake of Dabura's explosive strength. Dabura stands in the ruins, his long hair billowing. "Well, isn't somebody cocky?" he mocks, his voice echoing. "I'm gonna go to Yuka in heaven and tell on you." Behind him, Tsurugi's body is hidden by the monster's shadow. The ring on the floor is the key. It is a cursed tool registered to the Gojo family, containing an immense reservoir of energy and the unwavering will of a spirit subordinate only to its master. High above the city, the battle enters a new phase. Debris remains suspended in the air, creating a jagged, floating arena for the supernatural clash. A hand crushes a piece of floating concrete with casual ease, the sound of stone grinding echoing in the silence. Dabura launches himself forward, his body a blur of motion, as he strikes at the three-eyed sorcerer with relentless ferocity. The sorcerer tumbles through the air, trying to regain his footing on the floating platforms as Dabura pursues him like a shadow. Their hands meet in a bone-shattering clinch, the very air around them vibrating with the pressure of their competing cursed energies. Dabura's mouth twists into a horrific laugh. "Ah ha ha, this is so fun. It's like being on a roller coaster," he shrieks as the sorcerer struggles to maintain his grip. Blood pours from a wound on the sorcerer's forehead. Why does he look like that? Who's that other personality talking? He wonders, panic finally beginning to set in. He narrows his eyes, focusing his remaining strength. What's the source of its power? He demands of the void. He realizes the truth. This amount of cursed energy isn't something that can be contained within a single person. It is a legacy of decades of accumulated power. A silhouette of a man from the past appears, a reminder of the unfathomable strength that was poured into the ring over the course of generations. Dabura stands as a conduit for that power. It must be that ring. He said it was a memento from his grandfather. The sorcerer deduces, finally understanding the threat. Dabura lunges with a powerful kick, his movement cutting through the air like a scythe. The sorcerer dodges by a hair's breadth, the wind of the strike whistling past his ears as he prepares his counteroffensive. He manages to grab Dabura by the collar, his knuckles turning white as he tries to hold the monster in place. But the strength is overwhelming. Dabura simply leans into the grip, his horrific face inches from his opponent's. The sorcerer unleashes a massive wave of energy, a desperate splash of power intended to drown the monster in cursed force. Dabura emerges from the energy unscathed. It didn't work, the sorcerer gasps. Is he using brute strength to force his way through my technique like it doesn't even matter? Dabura stands across from him, his silhouette small against the backdrop of the upside-down city. I'm sorry, Maru, he says quietly, his tone suddenly serious. The monster's grin returns, more menacing than ever. But I'm gonna win no matter what it takes, he promises, as a dark aura begins to seep from his form. Small plants begin to sprout from the dead concrete around his feet, a perverse sign of life in a place of total destruction. You don't have to apologize, a new voice whispers. The scene shifts to a mystical grove, where Dabura stands before the shadow of a great tree. Because I feel the same way, the presence within the tree responds. Back in the city, a massive shape appears on the horizon, a silhouette with great wings and a heavy, mechanical wheel upon its head. The three-eyed sorcerer watches as the great beast, the adaptive beast, begins to manifest. His demeanor has changed, he notes, feeling the shift in the monster's resolve. The beast stands tall on the rooftop, its wings casting a long shadow over the battlefield as the wheel on its head begins to turn with a heavy, metallic click. The beast lets out a blood-curdling roar, its jagged teeth bared to the sky as it feels the first traces of Dabura's power hit its skin. It crosses its massive arms, bracing for the impact as the air around it begins to fracture under the weight of its own existence. The sorcerer's eyes go wide. He sees the wheel turn. He knows what comes next, and the fear finally takes hold. Dabura and the beast collide in a frenzy of claws and light. It is a battle of titans, a struggle that transcends the simple concepts of sorcery and combat. Dabura strikes with a blade of pure energy, but the hit slides off the beast's skin as if it were made of water. It's not working, the sorcerer mutters in disbelief. The beast's face is a mask of pure, mindless aggression, its singular purpose to adapt and overcome any threat it faces. With a sudden, violent motion, the beast slashes through Dabura's defenses, drawing black blood that vaporizes before it can even hit the ground. The three-eyed man looks up, his face slashed and bleeding. He's rendered my cursed technique completely ineffective, he realizes, the horror of the beast's ability sinking in. The adaptive beast leaps into the air, the wheel on its head spinning faster as it prepares to deliver a finishing blow that cannot be blocked. Dabura realizes the gravity of the situation. So that's his ability. He devoured my technique to adapt to it, he thinks, as the beast's shadow looms over him. He looks at the wheel. It has stopped spinning. And now that the wheel has stopped, is its adaptation complete? He wonders, facing his own end. The sorcerer takes a heavy blow to the jaw, his teeth rattling. So then, he starts, his mind working through his final options. Blood drips into his eyes. Do I not have any other way to fight back? He asks himself, the pride of a sorcerer clashing with the reality of the beast. He looks up at the massive creature. Am I going to lose? He wonders, a question he never thought he'd have to ask. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland. Two warriors, Dura and another, stand under a pale sky. "Shouldn't you try to be friendlier with the Descant?" the other asks. Dura looks down, his expression one of profound loneliness. He is a warrior with no one left to fight, a soul lost in its own strength. He slumps forward, carrying heavy bags across the barren earth. "Am I unpleasant to be around, Dura?" he asks his companion. The companion shakes his head. "No offense, but you're the only one who's a worthy opponent. That's not what I meant. I appreciate it." They walk together across the endless horizon. "If I stand among them, it would only create tension. The Descant warriors are very proud," Dura explains, his voice heavy with the burden of isolation. Back in the city, smoke rises from a shattered apartment building, a stark reminder of the battle that is tearing the world apart. Dura sits among the rubble in his vision. "I think I might lose. This is incredible, Dura," he says, finally feeling the sensation he has sought for so long. Blood streams down his face. "And I'm afraid, I'm in pain," he gasps, his heart finally beating with the rhythm of a true struggle. He recalls the ache of being misunderstood. "When people are jealous of me or won't accept me for who I am, it makes my heart ache with this throbbing pain," he explains. Eyes narrow, filled with a sudden clarity. "But I don't want to fight. I'm a warrior and I'm strong," he says, the contradiction of his soul finally laid bare. Companion laughs, a bright sound in the wasteland. "Ha ha ha, nah, you've got it all wrong," he calls out as he walks away into the sunset. He turns back with a wide grin. "It's not that you don't want to fight, it's that you've never been in a real one before." The companion stops, his gaze piercing. "You're so strong you've never really become a warrior," he reveals, a truth that echoes back into the present battle. Dura looks on with confusion. "I don't understand," he mutters, the concept of a real fight foreign to his peerless strength. The companion places a hand on his shoulder. "Words can only express so much," he says softly, his eyes filled with a strange sort of pity. They stand together as the sun sets over the world. "But someday, somebody so strong will appear that you'll think you're gonna lose, and then you'll understand." In the city, the adaptive beast delivers a crushing blow, its arm striking Dabura with the weight of a mountain and the force of a falling star. The world explodes in a flurry of movement and debris. "Ah, I see," the three-eyed man thinks as he is thrown through the air. "Not fighting because you don't want to, fighting because you want to." A hooded figure from the past appears once more. "I know you're capable of it, Dabura," the voice echoes, a spectral encouragement from another time. The sorcerer smiles, a genuine, terrifying expression. "Will you protect the Rumelians for me?" he asks his inner demons, his resolve finally absolute. The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow. Neither of those were actually fighting, he understands, looking at his previous efforts with contempt. He looks at the faces of those he has lost, the weight of his duty pressing down on him. "But fighting, because you have to." He grips his broken weapon, his fingers digging into the hilt until his knuckles bleed. The sound of stone cracking beneath his feet is the only warning he gives. The monster's jagged teeth are bared in anticipation. "A true fight, that's..." It rumbles, sensing the change in its opponent. Dabura stands tall, his body bruised and broken, but his spirit more dangerous than ever. "Is a warrior, and someone who is capable of that," he declares. The adaptive beast lunges one final time, its massive form a wall of unstoppable muscle and bone. The three-eyed man looks at the beast with calm, detached eyes. "Hey!" he calls out, his voice steady for the first time in the entire battle. He bows his head, a final gesture of respect to the struggle. "I'm sorry, but I'll fight for real now," he promises. Dabura Karaba's cursed techniques are fundamentally tied to light itself, a power that should be absolute and untouchable. However, his physical body has always been the bottleneck. It could not withstand the sheer acceleration required to move at the speed of light. So he was never able to move with that impossible speed himself, until now. He digs his feet into the rubble, the stone groaning under the sudden, immense pressure. If my cursed techniques are ineffective against him, then there's only one thing left to do. He clenches his fist, a dark smoke rising from his knuckles as his very cells begin to vibrate with a lethal frequency. Beat him with my bare hands. He surges forward, his body glowing with a terrifying, white-hot intensity. And I'll push my body's strength and speed to their absolute limits. He whispers a name into the wind, a final tether to the man he used to be. Dura. A feral grin crosses his face as he prepares to shatter the world. I'll become a warrior. Beyond the limits of mankind, Dabura Karaba rips across the battlefield at sublight speed, a streak of destruction that marks the beginning of the end. The air screams as the Sumerian beast lunges forward, its massive frame carving a path through the city block. A jagged claw reaches out, tearing through space itself with a hunger that defies nature. Above the ruins, the Titan stands tall. Chapter 19, Rapid Strides. The game has changed, and the stakes have never been higher. Dabura's eyes burn with an unnatural light as the third eye on his forehead snaps open, locking onto his prey. He strikes with the velocity of a comet, the sheer force of the impact turning the surrounding air into a lethal shockwave. Skyscrapers groan and buckle, their windows shattering in a synchronized wave of destruction that echoes for miles. The two forces collide in a flash of brilliant white, an epicenter of raw power that threatens to level everything in sight. Buildings lean like dying giants, unable to withstand the pressure generated by the duel of gods. Dabura's face twists into a mask of pure adrenaline. More, closer to light, he roars, pushing his body past its breaking point. The temperature skyrockets, the atmosphere beginning to crackle with static. It burns, it's heavy, he gasps as the physical cost of his speed begins to mount. They move through the wreckage like flickering ghosts, shadows dancing in the heart of a technological storm. A terrifying physical reality sets in. The closer he gets to the speed of light, the more the air behaves like a solid object rather than a fluid. A manic grin spreads across his face as he fights against the very laws of physics. But I don't care, he bellows into the void. Drive is absolute, a singular focus that leaves no room for hesitation. I've got to catch up, he whispers to the wind. To the warriors, he cries out as glass shards rain down like diamonds across the war-torn streets. Dabura grits his teeth, his features illuminated by the blinding radiance of his own escalating energy. From high above, the city looks like a grid under siege as a massive pulse of light erupts from the center of Tokyo. The explosion is absolute, a pillar of white fire consuming the rooftop and scorching the clouds above. He hits the pavement with a bone-jarring thud, tumbling through the dust and hot ash of the fallout. Sweat and blood sting his eyes as he struggles to push himself up from the ruins of the road. A single drop of crimson escapes his eye, tracing a path down his scarred face as he looks back at the fire. High above the battlefield, the spiritual being's wheel spins with a metallic rattle, adapting to every move he makes. Dabura watches the wheel, his breathing ragged. Maybe it's easier for him to adapt to simple brute force than some complex cursed technique. This is getting frustrating. He looks down at his trembling hands, a strange sensation washing over him. But at the same time, I've never experienced this before. A dark serenity touches his spirit. A part of me is actually enjoying fighting. Visions of his past selves swirl around him, a kaleidoscope of violence. I want to fight more. I want to fight better. I want to be reborn into a version of myself I don't even know. A sharp, rhythmic pain pulses through his mangled arm, a reminder of the physical limits he's reaching. He stares at the damaged limb with cold detachment. This is getting in the way. Maybe I should just cut it off. With a sickening twist, the blackened flesh of his arm detaches, falling away like discarded armor. A question of power lingers in his mind as he prepares his next move. Can Earth's jujutsu even heal people? He remembers the rumors he heard. They offered some special treatment when both Marulu and Cross got hurt, something that doesn't exist in Sumerian jujutsu. The logic seems backwards to him. How can you heal with cursed energy, which is negative energy? He senses something unique about his foe's weapon. Still, starting with the spiritual being's blade, I can feel an energy that's different from ordinary cursed energy. A breakthrough in understanding begins to form. Is there some technique that converts cursed energy into another, positive kind of energy? Body reacts to his will, muscles and bone beginning to knit back together in a blur of steam and power. The spiritual being looks on, its eyes reflecting the cold light of the divine mechanism spinning above its head. Dabura stands firm on the fractured pavement, testing his newly regenerated foot. "I see," he says with a dark chuckle. He looks up, a grim smile playing on his lips. Earth's jujutsu is quite advanced. Meanwhile, in a secure briefing room, the mood is tense. Now that Representative Dabura and Yuka are fighting. It's highly possible that the cursed spirits residing deep in Tokyo will come spilling out from the city and scatter in all directions, the commander explains. The threat is one of numbers, not power. Instead, the frightened low-grade spirits will come flooding in like a tsunami, and it'll be our job to exorcise them. A map on the screen lights up the danger zones. We've also adjusted the barrier surrounding Tokyo so that it'll redirect the cursed spirits toward the ocean as much as possible. The lead sorcerer looks at the group, her eyes cold. Let's limit our casualties to only Yuka, for her sake too. A three-eyed Sumerian steps forward, his voice a harsh growl. There's no guarantee that the Earthlings are gonna abide by the Deskunt rules for duels. He looks over the balcony at the chaos below. Regardless, they accepted the duel, so we gotta make sure they're not playing dirty. He warns his subordinates. If you spot any Earthlings, seize them immediately. I don't even care if you kill them. He reminds them of the first strike. They're the ones who made the first move and hurt Cross. The leader dismisses them with a wave of his hand. Just take a piss against the wall and get it over with. In the sterile hallways of the facility, two factions are on the verge of a brawl. Shut up! I was raised better than that, a sorcerer shouts. The shouting match continues, tensions boiling over. There's no running water here anyway, so it doesn't matter either way. It's the principle of the thing. The hallway falls silent, as both groups sense a new, overwhelming presence standing between them. The Sumerian leader points his weapon, his voice trembling with rage. Earthlings! Yuka draws her blade, her eyes widening as she realizes who they're facing. Sumerians! Outside, a figure in a gray hoodie watches the reflection of the clouds on a glass tower. Man, I told him this would happen. Not that I actually said it out loud, but still. Mino sprints through the abandoned streets, his tie flapping in the wind. What the hell are they doing? He stops dead in his tracks as he sees the hooded figure standing in the middle of the road, waiting. The realization hits Mino like a physical blow. You're... The figure raises his hands, a terrifying aura beginning to coalesce. Piercing blood, he commands. The sorcerers scramble to defend themselves as the energy hits them with the weight of an iron beam. The hell is that? The Sumerian leader screams as he's slammed against the concrete wall. The hooded man stands amidst the chaos, the building behind him splintering from the force of his attack. Too much, he asks quietly. He begins to walk away, the sound of breaking glass following him into the night. To be continued. Mino watches him with wide eyes, the name on his lips a mixture of fear and hope. Yuji Itadori. Later that evening, Mino adjusts his tie, his hands shaking. I'm supposed to search for Yuji Itadori, but we have zero clues to go on. Phone buzzes with a new message. AI To Do might know something. To Do, the former Grade 1 sorcerer. He gets through to a source on the phone. Hey Mino, let's meet up for a change. Listen, unlike you, I'm busy running things, he replies sharply. Mino pushes for information. His whereabouts are also unknown. Could you connect us? Me, no way. Then who should I ask? The caller laughs at him. Heh heh, busted, come on, at least buy me dinner. You just want to bum money off me anyway. Next time, he says, hanging up. Mino turns as he hears the name spoken aloud by a passerby. Itadori. A casual conversation is happening nearby. Hey, Yuji, that machine's hot right now. Nah, I doubt it, the animation's green. Mino walks away, frustration mounting. That's just going in circles. Sure, but everybody else besides Itadori hates him. He steps into the center of the road and calls out, testing a hunch. Yuji Itadori. The hooded man stops walking. A small, tired sigh escapes from under the fabric. Busted. He looks back over his shoulder, his eyes hidden in shadow but his presence unmistakable. Suddenly, a massive cleaver slams into the ground, narrowly missing the hooded man's feet. The Simurian attacker is confused. Who the hell is this guy? It's not even touching him. Yuji turns to face his new opponent. He's an earthling, right? But his aura is Kalyan, you look pretty tough. With a violent yank, Yuji catches the weapon and pulls the attacker into his range. Mino watches the display with growing awe. His precision is insane. I didn't even sense his cursed energy till it appeared around his fist. Yuji stares into the attacker's eyes. So I'm sure you'll be fine. Black flash. The strike explodes in a shower of black sparks, shattering the silence of the street. You won't die, Yuji promises coldly. The impact wave rolls outward, shattering every window in the block as the Simurian is launched backward. Dust and smoke billow from the crater where the attacker hit the ground, concrete turning to powder. The Simurian lies broken in the rubble, blood trickling from his mouth as he gasps for air. Yuji turns toward Mino, his face still mostly obscured. Hey, you over there. He holds up a hand, a residue of black energy still crackling around his knuckles. Mino stares at him, unable to find the words to ask what he's become. A sudden movement makes Mino flinch, a projectile whistling past his head. The Simurian staggers, vomiting from the internal shock of the blow. There's a bunch more sorcerers out cold over there, but don't sweat it, Yuji says casually. Yuka walks into the frame, her expression one of grim business. Tell them they'll be fine if they rest up for a couple days. Oh, and tell the aliens too. She looks down at the carnage. Before long, they'll just feel like they got a real bad case of the flu. Mino is paralyzed with shock. Mino finally explodes. Yuji Itadori, what the hell are you doing? Yuji looks at the ground. Well, won't it look kinda bad if I knocked out just the aliens? Mino's voice is thick with anger and grief. That's not what I mean. Why the hell d'd you show up now? Because you weren't here to fight, Yuka had to. Yuji's voice is empty, stripped of his old warmth. It doesn't matter. Mino pauses. What doesn't? Yuji looks at him, his gaze hollow. I mean, who cares about Yuji Itadori anymore? He looks toward the horizon. Don't worry, I'll take care of the cursed spirits that leak out of Tokyo, and if Akatsu's grandkid loses, I'll clean up that mess too. He clenches his fist, the leather of his glove creaking. But all I can do right now is make sure nobody interferes with those two. He looks back at the fire, or those four, I guess. Mino watches him go, the distance between them feeling impossible to bridge. Ha ha, then it won't be so lonely, and I won't forget you either. Yuji looks at the ruins of the city one last time. This is for the best, isn't it, Sensei? Back at the main battlefield, the spiritual being Mahoraga leaps through the air, debris trailing in its wake. Dabura floats in the center of the destruction, explaining his new logic. So when you multiply cursed energy, which is originally negative energy, with itself, you end up with positive energy. He creates a swirling orb of power. In that case, what would happen if I channeled this energy into a cursed technique instead of cursed energy? He looks at the monster with a cold, analytical gaze. Hey, what do you call this cursed technique on Earth? The narrator explains the gravity of the shift. With his new cursed technique reversal, Dabura has once again seized a chance at victory against Mahoraga with his own hands. He settles into a fighting stance. This time, I definitely have to defeat him in one hit before he can adapt. The technical challenge remains, but how do I do it? The battle resumes with a deafening roar as steel meets supernatural hide. A long-haired warrior with a massive katana charges into the fray, his movements surgical. He slices through a mass of cursed energy, his eyes focused and calm. He calls out a single name that commands the shadows. Rika. A monstrous voice booms from the darkness. Sure, why not? Personally, I like a little nastiness. Tendrils of black shadow erupt from the floor, pinning the enemy in place. The warrior raises his blade high. Just swing it as hard as you can. I'll give you the strength. The three-eyed Simurian is horrified. Did that come from the shadows? What the hell is that katana? What is he trying to do? Suddenly, the horizon is flooded with dark shapes. Cursed spirits. The commander screams a warning. No, stay away. They've started a mass exodus because they're afraid of Dabura. Yuji watches the swarm from a rooftop. Ah, geez, they did a pretty crappy job of guiding him. He sighs, shaking his head. Guess I can't blame 'em since it's never happened before. Bet they underestimated the amount of curses that multiplied without the great purification. The long-haired warrior prepares his ultimate technique, his blade glowing with energy. He looks directly at the heart of the darkness and speaks one word. Dismantle. A silent slash cuts through the very fabric of the city block. The buildings behind the swarm explode into dust, the shockwave flattening entire streets. Two massive pillars of fire and smoke rise into the sky, dwarfing the skyline of Tokyo. A sorcerer falls to his knees, clutching his head. Arg, there's too many of them, the burden's too great. Debris rains down on the battlefield as the dust begins to settle. A deep crater is all that remains of the impact zone. Dabura's eyes narrow as he watches the fallout, looking for any sign of his enemy. He lashes out with a sudden strike, the wind from his blade splitting the air. Too shallow, he growls. He prepares to dive back into the smoke, his resolve hardened. The Simurian leader rallies his men. Tsurugi, we gotta settle this right now. Bring it on. The warrior sheathes his sword with a satisfying click. Thanks, Rika. The monstrous shadow fades away, the heavy thud of a falling giant echoing through the ruins. The Simurians are in shock. The cursed energy is fading. He released the transformation. A final message is left hanging in the air. Good luck. The warriors look at the horizon, the aftermath of the battle settling over the city like a shroud. The binding vow had done its work. The binding vow to release his power made him even faster. The camera settles on a blood-splattered, no U-turn sign. For Tokyo, there is no turning back now. The wind howls through the trees of a memory, carrying a voice from the past. You're a lot like me, Tsurugi, the mentor says, his words hanging heavy in the air. Tsurugi looks up, startled, asking, I am. Tsurugi stands with his practiced blade, confusion etched onto his young face. He doesn't quite understand the weight of the comparison yet. The mentor watches the boy, a silent warning in his eyes as he explains that strength is a double-edged sword gained through loss. Don't be so desperate for strength that you throw away something you shouldn't, he cautions. Tsurugi gives a simple, quiet, okay. The conversation turns toward the family that anchors them. I had a younger sister, the mentor reveals softly. Tsurugi nods, the memory clear in his mind. Yeah, I know, am I right? A flock of crows takes flight over the traditional rooftops of the Zenin estate, a dark omen in the sky. The mentor's voice continues in the boy's mind, stating that because of Mai, he became stronger. The birds form a perfect V against the pale sky, a symbol of order born from chaos. But sometimes I wonder, the voice whispers, did I really need to get stronger? Below, on the forest floor, empty eggshells lie scattered in the grass, life already gone. The mentor wonders if someone else could have carried the burden, saving Mai from her fate. Droplets of water fall like tears through the white space of his regrets. He admits that these thoughts are nothing more than a naive fantasy. He can only voice now that it's too late. The dew clings to the tall blades of grass, fragile and fleeting. There isn't a single day that passes where he doesn't dream of a future where Mai is still alive beside him. Back in the present, the boy's face is twisted in sudden agony as he screams out, "Granny!" Mararu's 3 eyes go wide, the blood of a fresh wound splattering across the scene. He looks down at the boy with a fierce, desperate intensity, command barking out, "Don't cry." The battle reaches its tipping point as a figure lunges forward, hand outstretched. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and iron. The heavy clang of a katana hitting the dirt echoes as Tsurugi collapses. He falls into the arms of his opponent, the dull thud of their bodies hitting the ground, marking the end of the struggle. Mararu stares up at his victor, his 3 eyes trembling with a question that burns in his chest. Only one word escapes his lips. Why? He can't wrap his head around the decision that was just made. "If you followed through with that strike, you would have won," he shouts, demanding to know why the boy let go of his blade. Tsurugi lies there, his gaze distant as if looking at a world Mararu can't see. "I don't know," he murmurs, "but for some reason, I just felt like it wasn't right." The camera pans to a blood-stained traffic sign, a twisted U-turn symbol looming over them. Tsurugi confesses that a future where he won that way simply wouldn't be right. Mararu grits his teeth, his frustration boiling over. "It's not about right or wrong," he yells. "I thought you were fighting for Yuka." Tsurugi's expression softens, a sad realization dawning on him. "Like I said, I don't know either," he admits quietly. "I'm only 17, I'm a kid." He slumps against the debris, the weight of the world finally breaking his resolve. "What should I do now?" he asks the empty air, admitting he doesn't know a damn thing anymore. Mararu looks down at him, his face a mask of shock and dawning horror. "No," he whispers, the reality of their situation setting in. High above the city, the buildings look like a concrete maze under the dimming sky. The voice of Mararu reminds Tsurugi that they are the ones who have lived in Japan for so long, building lives in this place. The sprawl of the city stretches out, a tangled web of industry and existence. Cursed spirits are part of that life, making their demands complicated beyond measure. Mararu's face is wet with tears as he looks up at the ceiling of their world. He asks about the people who have had their homes stolen from them, or those who never had a place to belong in the first place. The view shifts to the vast, swirling clouds of the Earth from orbit, a pale blue dot in the blackness. If the first ones there are always right, then who does the Earth truly belong to? Tsurugi and Mararu sit among the rubble, 2 small figures against the ruins of a city. "I don't know anything anymore either," Mararu confesses, his spirit as broken as the streets around them. In the silence that follows, names are whispered like prayers. "Cross, Yuka," somebody. A shimmering, translucent figure of a girl in a dress appears before Mararu, a ghost of the life they are trying to protect. She stands silent, a reminder of what's at stake. Suddenly, a blinding light pierces the darkness, shattering the gloom with a violent surge of energy. In a grand, pillared hall, a massive creature rests upon a dais. This is the Kalyan, a goat-like beast with 3 eyes and divine markings, its presence making the very air rumble. The creature's central eye snaps open, a golden iris filled with ancient, terrifying wisdom. Mararu stands before the beast, his own 3 eyes reflecting its gaze. "Was that Marulu?" he asks, processing a revelation. "I see." He spreads his arms wide as the ground around him begins to churn and rise. He realizes that he needs to create a barrier, something powerful enough to hold the coming storm. Floating in a void of warped architecture and swirling shadows, Mararu looks down at a monstrous entity below. He wonders if this technique already exists on Earth, or if they are pioneers of a new terror. The monster, a mass of muscle and feathers with a wheel behind its head, turns its gaze toward him. Mararu challenges it, his voice steady. "Well, does it?" The creature's wheel clicks into place with a mechanical snap. Mararu realizes with a jolt that the beast isn't just adapting to his energy. It's adapting to his very existence. He finds it ironic that for the first time, he's met someone quieter than himself. The space around them begins to collapse and reform into a sphere of jagged, wooden panels. Mararu calls out the forbidden words, "Domain expansion." Face is partially shadowed, his eyes burning with a cold resolve. He is no longer just a spectator, he is the architect of this new reality. The name of his domain manifests in the air, pulsing with power. Otherworld between darkness and light, reverse transcendence. The monster within the domain is pinned by a massive hand made of soul energy, its teeth bared in a silent snarl of defiance. A new figure stands in a high-collared hoodie, his face obscured by the shadow of his hood. He lets out a breathy "ooh" of impressed surprise. It's Yuji Itadori, and he's standing before the massive Kalyan. Mararu asks if he knows about these creatures, and Yuji explains that Tadu filled him in on everything, including the fact that Tadu now has a Vibraslap for a hand. The Kalyan closes its eyes, looking more like a slumbering god than a monster. Mararu explains that this is the longest-lived Kalyan, worshipped by the Rumelians, even if it resembles a cursed spirit. Yuji shifts under his hood, his posture relaxed despite the divine presence. "So, why'd you ask me to come here?" he asks bluntly. Mararu reaches out to touch the beast's fur, the soft sound of brushing filling the quiet. "My cursed technique thought you would be appropriate," he replies. "For what?" Yuji asks. The side of Mararu's face is visible, his expression unreadable. He is calculating something that Yuji can't yet grasp. He produces a weathered notebook, the character for "secret" stamped on the cover. He tells Yuji that it was the lifelong wish of someone his big brother was indebted to. Images of the earth and a strange, crystalline tower flash by. The goal is to use the energy of Tsurugi and Yuka's grandfather to bring harmony to both humans and the alien Simurians. Mararu looks directly at Yuji, the Kalyan looming behind them like a mountain. "Yuji Itadori, you will arbitrate for harmony, and be Earth's representative and its witness." Yuji doesn't jump at the offer. He tilts his head back, asking, "Harmony, huh? What's that mean to you specifically?" Mararu's middle eye stares with unwavering focus. "I want to create a world where cursed spirits are never born," he declares. A long silence falls between them. Yuji stands motionless, the weight of that ambition hanging in the air. He reaches up, his hand gripping the zipper of his jacket with a rhythmic rustle. He's making a choice. A simple metal ring is shown, glowing with a faint, inner light. Mararu explains that he needs to use the cursed energy tied to the memories of Tsurugi and Yuka. Yuji finally speaks, his voice flat but determined. "Let's do it." Mararu gives a small, rare smile. "Thanks," he says, as the secret notebook in his hand begins to dissolve into sparks of light. He points a finger upward, his face lit with a sudden, manic energy. "Let's go see him first. He was also chosen by my technique as a key to harmony, just like you." They walk toward a dark curtain, Mararu explaining that this place is where all souls on Earth cross through. This key lives here. They pull the curtain back, a sound of laughter rings out, a high, mocking laugh that chills the blood. Yuji stops in his tracks, a single exclamation point appearing over his head. A pair of bare feet stands on the white floor ahead of them. "Man, seeing you really takes me back," a familiar, hateful voice echoes. The figure turns, long white hair falling over a face covered in stitches. It's Mahito, the curse of human hatred, and his eyes are wide with malicious glee. "Yuji Itadori." Mahito leans forward, his grin stretching too wide. He mocks Yuji for how long it took, saying he had to wait until Yuji was dead just to see him again. In the distance, Mahito stretches his arms out, dancing in the void. He asks how Yuji has been, laughing as if they were old friends reunited at last. Yuji watches from beneath his hood, his gaze fixed on the monster that caused so much pain. He doesn't say a word. Mahito's grin falters for a split second as he touches his chin. "Wait, you're not dead at all, are you?" he realizes, his voice dropping an octave. Yuji stands firm, his voice cold. Nope, I was just summoned here. A close-up of Mahito's eyes shows it twitching, a vein pulsing in his stitched-up face. The shock is turning into a different kind of hunger. Mahito falls back onto his haunches, his movements erratic and jerky. He demands to know why Yuji is there if he's not dead, whining that he's been waiting all this time. Yuji and Maruru stand over the fallen curse, their shadows long and imposing. Yuji looks down at Mahito with nothing but intent. Let's begin. The title of the chapter appears. The Crossroads of Souls. Yuji explains that he has a rough idea of the plan, realizing that Maruru intends to reshape the souls of the Japanese people so spirits can no longer be born. Mahito stares up in horror as Yuji continues. The technique of the being that interferes with souls, Mahito, will be bolstered by the energy of the spaceship and Akatsu-senpai. Maruru looks at Yuji, questioning if such a thing is truly possible. If you permit it, Yuji answers, his eyes locked on Mahito. They look down at the curse, who is cowering on the floor. Yuji notes that Mahito isn't exactly the type to obey quietly, meaning a subjugation ritual is a necessity. Maruru wonders about the ritual, asking if he should be the one to do it. Yuji shakes his head. Nah, I'll do it. Mahito's eyes dart back and forth, panic setting in. Yuji's only worry is that he might accidentally kill the thing before they can make use of its technique. A close-up of a cold, blue eye reveals the truth of this realm. This is a crossroad where only souls exist, meaning combat here ends in defeat and subjugation, not death. Go at it as much as you want, Yuji tells him. Yuji steps forward, shedding his hood. He looks at Mahito, who is trembling with rage and fear. You ready to go? With a sudden rush of air, the battle begins. Mahito lunges with a slash, but Yuji moves like a blur, the sound of his shoes skidding against the soul floor echoing in the void. Metal clatters and glass shatters as Mahito's technique warps the environment around them, trying to crush Yuji with the weight of the city's memory. Mahito stands in the center of a ruined basketball court, his hair wild. All that yapping, he screams, don't you dare look down on me. Yuji finds himself standing in a spectral version of Shibuya, the buildings looming over him like tombstones. Shibuya, he whispers, his past haunting the present. The very ground begins to groan and warp beneath him. Yuji looks back, seeing the world distort as Mahito pours his soul into the environment. Mahito lunges again, his fingers clawing at the air. If you've got a body, then I can just kill you, right? He bellows. This is where I can do as much as I want. He transforms his limbs into massive, fanged serpents of flesh that roar as they charge toward Yuji. The air is filled with the sound of their snapping jaws. The words idle transfiguration fill the screen as a massive explosion of soul energy erupts, white and blinding, threatening to consume everything in its path. Mahito crouches in the ruins, panting heavily. He claims that this place is made of the very essence of souls, meaning everything here is a target for his technique. He leans in close, his face a mask of pure malice. He mocks Yuji, saying that even his attempts to look young will be smashed into pieces. The world turns black and white as Mahito unleashes his ultimate move. Domain expansion. Suddenly, blood splatters across the white void. Limbs are severed and bodies are torn apart in a grotesque display of soul violence. Mahito looks down at his own hands, blood leaking from his mouth. His expression is one of pure, bewildered shock. Eyes go wide as he realizes the domain didn't hit Yuji. It hit him. Something has gone terribly wrong with his power. Yuji stands perfectly still inside a massive sphere of stone and energy. He is the center of the storm, untouched by Mahito's madness. Mahito's face is shown again, but this time it's tied up in bandages and wires, his mouth agape in a silent scream of agony. Yuji walks toward him, his hands in his pockets. He looks at the once powerful curse and asks a cutting question. Listen, were you always that weak? Mahito's eye bulges, blood pouring from the sockets of his soul. He is being unmade, piece by a force he can't comprehend. Maruru stands over the severed head of the curse, holding it like a trophy. "Sorry," he says without a hint of remorse. Maruru looks at the remains and declares that he'll be using this. The subjugation is complete. Small orbs of light pop into existence around Maruru's hands, the harvested essence of Mahito's technique. The power is now theirs. Maruru turns to Yuji, noticing his silence. "What's wrong?" he asks. Yuji just gives a simple no. Yuji wonders if Mahito had been messing with their dead comrades in this soul realm. Maruru reassures him that souls here can't usually interfere with one another, though Mahito's technique was the exception they needed. He explains that the Mahito Yuji just fought was only temporarily restored by Maruru's own power. The curse doesn't have much energy left anymore. They walk toward a simple wooden door at the end of the void. "So you understand everything, huh?" Maruru asks. "Only because we are here," Yuji responds. The door opens into a room filled with toys and a small cart overflowing with rocks and a doll that looks like Mahito. Maruru notes that Yuji has given them all the info they need. But there's one last thing to confirm about the spirits on Earth. A diagram shows how cursed spirits form from the sediment of leaked human energy. This phenomenon, Yuji points out, is almost exclusive to Japan. Two silhouettes are shown. To create a world without spirits, they have two options. 1, remove cursed energy from everyone, or 2, make everyone into jujutsu sorcerers. Maruru explains the logic behind option 2. Sorcerers don't leak energy because it circulates within them. Yuji listens, a realization striking him. Ah. He realizes that Maruru found this information in Tsukumo-san's secret notes. "Handy," he remarks. Yuji looks down, his face in shadow. He argues that option 2 isn't viable because it would create too many people with physical gifts like Tsurugi, and that would just lead to more violence. Maruru agrees, noting that those gifted people could just as easily turn out to be evil. Extreme potential often leads to extreme destruction. He points a finger up, his eyes bright. "Which means we should proceed with option 1, remove cursed energy from Japanese and Simurians." They discuss the logistics. If they only take energy from Earthlings, it will cause friction later. Cursed spirits likely won't be born from Simurians anyway. Yuji nods in agreement. Maruru pauses, then introduces himself formally for the first time. "Excuse me, I'm Maruru." He looks at Yuji with a sudden, serious weight. "Maruru, what do you think about what we're about to do?" Eyes drop to the floor. "It's atonement. We've caused trouble for Earth." He looks up, his 3 eyes blazing with a desperate hope. "Then at least, let it be so that everyone can think. The world got better because they met us." Yuji crosses his arms, a star-filled sky reflected in the background. He doesn't deny Maruru's point of view, admitting it's partly correct, but he has a different take. "Sorry." He looks Maruru in the eye, his expression harder than ever. "But what we're about to do is a great sin." Maruru's face falls into a look of quiet realization. The weight of Yuji's words sinks in. The view shifts to a row of oiled derricks under a setting sun. Yuji explains that by removing cursed energy, they are trading safety for the removal of all future possibilities, like energy research. In the distant future, when natural resources are exhausted, cursed energy might have been the only thing left. They are taking that choice away from everyone. A star shines brightly in the dark sky. "Above all," Yuji adds, "meddling with other people's bodies without consent is not something to be praised." Maruru looks down at his hands, his brow furrowed. "So what should I do?" Yuji looks at him, his face illuminated by a harsh light. "But we'll do it." Maruru's eye twitches in surprise. "Is that okay?" Yuji looks away, toward the dark window. "It's not okay." He clenches his jaw. "Even so, we'll do it." Maruru can't help but ask, "Why?" Yuji stares him down, the resolve in his eyes unshakable. "Because I think it should be done. Besides, I'm gonna live for like 300 more years anyway. I can get things done, and if necessary, I can accept the punishment for it." He turns back toward the room. Listen, I wonder, even if I lose my cursed energy, will I not age? Mararu explains they won't interfere with current sorcerers or Simurians. They'll limit the change strictly to non-sorcerers, and those born from now on. Otherwise, people's lives would be turned upside down by the sudden loss. A montage of various cursed spirits is shown, many-eyed and grotesque. All right then, next up is cursed spirits, Mararu notes before hesitating. No, wait, not like that. Yuji looks up at the stars, a drop of blood on his lip. He delivers a final, chilling realization. Even if you remove cursed energy from Japanese people, cursed spirits will probably still be born. Mararu's mouth drops open, his 3 eyes wide with shock. All of this, the sin and the sacrifice, and the threat might still remain. Huh,